Scarlet Double has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too...
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in.
It's returned, and look at that defeat. Vile, stinking defeat. The Elephants was so OP, they plowed into the Microsoft Azure server room, destroyed everything, brought the stream down, and brought Volta back from the edge.
Indeed, Volta Esports now with a point on the board. The Elephants coming in, and with that mass at that point in time, looks like Gokowski and BLB, they just didn't have enough military force there in order to push back into that one. Once Steli gets up to Castle Age, they unlock a lot of resources for completely free, so able to shift the balance there in that game and able to push back into that one, now getting a point on the scoreboard.
That's going to be a big morale resetter, right? Disrupt rather the momentum rather, and all of a sudden you can have a completely different series on your hands. So we're going to get ready quite swiftly for the fourth game, as I think the boys are about ready to get underway with that one. In terms of what we had left, I believe Himeyama, and it might have been Dry Arabia if I'm not mistaken. And Dry Arabia is where we shall go. Ayyubids Byzantines up against Rus Abbasids.
Abbasid and Rus, definitely strong civilizations here, but the same can be said about the Ayyubids and the Byzantines. Byzantines and Ayyubids very strong on one TC, Abbasid and Rus very strong when they go onto multiple TCs here in this game. Wonder how exactly they're going to play this one out.
So if I remember correctly, Gokowski, was it Gokowski or BLB that's usually the Abbasid player?
Should be BLB, I want to say.
So. Yeah, and he's quite the boomer, right? He'll likely be going for the 3 or 4 TC build. So then it's all on either Jigglypuff or Gokowski to provide. Considering Rus can be a Night Civ, it might be that we see Jigglypuff tagged back in here, which would keep with the flow of things, right? With shifting the players around. Tricky part about trying to play Knights is you're up against Ayyubids, right? Desert Raiders will be a nice blocker, and also if this is going to be a Keshik build, that's actually going to give mid-map control across the Volta. But let's find out. It's time to hop into game number 4 between Devils and Volta. Can they continue this miraculous comeback? The Elephants delivered them in the last game, and in fairness, Byzantines can get Elephants as well.
Let's jump into that one. Still, match point for the Devils team. But now with a point on the board, Volta Esports, they do still have a lag in this set. They're not completely out yet.
And we are doing the most important of checks. What have we got on the table? Kind of like the idea of Sipahi. Unfortunately, too far away from them. Dry Arabia is going to be the map. Configuration is fairly balanced for most civs to be functional here, but also Dry Arabia doesn't necessarily give you that layering defense you're always looking for. In fact, you see on the south side, Mahodo is already struggling a little bit with that in the way that it's spawned, right? Berries on the forward, tree lines to the sides. It leaves you a little bit more exposed to some pressure. Must be very thankful then that you're up against the Abbasids that always tend to sit on their ass for about 10 minutes in these team games.
Yeah, it does have Gokowski on the opposite side, though. And Rus, I mean, there's the option of going for a fast Castle Age or also some Feudal Age Knights, depending on what exactly you want to go for. We do have a double hunting cabin opening here from Gokowski. So is going to be getting a lot of gold in passively at this point in time.
Yeah, this build has just been taken over. In 1v1s, team games everywhere, it just seems to be the go-to. Very nice as well when you can also get those kind of like double tree lines, right? You would have wished you got BLBs where it's basically wedged between 2. But you'll settle for a nice trickle of probably about 19 gold per hunting cabin. Pays off very fast here. BLB likely going to be going for the Eco Wing. No surprises to be had there. Dragavan can be a little bit crafty with his House of Wisdom choices on this particular Civ though. I don't want to say gambling, but I have seen this man do gambling more than most players actually in the top 200.
Gambling definitely an option. I wonder when you really want to go for it. Usually in Castle Age, that's when you get the most value for the time that you're getting it at. It is always, as the name implies, a little bit of a gamble. Are you going to get good units, or are you going to suddenly be in a fast castle position where suddenly you redeem some tickets, have like a lot of stone, and want to go for multiple TCs?
Right, it's kind of weird. Like the idea of gambling is cool, but because you have to wait for that first ticket to really know what you're doing, that means you've got almost 2 minutes where you're just gathering, and you could be gathering for the entirely wrong thing, right? So like, what do? Do you jack of all trades, gather the economy for more military or more greed, and then flip coin, or do you just basically, just punt it into greed or aggro, and then assume the ticket's gonna be nice to you? We might want to check on what Dragoman chose here. He's marked the tech up. Dervish is pretty good in this comp as well. He goes for the old school. Yeah.
That's a little bit odd. I feel like either like the Dervish Ring is really good just in general, being able to safely stay on your resources without really the fear of any idle time by just small unit count raids, and does go for the reinforcement ring instead. So is going to be able to trickle in some desert raiders for free, but honestly, I think that's not the best choice to make here.
No. I think that's way too old school of a build. It just doesn't really have the same value anymore. The reality check here is Growth Wing would have given you more economy, right? Dervish would have given you more presence, would have given you a pivot into Castle Ace is very powerful, but also would have enabled your ally to get aggressive, right? Imagine having Keshiks here with Dervish. Just a very unstoppable force in the early game, would allow the Keshiks to dive economies and come back and heal. Instead, now you've got like a Desert Raid to assist, cool. What does that really help your ally on the Byzantines with, though? It doesn't.
He could try to apply some pressure over on BLB as he is moving out onto the stone for additional TCs, but more likely is that by the time that BLB is gonna, by the time the Desert Raider arrives, the TC is probably already up on stone, and then it's gonna be very tough to deny the third TC. And stable as well.
Okay. So he's trying to ramp here. The problem, like you said, is the time is going to be off, because realistically, BLB should be able to build that second TC on the stone, which would then secure the gold and the deer nearby, right? So he has actually got a very nice spawn here to completely swat away this opening play from Dragovan. I think Mahodo on the other side, I mean, he's already going into Limitane. So they've just assumed that Gokowski is going to be spamming knights, as opposed to, like, the potential for a weird double greed build here from Devils.
I mean, Gokowski in theory could have also gone for fast Castle Age build, but it's not as good when you go for the Kremlin. It's still possible, but the timing isn't quite as snappy, and you lack the flexibility that you get with that Golden Gate in order to quickly swap around your resources. First Knight is going to be in queue now. I think the Desert Raider is actually going to come in at a very nice timing here. So BLB is going to have to go for a TC, not on stone, but on the gold rather. And instead of going for 3 TC, it's just going to be 2 TCs. That's still very, very fine.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, actually, are we going to be getting the Keshik still? I mean, this is the weird thing, right? In a 1v1 setting, when a Byzantine player goes for the spears, you can almost guarantee it's always going to be javelins. But in team games, it feels a little bit different, right? Like, considering your opponents, jabs probably feel quite underwhelming here. He goes for it anyway.
Javelin throws coming in. Typically, I also just quite like longbows, just because longbows in general feel really, really good at the moment, thanks to the university upgrades that they get in the late game. Javelin throws, you kind of, like, it's a unit that you make in feudal age. And then you don't really want to make it any time later on. Meanwhile, with the longbows, you're very fine with just having your landmark as well. Just produce it constantly.
Yeah, in a 1v1, the jabs are pretty good here, right? Because when you're against the Basses, it gives you a block of the Camel Archers, and then the follow-up play, getting into Camel Riders, is phenomenal to have, right? It gives you a little bit of contest against your opponent's own camels. But even then, like, the Camel Rider logic doesn't really hold, because it's the same reason why when you're against the Malians, you don't necessarily want to go javelins. Same reason why when you're against the English, you have to be very careful about your longbow timings, is they technically can flood a lot more troops than you'll be capable of.
That's the issue there.
So this is just a full on guard. Mahodo is just going to pad his teammate. Tech up has already been activated. I think that was an advancement choice.
No, that was economic growth.
Okay, yeah, okay.
No, wait. Industry?
Industry? Okay. I told you this guy.
Sure.
Do you like TCs? We like TCs. I mean, it's only an Abasa player on 2 TCs, so mirrorable, I guess, in this situation. Meanwhile, Gokowski. Looks like we might be getting pro scouts. Can we check if that came in? Other hunting cabin. Is that just wheelbarrow then? Yeah, it must be. If we click on it. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so just getting more vision with the secondary scout.
I mean, what's he going to get out of this one? One free town center, but he's still going to be behind in the economy from BLB. Meanwhile, if he goes for economic and growth, he's immediately going to be even, and then has the opportunity to scale further with relics.
Wait, no.
Going for March?
I know what this is.
Or like double? Oh no, you mean,
know, yeah, you know.
That's why it's the reinforcement wing.
That's why he wanted reinforcement wing. He's going to build Tower of the Sultan.
Oh god. That's a very interesting move. I don't know what you're going to use the stone for then. I guess it won't be used.
I mean, maybe you pull villagers to repair the Tower of the Sultan and they build outposts. This reeks of Tower of the Sultan build. Like, he's spamming Desert Raiders right now. He'll have them in position to build one, and then presumably he's going to dive into BLB's base. But this is, like, dangerous against this many knights, right? Like, sure, you know, Desert Raiders are annoying against this, but the problem with the Tower of the Sultan build, the reason why it kind of feels flawed in 2v2 maps is your villagers are nowhere near. So unless you want to idle your economy and bring them to the front line, it's kind of a one punch and either you miss or you win.
What is BLB doing behind this? BLB aging up anytime soon? We don't see an age up yet in the overlay for him. I'm wondering what the plan. Oh
what?
No! Oh no! We're getting a stone tower rush.
This is in fact legal these days, folks. The stone towers were rebalanced quite a while ago to a point that it was removed from the rulebook that you couldn't build them. So it's going to be a double tower rush. Oh, well, you wanted to know what he was going to do with the stone.
Now we know.
I wish I did.
Now we know.
BLB's like, can you help me, please? I was like, sorry, bro. I've got knights for the mid map. No one said anything about walls.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult situation, Grant. The javelin throwers, they're going to do an excellent job here against the camel archers as well.
And then they always have the fallback plan of going up on that wall.
Yeah. That's right, you can always go up the wall. Yeah, he just needs to evacuate the woodline there, rebuild somewhere else, and as soon as the Tower of the Sultan overextends a little bit, that's when you can take a fight. But right now, I think you have to, like, just abandon this spot right now for the time being.
So, frontline infrastructure being taken down. Means BLB's attempt to get into archers is going to be slowed, even more so for a guy who can barely touch a tree line anymore. And Gokowski, I mean, this mass knight strategy, I think the best thing you do is actually attack the enemy economy. Not just stand here, because the reality is, you're not that scary. It's mass limitane.
It is difficult to move out at this point in time, because you kind of always need to be on standby for your ally. But now, with the top
the best player, he can replace the villagers. They're cheap. Leave him to his own fate. You can tell I'm definitely enjoying team games. Desert Raiders moving in.
Oh, no.
And melee mode as well at that. Makes it even worse. BLB rapidly going to lose this secondary TC. Remember, 2,500 HP and 600 per shunt from the Sultan. Knights are going to charge in.
No.
Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure Dragonman just has the villagers sitting in there, 5 idle.
Yeah, he's repairing it.
There we go.
Oh my
like,
God.
This is so cheesy. I've seen this before. This is actually vile. The things it'll do to a man. Knight's going again. It's even worse damage this time due to the Desert Raider aura. So second TC's going to go down. Not much of an eco lead to be had here. In fact, it's about to evaporate.
Was he trying to age up behind this? He's almost got 1,200 food in the bank, but now he's lost all the villager advantage.
For
in this
what,
game.
though? Like, were you going to build Camel Riders against Mass Limitane? No.
I could see if it's like mass archers with military wing and composite bows, but
True.
You lost the woodline access.
Yeah, so are you getting that creeping feeling we're going to a game 5 here?
I think it might just be the case.
Do we accredit this win to the Tower of the Sultan or the Stonewall Tower?
Tower of the Sultan, I think. I think the Stonewall Tower did nothing.
Got it. So Stonewall Towers need to be buffed. Tower of the Sultan OP needs to be nerfed. I think that covers all. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, this is the pain point, right? Like on Season A, the way out would have been you go H3 as BRB and you build 2 Springles. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. But Springles don't count this anymore. Like, this is something I warned about. I love this huge changes, but I think the changes actually did make Tower of the Sultan viable. Situational, yes, but it doesn't have that meaningful counter of just anti-siege that it had on the previous batch.
This was a nice strategy, though. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with how it played out, with the ability of the Byzantines to just be able to mass out like a fully army composition by just making a midnight.
I mean, this is the thing. I've seen him try this in 1v1 and it didn't work, right? But that's the thing. That's the dynamic difference, is when you just focus all your resources into this, and as you're saying, you have an ally that fills that infantry void, all of a sudden this build looks insanely oppressive. It looks like BLB, he has got some wood gathering going on. He's shuffled across into his allies' base. Military wing down the way. Yeah.
It's gonna be enough. Desert Raiders, they are vetted up. They have veterancy on them, so charge at least, though, is gonna do a good amount of damage.
They'll run back to the safety of the Tower of the Sultan. 1-2 Knights decide to valiantly hang around for no reason. And all of a sudden, what was going to be a good exchange turns into a bad exchange for Gokowski. The good news is, there is a counter to this, Krakeny. You move away.
You run, you evacuate, you try again later.
This is why Mongols are OP.
Yeah, and if the Tower of the Sultan ever is like alone, the Knights can dive onto that one. And the units, I guess in theory, Mahodo, can he put his units inside of the... He should be able to put it inside the Tower of the Sultan, so he could dodge the...
hello?
But there we go.
This is big.
Being left alone.
Overextension there. Knights get in, and that is going to be Tower of the Sultan. Wait, no, Gokowski.
Oh, gets it down.
Down. There we go.
And
the biggest threat.
A lot of damage from the TC.
Yeah, this is an ambitious dive. This whole army doesn't really want to be underneath there. And this is also alleviate pressure from the other side. BLB has blown the archer count up to 19. Military wing almost complete. No doubt composite bows will be rapidly rushed behind that. Dragonman
is going to be needed.
I wonder if after all this, you kind of wish you'd not complete the Stonewall Tower and built a TC instead.
A TC definitely would have been nice. We're just now seeing the first mosque.
I mean, no surprise, right? He put everything on the front line. Desert Raider spam has been almost infinitesimal at this stage. They're about to run into a problem. The archers can soon get vetted. There'll be a rush towards the composite bows as well. All of a sudden, these Desert Raiders, these Limitane, they're going to feel hard counted. At that point, you only have Mahodo's javelins to fall back on.
Mahodo, he's not anywhere near age-up at this point in time, so these javelin throwers, they don't have the tools really to deal even with the archers there. Once that composite bows upgrade comes in, and plus the damage, they're going to be able to make quick work of them. Now Raid coming in as well.
This could be big. Mahodo won't be able to play catch-up with this type of pressure coming in on him, barreling into his base. There's a villager there. If he goes south side, if he checks the berries, there's also gathering down there, but instead he might be inclined to hang around and burn down an outpost, considering all the Limitane are at the other side of the map.
Could potentially even dive the TC there, but doesn't want to quite go in there from a moment. Like if you lose those military units, you're dead. So he has to be very careful with how he wants to use them.
Yeah, a bit underwhelming from Gokowski there, the approach to this. Like, he has 3 scouts in total, right? So you could have peeled into 2 different raid groups to go checking both players' bases. Like, they put everything on the front line. That was your moment to strike. But instead, he's moving around with one big bulk group. Very greedy approach, because it just means that they can communicate which direction the Knights went in, and then shuffle their economy accordingly.
Trying to take down a wooden fortress there. I mean, these units don't have any pierce armor, and it looks like Dragovan, he's not paying attention. He might lose a lot of his units here.
And the Limitane on the way. Mahodo's trying to play attention to it, but it may be a little bit too late here. So many Desert Raiders dead there. Villagers are going to look to make their escape. And Gokowski, he makes the best of a bad situation there. Kills as many of the Desert Raiders as he can, gets away. Knights, meanwhile, raiding on the other side of the map. The wall's going up just in the nick of time there before they would have leaked into the berries.
Yeah, Knights now have to look around and try not to die there. Could, in theory, take the fight against just a couple of Desert Raiders as well.
Gokowski, he's getting ready for an age up here, guys. I mean, look at it. He's got the food, just needs to sort the gold. Mahodo, meanwhile, is going to be the odd one out. The ugly duckling here, right? A lot of Limitane, sure, but...
He's at 12 on gold now, so he's definitely looking for an age up.
Well, we'd have Rams coming in, so a way of addressing those Stonewall Towers so you can get access to his tree line again. Well, it's not just archers, he's also prepped the crossbow, so where this could go next.
I think they need to trade out some military here relatively soon. It's 50 limit now, so if you get in there with those archers now, with composite bows as it's just coming in, you're going to be able to get a good cleanup. You don't want to let those javelin throwers get bedded up.
No, I mean, you can kind of justify it if the knights are there, right? Like, very powerful tool here, and Gukowski, in theory, you should be looking for that age up soon. 31 knights sounds like a good time to hop off the feudal train.
Kremlin's just being redeemed. Not sure what exactly they're going for. There was a lot of them as well. Looks like they want to get a pinch in on the military, but weren't quite fast enough there.
Hold on, he's frontlining with the jabs. Mono not looking.
Oh,
big mistake made. And wow, he doesn't pull the javelins back. Greedy. Composite bow archers now diving in. Able to stand their ground at this stage. The javelin count a little bit too low. Knights need to be careful about their position in this fight. There's still a decent amount of Limitane left and more are arriving. So at this stage, I think you just kind of start back with BLB and let him trade out.
And Limit 9 as well with their shield wall. In theory, they don't do as much damage now to the Knights because their attack speed is pretty much nothing.
Look at the expenses in that fight, though. A lot of Desert Raiders going down. Javelin mass reduced down to just 8. Knight count still looking pretty healthy at 22 for Gukowski. There's that resecure on the tree lines we were talking about, so we'll see a lot more archers coming soon for BLB.
Hodo now should be able to age up. The Castle Age Golden Horn Tower is coming in, so no gulp happening here today, but definitely not needed. At this point in time, like against the army composition that your opponent has, you're going to be able to scale into your own Camel Riders.
Didn't we? Well, BLB, he was playing on the English in the previous game, the game 2, right, with longbows. Now he's got mass archers. Does his name just stand for big long bows?
Surely that's what it is. Yeah. A couple of villagers getting potentially picked off. Still no Castle Age coming from Gogowski. He's got 1,600 gold in the bank.
It's happening. Yeah, he's just recalibrating now, right? Which is not too bad to float this extra gold. He can put it to work, getting the veterancies, getting the blacksmith tech, sell some of it as well. So high trade house now on the way up for him. A lot of walls have been going up from Mahoda and Dragovan to kind of bolster themselves in that mid-map area. And we have to also remember that relics have been coming home for Dragovan, right? A booster for him that the others don't have.
Knights right now are still running. It's kind of crazy how long these Knights have been able to take trades against the veteran Sea Desert Raiders.
Yeah. Well, BLB, he's actually shoving in towards where the walls are going up. Mahodo backs away just before it becomes pain.
Castle Age has been reached. You're able to... Wait, are they already upgraded?
No.
That was quick. That was...
Wait, yeah, actually, yeah. Level 3, yeah. Dialecticus, man. I'm telling you, it's not a reasonable tech. Backstab's coming in. BLB has completely misread the state of play here.
While the title was still, Mahodo has just reached the Castle Age, the upgrade immediately comes in. My god, was that quick. And now the longbows, the archers are going to have some issues here. There's some camel lances now as well, so not just the Desert Raiders anymore. Armored units, not something that he can deal with just archers now.
This Night Mass, I mean, it needs to turn into something else, right? Like now with Camel Lancers there, it gets even worse for Gukowski. He needs to find a pivot point here, but it just feels awkward. Your natural pivot when you have all this surplus passive gold is usually crossbows. You could do that, but then you've got archer crossbows between 2 players. You're just begging to get javelined in the face.
There's no economic scaling at the moment coming in for BLB, so he probably wants to... Yeah, there we go. Second TC now once again gets dropped. Actually, 2 TCs.
Yep. I mean, if they deny you off your stone, just come back harder a little bit later. I mean, you need it at this stage. You know Dragovan would have been taking relics from the center of the map. Gukowski, however, a little bit more of a conundrum. Like, where's his eco advantage coming from? That high trade house placement wasn't great. He'd already chopped through half the tree line, so I imagine it's probably like a 111 gold, maybe. Which
barely has any food right now, and they got half the military out. They need a lot of units soon.
It's not just that. Gukowski's in the middle of a farm transition, right? So his ally went for ETC. He's going farm transition. Militarily, they're already doubled up on. Dragovan and Mahodo have a very powerful timing right now.
And I think they're going to make great use of that timing now. That is just not an army that can beat with your current military force.
No. And if only one of you shows up, it's even worse, right? It's just death in a Congo line. Looks like the Knights are posturing on the backside of this, looking for a stab in, but Mahodo has got plenty of Limitane to match them here. Lancers reaching onto the tree line. BLB losing villages he can't afford to be at this stage. The Camel Lancers front lining to make sure the archers just do no damage here.
Raiders, I mean, in mass, able to take good trades even against the archers. And now once again, another Sultan's tower coming up.
As it began, it must end. Tower of the Sultan's returning, this time likely to go even deeper into these bases. Gurkowski still without a leg to stand on to fight up against this many spearmen. 41 waiting to fight with him. And that high trade house, it's not going to last long here.
Arms need to be evacuated now as well.
It's like, do I go to his base or his? Which one do you want to kill first, Mahoda? It's like, you know, one to one, guys, 1-to-1. I mean, they can win 1v1s here easily. Lancers in again. It's this A-clicks from BLB to try and kite instead of just targeting Desert Raiders, where at least he'd be getting rid of some of the targets. Instead, he's just taking a much quicker way to die here. We're on the verge of the GG, and we are on the verge of a 5-game series.
Yeah, Mahodo now coming in as well with his military force.
They're trying to force Gurkowski to commit, right? Because like the archers can't kite, but the knights can. So they go after the infantry mass to force a fight sooner. It's really smart, actually. Primary TC getting rushed down. BOB, of course, does have 2 behind that, but I mean, I just don't see the way out anymore, Krakeny. This looks cooked.
What looked like a potentially quick series here between the two teams, now going all the way to game number 5. That's crazy. Landmarks just being burned down here now. Golden Age getting denied. No military production at the moment at all from BLP. He's got no military, and GG gets called.
5 games, a miraculous comeback now on the horizon for Volta. Devils need to get it together fast, or they will be out of Winter Team Championship 2.
Yeah, the village account there, BLB, I feel like he just needed to surrender that TC, go somewhere else. Wait for your timing to come in, get some military mass out, but in the end, they took the fight.
Kind of felt a bit Scrabble-brained, right? Like, who expects to get Tower of the Sultan rushed? I mean, in hindsight, you kind of
happen every day.
No, you kind of facepalm and go, of course, it's Stragavan, but at the same time, hard to remember these series. I mean, you know, you have to remember we've had multiple games where it just hasn't really come up, this idea of a Bastards or Ibits. I think there was even a map where it got banned, but now it has to be something in the back of their mind, especially considering that this will all be decided on Himeyama, a map where you are quite divided from your teammate, a map where a Bastards has actually been quite popular, and Ibits isn't out of the range of possibilities here. We'll have to see what they got in mind as we get ready for the 5th game, but yeah, Tower of the Sultan, just so pivotal in this game. A scourge in 1v1s for the person who makes it, but in team games, a scourge for those who are against it.
Good pickoff here, finally, on the Tower of the Sultan. I feel like if they just bided their time, you mentioned it earlier, if a Tower of the Sultan hits you and you don't have the military force to fight it, just go away. Don't try to force a takedown on it.
Yeah, it's like, you know when you were a kid and you sneak in the garden, the old guy, and he'd be angry at you, and we wave his stick and say, "Come over here." It's like, you weren't that kid that came over there, were you? No, you run away. That old guy's never going to catch you. I mean, kick his cane out from under him if you need to. It's too slow. And that really is the nature of the Tower of the Sultan, especially with such a big map, right? 1v1's a little bit more suffocating, but 2v2s just feels like you should have so many options here.
Hardly. And we had a good pickoff there on the military from Gurkowski and BLB. I feel like if after this pickoff, they just started to scale up their military a little bit more.
Yeah, because then you had this weird play, right, where Gurkowski had stopped trying to raid and BLB tries to run in. And I think that discombobulation is a very bad sign for Devils. These guys should know better. They've been playing team games together for a very long time, but that type of play, the unraveled nature of it, right, 1-by-1 is something we'd expect out of, like, you know, more your 1v1 pros that have been coming to team game tournaments here. Instead, the guys who should have probably the most team experience just didn't seem to be in sync with this idea at all.
A little bit of an unfortunate way this unfolded as well. BLB using his archers and diving a little bit too deep. They definitely needed this military here to survive and be back there in the base of them once that big military mass hit them. But in the end, that's not how it played out. But now we're going to have a game number 5, a grand decider here in our first set in the decider set, in the decider weekend.
And hold on a second. We've got to get into this one fast because I'm seeing camels, and we all know how this goes. It is the year of outpost rushes. Now, he doesn't have access to a Tower of the Sultan, but he does have access to his other camel sieve. He is a scourge on the ladder with them. Dragavan is going to be on those Abbases. Let's hop in for game number 5 of the first series of the day. It's going to be Yama time.
All right, jumping right into it. We got Delhi and Ayubit for Team Devils, and Abbasid and the Mongols for Volta Esports. We see Dragavan already moving out here onto water.
Yeah, this is slightly dangerous though, right? I mean, if the Delhi wanted to do this as well, they just destroy you with the boats that can shoot. So, you know, it is a little bit of a coin flip.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't
and I think Mahodo scouted that base first. I think he even threw his Falcon over the front. So they did have the info on it. So good read there. But also at the same time, Dragavan would have already had to have started pulling the villager because of how far away that little lake is. So we'll be able to get the fishing. But kind of an interesting matchup, right? You know, Ayubid's Delhi versus Abbas's Mongols. I mean, you've got Mongols which tend to be unrelenting aggression. You've got Abbas's that tend to be unrelenting greed. On the other side, Ayubid's Delhi makes for a very healthy, dynamic comp. You have a lot of cavalry potential between those two.
Yeah. Looking at the spawn here, Gotkowski, he's got a very fast spawning forward gold, like 2 gold mines going forward. You shut those down with an outpost from the Mongols, and Gotkowski is going to have trouble producing his scholars. At the same time, he's got 4 villagers already on gold, so maybe he's anticipating this and just wants to pre-gather up as much gold as possible.
Yeah, I feel like you got to be sensing this coming with this type of spawn, right? I mean, we already saw the Rax has been committed to. The timing is going to be a little bit slow based on the positioning, so Mahodo had to spend a long time walking out over there. And the awkward part now is, like, because this is a Spearman opening, the nice thing about this from Mahodo is all of a sudden that idea of you just getting, like, double cavalry doesn't feel as good for Devils, right? Because you'd be going into the Ghazi plus the Desert Raiders. And although Desert Raiders do have a ranged attack, it's pretty underwhelming when you've got a small quantity. I wonder, actually, could we be seeing a logistics wing here?
We're getting economic wing, and it is going to be economic wing growth, so just the default play there. One of the berry bushes, unfortunately, has been depleted.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this over going for the Dervish. Just because your ally's going to want to build Ghazi, right? So you can play with him. The alternative is whenever his Ghazi get injured, he has to run them all the way back home to heal with scholars.
Spearman not going over to the Delhi player. Instead, we're seeing Spearman going over to BLB as the Ayubit. I mean,
okay, so you
BLB's base is really good for this, though. He's got gold on, like, 4 different sides of his base. Like, he can just go somewhere else.
And my brain's like, so what's the idea here? Are you really that worried about fast castle? Because, like I said, I think this is a comp that can play along feudal. I mean, you know, the growth wing as well, it kind of leans into that idea. Meanwhile, you're probably not going to get any backup from this, because typically from this position, an Abbasid player is expected to just be going for his own greed with Eco Wing.
Yeah, looking at the economy here, Dragavan, he does have a nice villager lead now with those fishing ships.
Playing
now the military wing coming in.
Okay. This isn't the worst of ideas, right? Like, I was a little bit worried he was going to go just for the second TC. At which point, Delhi and Ayubid's break out. So he's going to look to align the pressure. Feels like what we're getting from Volta here is very similar, actually, to the opening game of the series, which they lost. The idea of just all-in aggression to shutter the greedier opponent. Different civs, different situation there, right? Like, you know, in that game, Byzantines had one idea and one idea only. But in this game, Ayubids can flex between playing the Age and Go Castle.
Definitely could be coming in. No move out yet from BLB onto the back goal. That's definitely something that he could think about. Drop an outpost there and you should be fine on the back gold. You pretty much get into a position where your opponent, other than getting the bounty on your mining camp, hasn't really achieved a lot. And Mahodo still isn't clicking for the age up. He's very far behind when it comes to that.
Yeah, and what worries me is the choice of target gets even weirder, not just because of BLB spawn, but because of what you just saw him do. At an archery range, congrats. You've just tried to tower rush one of the Middle Eastern civs, the ones that get access to rams without needing a blacksmith.
Something else to also just keep in mind here is that now with the economic wing growth, this ship play here, dock play in the middle, it's pretty much been neutralized, or equalized rather.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonman still has the upside on the Golden Ages, right? Because he has a better gathering rate on those, but the trade-off is that BLB on a big map now has access to Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders kind of cripples your ability to do Keshiks or Horsemen as the Vest Boys. I never discredit the value of Desert Raiders. I mean, it's a unit that just seems to, every 2 or 3 months, find another versatile use in the meta.
Certainly not a bad unit at all here currently.
Decisive at least the right choice. I'm glad he done that. Like, Silver Tree is just a poor choice.
Yeah, you don't need it. Granted, on this map, there are actually 4 neutral markets, but I think Silver Tree, you can just make a normal market, right?
Agreed. Like, it's something
that gives you so much.
It's something I've believed in for a long time. It's like this Silver Tree build meta lasted way too long. Deerstone gives you flexibility, gives you options on a civ that really needs it in the early game. Whereas when you go for Silver Tree, like, your opponent just rushes you, right? So Deerstone just actually gives you the opportunity to be aggressive and also forces your opponent to be paranoid about it. You can still greed, but you justify that greed first.
Archers here being able to completely pick apart those 3 military wing units and the couple of spearmen that were still remaining. We're now seeing 4 camel archers. No, that's 2 camel archers. The bow actually made it look like 4 there for a second. 2 camel archers in queue.
I'm like, hey, those shoreline fish are pretty good. That would have been pretty wild.
Hey, what's happening with the shoreline fishes? There's some green dots right next to them.
There is. The Ghazi have arrived.
And they're taking some shots at the
Dragon's not paying attention.
Down. Yeah, he's losing some of these fishing ships.
Might lose more. He's looking elsewhere. Finally starts to pull back there, but loses a second one. So expensive.
It is. Now a single spearman. It's not going to be enough against 5 Ghazi Raiders.
No, you're going to have to build a boat here. If you really want to hold this area, you need to build an archer ship now.
Not in queue yet, though.
Oh, look. Another thing that we get bonus damage against. Yum, yum, yum.
Movement speed arrow comes out, though. Khan is going to try to hightail it out of that one. And now with the Keshiks, you need a couple more units in order to deal with the Keshiks. Granted, you can always heal up the Ghazi Raiders again. So if you got good micro, you should be in a good spot there. And Khan isn't going to get taken down.
Nah, greedy from Kukowski to actually not commit at that stage or just back away earlier, right? Just getting nothing out of it in the end. But yeah, a little bit of a savior hero syndrome from the side of over that TC, over that dock rather, treating it like it was a TC, right? The amount of troops funneling in one by one, even the card afterwards, just unnecessary. So gave a little bit more momentum than really ever should have been there. So we have got a bit of a clown car going on. Obviously, that did get nerfed now, so you have to wait for the wind up, but we'll be able to get through the tower. Camel archers arriving. 3 camel archers versus 6 archers is not a fight the camels are going to lose. So BOB has to shake his fist and run away.
Yeah, it needs like 2.5 times the amount of archers to camel archers in order to take halfway decent trades against them. Hex speed is just so much better on them. They scale really well at the beginning.
Yeah, it's also even more awkward when you're playing around tree lines like that, where you can begin to lose vision. It means you don't even necessarily get your 5 tower range advantage over them, especially when they have the mobility to choose where they're kind of sitting on that. Right, coming in 2 locations here. I like this though. The Uvu looking like it's going to go down. Remember, that's very far away from the town center, so couldn't intercept and repair like most Mongol players would with the close by TC.
The Raider running back. Oh, nope, standing still. Loses life.
A little bit of a slip up there from Gokowski. Didn't get anything in return the other side, right?
Oh, good damage
That's good though. Should be, what, 2 villagers going now? Possibly 3 if he rushes past this. Clubs him well. But the split, not desirable there. A few too many aggro to the west side one. So just 2 villies. Now, outposts will be coming up on a delay. I don't like this time from Mahono, though. He needs to wait for the second line of Keshik.
Gets another villager.
Almost another 2. All of a sudden, they just
now gonna have to run away.
Yamara, though, such a fun unit.
Yeah, Yamara is gonna be tough to run away from, but now outside the range, he should be able to escape.
Isn't this got the charge in, so he'll be able to poke down properly injured Ghazi here, you'd think? Or we can hit
A little
the
bit of a hurdle.
half HP Ghazi instead.
A movement speed arrow.
Does get the kill. Elsewhere, we have got a little bit of poke rate coming in, but nothing major. And the Ghazi group are now arriving in Dragonman's base. So everywhere, anywhere, all at once. But same for the camels. We're now up to 10 camel archers. It's getting a little bit wild. 11 camel archers compared to 13 Ghazi.
And 12 archers on the side of BLB. Do we have another age up coming in from BLB? Yeah, he's aging up to castle age right now.
Has to be, right? Like, he's just not contributing anything. So yeah, advanced wings coming in. I mean, camel archers can be decent, but against masked camel archers, you just die so fast.
Definitely doesn't feel that great. And we're seeing a spearman from Gorkowski. That's not the right call against somebody that has camel archer as well. They just die so quickly, and look at them. They're sitting here in between the two players in the mid-map, making sure that like unit trade-offs from one side to another aren't really possible. Double outpost coming up here. Lots of villagers trying to rush that up, but the camel archers are approaching quickly. Oh, this could be dangerous. Could be very, very dangerous.
Quick enough. He has to bail on it. And this many camel archers can even contest the Ghazi now. So yeah, all of a sudden Gorkowski blocked off of his food. Also a pressure point coming from the east side. Mahodo Mel moving in. So while BLB is teching up, Gorkowski is now being thrown to the wolves.
He's going to have to be really, really careful here. They're going for it. They're going for the dive. Gorkowski's going to have to evacuate villagers.
He shuffles them out the north side. Doesn't work well here, though. Just going to make a run for a breakthrough. Scholars get sacrificed. And Ghazi count not looking good. I said thrown to the wolves. Actually, instead, he's being thrown to the frogs here.
Oh, archers coming in, trying to get some picks on the camel archers.
And the Keshik's already on it. Yeah, I mean, tech up complete for BRB, but at what cost, right? Gorkowski is going to be a non-starting factor, and you only got advancement wing. It's not a really big upside here.
First couple of camel lances are in queue, but we got so many camel archers at this point in time. They can almost one-shot them. Highest base damage in feudal age for a ranged unit.
Yep. And it got nerfed, remember?
It got nerfed, yeah. It was a slight tickle. They still penetrate armored units like it's nothing. Exactly.
I mean, once you scale them like this, they're just uncontrollable. It really is the Abbasids' counter to fast castle plays, if you can slow them down a little bit. That means the Volta finds themselves in a very good position to make a miraculous recovery from a 2-0 down earlier on this series. Just need to keep that pressure up. Camel Archers now moving in to do so. First Camel Archers have arrived, but against this many Keshiks and Camel Archers, they're not going to last very long.
Not very long at all. Look at the damage that the Camel Archers are doing. Absolutely vile.
I mean, it's a 2-for-2 exchange, right? Which is great considering your units are an age behind. Now the aftermath leads to kills.
Oh no, the food. The food
wait, POB? Slow reactions here. More villagers lost. And on top of that, the Keshiks will be able to break through this. If this was just the Abbasids, the outpost defense is smart. But Keshiks, it's a no bueno.
Camel Lancer coming in. BLB's lost a lot of villagers here. Both BLB and Gorkowski did. Having to run all the way back to the TC, but the Keshiks just following up here.
So much damage being done. We'll at least make it to the TC with a few here, but now the Keshiks go, wait a second. I haven't checked your wood. Lancer. Oh no. It's gonna get in the way.
Look at the Camel Lancer. It's just, oh my god.
Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Just after the villagers over here. Oh, a Lancer? Get him, boys. Oh god, this is brutal. I mean, they're fighting one or two villager picks on the other side elsewhere. I did notice one or two eco units dying, but it's a tickle of damage compared to what's happening here. We ring a Rosie. The Ghazi are the ones getting those kills I mentioned, but this is going to be bigger. Another outpost going down. And remember, this is even easier to do now because you've got 5 less arrows coming in at you. God. And all of a sudden, BLB is down to a pathetic 22. Make that 21 villagers in this game.
Yeah, this feels over now. This feels over after a 2-0 start for the Devils team. Volta Esports, they're... Oh, God. Camera.
The vulgar esports. Like, how do you do this to them? Unbelievable. It looked like it was going to be a 3-0. Even in that game 3, right? It looked so good. The fact that Dragovan and Mahodo and of course, Ramen were able to claw their way back into this series. A miracle in its own right. But now the writing on the wall here. It's a ridiculous economy lead. One that's comparable to that game 3 lead that they were building at one stage, right? It's 59 to 90.
Oh, man. The archers, I mean, they are vetted up, but are there blacksmith upgrades in for them? They're doing a decent amount of damage to the Kha'Zix. Only +1 damage has come in. Still no age up yet from Dragovan or Mahodo, but economically they're so far ahead now.
Again.
From Gotkowski going down.
These berries, he got caught earlier on him, he gets catched on them again. There's a few villagers and it will be just shuffle away here. I mean, from here, I think the only thing really left for Volder is to maybe just get one of them up into the castle later. Most likely Mahodo, right? The Camel Archers are still doing fine. The Kha'Zix would be benefiting a lot more from their castle upgrades.
Gotkowski just went to Spearmen. Guess what counters Spearmen? Camel Archers. They, for some reason, I don't know why. I don't know why. I cannot tell you why, but for some reason, Camel Archers do double damage. But
it's fine, right? Because like they got their base damage nerf crackety. So
yeah, about that.
I don't think it actually changed the amount.
How fine it is. Look at how fine this is.
Yeah, look, it's fine. See, look, he almost killed one.
A little bit of animation camera.
I don't think that's animation, Cat. It's just starring.
Okay. We're just
call the council crackety. We're gonna have to. Is this how it's gonna work? Devils get the win. That was a slight start there from Dragovan.
This game's been over for a while, but I don't think like when you're already ahead at this point in time, it's a questionable thing to have happen.
Well, Kha'Zix is going to move in for another 6 villager kills. It is about to be a double up on economy. And behind this, Mahodo is getting ready for that third age.
Yeah. I mean, once that age up comes in as well, like so many Kha'Zix still in the field, 22 vetted up and double the villager count now at this point in time as well.
There it is. They call it. GG comes out. It is going to be a full reverse sweep. Devils are out, and Volder Esports, by some miracle, come back from the verge of defeat to win 3-2.
Man, that was kind of insane.
I don't think kind of does enough justice.
Look at that military count. Yeah, that kind of tells the story there, doesn't it?
Especially the way they've done it, right? Like when you consider the state of game 3, for most of that game, like that was over, right? You're like, oh, okay, 3-0, quick day, here we go. All of a sudden, like, nah, boys, buckle yourself in. The broadcast is gonna chugga choo-choo for quite a while yet. Only the first series of the day and already delivering like to the extreme of what a reverse sweep can really be.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely a complete reverse sweep. Jigglypuff going out after 2 games won in a row, only to come back to find his team suffer a 3-2 defeat there at the end. Definitely not a feels good moment.
Now careful.
For them, but Volder Esports are able to push through after like 2 games behind. Mahodo comes in, saves the day to go with Dragovan.
So not Jiggly Turd then after all. He needs something valuable that maybe looks like a Jiggly Truffle should be his name from now on. Oh, the lab wasn't there. So commiserations to Team Devils. They are done. A pretty clean execution in game number 3 out of Volder Esports here. You know, it looked bad at first. This opening part in particular, Crackety, when they tried to defend this dog, I thought that was it. I thought Gotkowski and BLB were going to take control from there.
Yeah, I think in the end, the age up from BLB against just this many Camel Archers, you can kind of tell when you go this many Camel Archers without a second TC, you're thoroughly locked into feudal age. And in that situation, you just need to spam long like archers like there's no tomorrow. If you get to like 50, 60 archers, you're able to also do great damage against the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix don't have that much HP compared to like a normal knight. So having 50 less health, 50-ish less health than a normal knight, it takes significantly less hits in order to one-shot one of these Kha'Zix.
Yep. I mean, you know, as a result of that, it just became a bit of a ripple effect from that point on. I mean, credit to Gotkowski for trying to find this little bit of chip raid wherever he could, but good reactions overall out of Mahodo and Dragovan. And once they started to get that Camel Archer count up, I think that was the most key detail, right? So much focus was on Mahodo. I don't think enough was on Dragovan, right? He had that fishing. He had the safe food at home. It's what allowed him to bloat this Camel count so aggressively on a 1 TC build to the point that not even Ghazi felt like they had any right contesting anymore.
And the Camel Archers just also doing relatively well against the Archers at this point in time. Archers being sent across, but the Ghazi Raiders already dead at this point in time. If only those two outposts got up there for Gorkowski, it would have been in a great, well, not in a great, but in a much better position. Instead of losing most of his villagers there. Yeah, it's just a rough one in the end. You had the outposts up, but it's just so many Camel Archers with the Kashyyyks combined, and then you just can't protect it.
From there on out, it was just all too easy for Volta to close it out with a win. It means that they will be proceeding through from their Group B. But keep in mind, folks, we don't know exactly who they're going to be up against. We can only guarantee it will not be a rematch of their group. So they won't have to go up against Team Canada. It'll be either Elephant, Free Deader, or Chimps they face in the playoffs. But folks, what we're going to do now, we're going to hop into a very, very short break, probably just about a minute or two while we get the team ready, because next up, we've got Dumu and Kiljadi going up against Miyamaika and... Wait, sorry, is it Miyamaika? It's not Miyamaika, is it? Pro Quitters is... Yeah, I'm right. Miyamaika and Kyo. It's going to be the Vietnamese lads versus the Europeans. Coming up in just a minute.
Okay, I was about to say, having to save the reinforcements, doesn't want to take the engagements into the Camel Lancers. Don't see a ton of spears here for Scarlet Devil yet.
No, they're just dancing back and forth, trying to keep as many archers alive as possible. Decent mango hit, though, on the jab throwers.
And that's what they were waiting on. Didn't want to take the full head-on engagements until the mangonels got there. Now that they did, you can see Louis basically just moved into the frontline mass, allowing the archers to do everything they want to. Javelin throwers are not firing on the archers. They're firing on the knights while they have that high base damage. And Louis MT circling around both of those knight masses can join together and decide to take the fight after Scarlet Devil has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too...
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in now to try to pick off those knights, try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of Bow Chads, we'll probably see some Bow Chads soon. Chooks, though, just moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, Nest of Bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's gonna do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the Nest of Bees a little bit. And now the Nest of Bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those Nest of Bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 Nest of Bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC. Mangudai circling around, getting their shots in. Knights just trying to stay on the archers.
But he is forced to take this so he can get enough gold to do things. And I don't think he's going to kill any units here.
No, you can see that amazing micro from Louis. He's pulling away those injured ones. We saw a horseman get out of there early, take a gulp, get back into the fray. This Myriad not going to be able to create anything. There's going to be a final stand here. They have to engage. Looks like, but it's not really going to go well for the Magyar Marauders.
Through the Lancers onto the backside, onto the Archers. Archer mass now has cataphracts in the middle. It makes it so hard to micro, makes it so hard to actually get good damage out. And you can see how the numbers get affected by it. It is an absolute decimation wipe. Magyar Marauders have gotten cleaned up.
4 is here for some defense, establishing that Kurultai. Like we've seen all game, those Ayubid villagers.
Next up, the battle between the East and the West, or should I say the East and the North. That's right. We have got the royal duo from up north, Kiljadi and Dumu, and their adopted son Voldemort, going up against pro quitter here, Miyamaika, Kyo, and the reserve player of Opa, who, crackly, you might remember Opa recently from like free-for-all tournaments and team tournaments. A player that in the 1v1 sphere wasn't really that well known, right?
There are a lot, and I want to say like a lot of players from the Asian, from the Asian side that are really good, and pretty much completely unknown in the tournament space.
Agreed. Like, it's ridiculous how many of them just came out of the woodworks, right? There was the 4v4 tournament about a month and a bit ago where actually it was China and Vietnam that were dunking on a lot of the Western teams that people thought were going to be dominant. But you know what? 2v2, it's more of a balance between the 1v1 and that 3v3, 4v4 dynamic. So I think it's about time to hop in to see who is going to be dominant here. Is it going to be the royal couple of the North and their adopted son, or is it going to be the pro quitters from Vietnam? We hop into game 1, Kalauga, to see who is going to be stronger.
All right, let's jump right on in. Starting off, we've got Kiljadi playing as the HRE. Doc already coming in on the side from both Kiljadi and from Demu. On the other side, I think only Kaio has opted to go for the Doc play.
Yeah, Miyamika, I mean, you're playing as Jean, right? You want to get a very fluid feudal age timing here. Feels a little bit weird, though, because if the focus is around water, you can farm that to a certain degree, but it's also very easy to snipe you with things like Spring or Chip. So there is always a risk that your opponents do play aggro. Considering Demu is on the Japanese, most likely what we're going to be seeing here is just a rush for the age up. And Kiljadi, I mean, he'll know this very well. He's one of the first players to really discover it in this matchup. Is in a 1v1, HRE versus Jean. HRE can actually clap the crap out of her cheeks. Wonder if he's going to try and present that same level of aggression here.
That's the question here, yeah. I mean, HRE in general, they're really great at being able to go for like fast age ups or even feudal age. They're all around just a very good civilization. What they don't like is early 2TC booming, but they've got their own kind of way of boom with the fast caster into relic grabs.
Oh, yes. And I mean, the fishing's definitely going to help a lot along the way here. I wonder if we're going to see anyone trying to stake a claim in the center of the map. Sometimes we do see that dock drop aggressively. If anyone's likely to do it, it might be, I'd say, Miyamika on a delayed fishing. I mean, it is even more intriguing when you consider that Jean and French got that buff where they're basically getting their docks for 100 wood now, right? Because it's doubling as a house. Meanwhile, his teammate, who actually went for fishing, is playing a bit of a weird sieve, I find, for shoreline fishing. Roos, not really renowned for doing that. Usually you only want to do it for the deep water.
Yeah, I mean, especially ever since the bounty rework for Roos as well, playing water with Roos has just become, I want to say, weird. It's weird. You don't just kill deer and have enough gold to age up. Now you actually have to put it on a mining camp and get the gold.
Yeah, I think Roos, the value here at least is that you will be able to just move up and down river and just not have to drop off. So like maybe that makes it warranted with how far away the fishing can be. But it does feel like you're doing this against a civ that wants to go fast castle, right? And it is notably going to delay your own aggro timings. So like, what is the real intent here for Kyo? Is it to try and maybe be greedy himself, go for castle? Because I don't really feel like the outcome there is that much better when you're up against Japanese fast castle, right? Like, you know, if you can force Horse Archer versus Onimusha, great. But if it turns into Mounted Samurai Surge before the Horse Archers are online, both of you are just going to get the crap kicked out of you. Because, as we know, French does not have a good time against Japanese.
Yeah, it looks so like he has the macro kind of figured out. He's only went for a single fishing ship. And he has now also made a hunting cabin. His macro looks good for a soon age up.
Mio, meanwhile, you went for the 2 villages, right? Jean +1 to do the School of Cavalry, and Cook Township on the other side. So I actually quite like this. If you have Kiljadi play the feudal age and you just add in a few ninja, very, very powerful, even against the knights, right? Because you frontline with the spears, and then they engage. Let's say they see like 3 spears, like, great, I can take that fight. Once Shinobi in there, hit for 25 damage, rapidly will eviscerate the knight count.
Yeah, economy overall looking good for Demo and Kiljadi. Micah, School of Cavalry, Golden Gate coming in, Archon Chapel on the backside for Kiljadi. It's a little bit of an unfortunate spawn. Him having the gold in front means that you can't like get everything perfectly in range, especially on this map where like your main wood lines are actually a little bit far away. You do have a couple of additional straggler trees, but your main wood lines, they're not close in your to your TC.
No, even the golds quite often feel a little bit far from the TCs, right? Like, you can see this most clearly on the south side. If you look at Kyo's, it kind of feels like it's maybe half a tile or so extra out than, say, like a Dry Arabia-esque map. And also, quite often, I think it's almost guaranteed the primary gold will spawn forward of your TC on Kalauga. I have very, ever rarely seen it spawn behind.
Yeah, I mean, there is still like an additional gold in the back, and if this was the Canadians, you could bet that they would try to min-max it and go with the Archon in the back on the gold.
Let me just move out a little bit. It'll be absolutely fine. What's it? Charlotte? No problem. No way she'd come all the way back there.
I'll get early wheelbarrow. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Like, sure, I'll be running away a lot, but the 40% efficiency, man.
I'm HRE. I'm broken. It's okay.
Yeah. Like, I mean, come on. Sure, I have to run half the time, but you know, then I'm like breaking even compared to a normal Civ. OP. Or I just build 15 outposts.
That works too. 100%. Archership coming in for Kaio, so water on the side from Demu. He's going to get contested. Scout actually going down to the Shinobi there.
Yeah, surprised he came back. Just that little bit of poke damage. So now all of a sudden, Jean and the Knight playing fairly blind up in the face of Demu. Demu will shuffle off of the berries quite early here. Did he go for Tawara? I don't think he did. I'd be surprised with the fishing. Would have been quite wasteful. So we'll start to get pressured here a little. Could think about going for an Archership.
He does have 6 villagers on wood, so maybe at least one Archership comes in, but now the Archership from his opponent also coming in.
I think he goes Springwood, right? Like, Springwoods are pretty good here. Also, really easy to just shut damage into Knights.
Yeah, Springwood ship, though, costs a lot more wood, and yeah, Demu not able to afford that. He's just going to go for the Archership.
Well, looks like some of these fishing boats are going to get sniped down. Now, luckily, the amount of XP you give over is based on actually the price you paid. So because Japan pays less for their fishing boats, the fishing boats are worth less XP. I'll ship now out, though. I've got the reaction for Shinobi. You can just jump in and actually almost insta-snipe Jean. I've seen this matchup before. It's even more brutal than you think with Matt Shinobi. Instead, he goes after the Archership. Body blocks off the mark there, though. And now without a Shin, you have to just run away. Bit of a miss micro there.
Don't have to be careful. Don't want to lose them in range of Sean.
Should be damaged enough now that he can push this way. Still be back to the gathering, back to the age-up focus. And now the Shinobi, he did lose one of them, but the others are going to heal up over time. Just needs to be careful about where he engages. Really cool thing you can do here is if you find like one Straggler Knight, you can bait him into charging, block with a scout, and then you just jump in with all the Shinobi. It's just so quick so ridiculous how quick they die.
Using the Golden Gate suddenly gets a big influx of gold in. Should be able to soon click up to next age. There we go, 450 gold per minute. That's good for a building.
Be greedy, run south, build it on the berries. Yes, he's doing it.
There we go.
That's such a good high trade house. Get your numbers in, folks. I mean, it's everything you want.
80.
180, you reckon? I reckon, yeah, because he's been fishing as well. Probably about like 176.
Sean, now though, there is a good amount of spearmen in.
Need to be so careful of 8-tree spears, especially. The chase down is just brutal here. It looks like Demu is finally ready for his own age up. Floating Gate is going to be on the way. We should be just seeing standard Mount Samurai play. Kyo should already have the archer rangers prepped for massing horse archers here.
Yeah, Horse Archer is such a great unit in general. You're able to really mass a lot. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you okay there, buddy? Oh, yes, of course, the standard 8-minute Sean tower rush with the normal villagers. Wait a second.
That's not a villager. Oh,
those are villagers, though. Good job.
Couple of villagers going down. 5 total going down there.
But Demu will have his revenge. The Bull Boys that wear full black cloth have traded it in for yellow tinted cloth.
Oh.
And they reveal.
He's going to react, though. Gets only 1 villager.
I just like to imagine that these guys actually, when they turn the robes inside out, they're actually just yellow and white. They're very quick at changing clothes.
You just get one of these like glasses with a fake mustache and nose attached to it, and it's like, what do you mean? Yeah. I've always been your neighbor.
Yeah, it's just got like a giant cape that he flips over. Like, wow, the full transformation. Works quicker than Instagram filters.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Did we get the number on the high trade house, by the way? People feeling scammed right now.
don't think it's fully manifested yet.
167. Oh,
Maybe it can tick one more time.
it definitely can.
I mean, bounty's going to stack up as well, right?
I think High Trade House's final tier could probably be dialed down a little. Because like it used to make sense, right?
I like what they did with it, as in now it gives you like a more like reasonable, like it's not as much of a linear curve anymore.
Yes.
As it used
And it
to be.
also doesn't make the early game stupid, makes map design better. But like fundamentally, you can tell that High Trade House wasn't retuned after the bounty change, right? Like the numbers are the old ones essentially, where yeah, someone should not be getting 500 bounty in most games.
Yeah. I mean, now they're getting 750 bounty. It's a lot of just passive gold income that you get from it as well.
And I think that's the problem, is like that number needs to come down a little bit to kind of recalibrate for it, because even in a game where High Trade House looks like it should be trash, you still generate like 1.5 relics worth of passive gold.
Which I think is fair, right? Like it used to be like so bad on certain maps where you don't have good wood lines. Now it's like decent.
Agreed.
Always.
It's just that final tier that gets a little bit ridiculous. When you're at like 3+ relics worth of passively generated gold, you're like, oh lordy, what happened here?
Is how should the other landmark, the Abbey, get attuned then in order to be more competitive? Right now the bonus is like 50% reduced cost. Should it be like 75%, only 50 gold for Warrior Monk?
Well,
So
I'm
you
talking
can
about
just
tuning
slot Warrior
down
Monks?
High Trade House, right? Which would make the Abbey Trinity a
Really?
little bit more desirable. Yeah, for the final tier. Like the first two tiers are fine, I think, but the final tier is a little bit too good.
Have archers. Very tough to catch up with them.
Nice choice to snipe the Bannerman. Remember, that's going to mitigate some of the damage coming your way as you keep shuffling back here.
The trickle as well with the Cav archers means that you can formation shuffle to every new Cav archer that comes in and get a movement speed boost.
Which is...
Ooh, this could be a big pickup.
Hold on, yeah, this is going to be vile. Miyamika is going to see it a little bit too late. Yeah, but it's wait, Killjardy, I don't think he quite started that. He could have gotten a little bit deeper there, so only picks a few villages. Could have been 5 or 6.
It was a great reaction though from Miyamika. At the same time, looking somewhere else, like very good reaction there.
Especially when he's got to keep on guard on this fight here, right? He's got to be ready to buffer against these mounted samurai. It's going to be shuffle around. Miyamika getting blocked off the food there as well. Counter raid count coming in.
Issues here soon.
Well, such as taking the shots down so quickly. I mean, this is so nice as well for your Jean.
Demo ship!
Demo!
Vodka, please!
He got them! He actually got them! He hit them!
Oh no! Oh no, the demo ship!
Thinking you might miss it. So many raids going on. Warlord coming in
as well.
That is going to slow things down. However, they will look to redive, and the villagers are nowhere to be found. They're just getting erased.
24, 23, 22. The villager count of Demu is just free falling. The Seek Shelter hotkey betrays him.
They seek shelter 6 feet under in this game. Look at that. Oh my god.
Yeah, Mike at the same time though. He's on 25 villagers.
Everyone's shrinking except Killjardy. He's loving life right now. Q as well. Oh my god, and now Killjardy can try to ripple into Kyo's economy. It's still a lot of archers against horse archers, which you're going to be loving here, right?
Side.
Willing to take that trade.
And archers on the other.
Jean is like, what am I even doing here? What is my role? Death is your role, Spearman. Pitch another night. And, I mean, Miyamika might think that's a good idea, but the way he just shuffled pushes the spears towards the horse archers, which will force Kyo to kite even more. Mount Samurai are on their way. Dimu better enjoy having 10. He's probably not going to have more than 10 for quite a long time after being shrunk down like this.
Ooh, Regnar's Cathedral going up. That's a little bit greedy here from Killjardy as his military force about to get butchered then.
Sean does get sniped. Miyamika, he misread this. He 100% misread that.
They got destroyed. I can't believe just how much they got destroyed there.
Well, the thing is, the charge in, it hit the deflective armor, right? So those guys didn't get buffed. Then Killjardy followed up the spearman, backstabbed it, guaranteed they couldn't retract away from it. And now, that is it. GG gets called. Game 1 will go to Dimu and Killjardy. Who needs villagers when you've got some HRE aggro back in your play?
What a crazy game. Demu on only 25 villagers, 22 after the raid. But Killjardy getting the return value in on Miyamika's space and carrying that game in the end. If it wasn't for that return rate, I think RCN would have been dead.
I think that demo ship as well, that killed like, what, about 8 or 9 horse archers?
And reaching the others.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With horse archer massing, it's all about critical mass quick enough against mounted samurai. If you're not big enough, fast enough, then you just can't clear them. And that really did make a drastic difference. So, yeah, Dumu got the crap kicked out of him. Yeah, Kiljadi carried, but there was that classic grab them by the heel as you fall down moment from Dumu. It's like, if I'm dying, you're coming with me. And it gave them a momentum. And you can see it in the chart there. Kiljadi just blobbing and dominant with the HRE. It gets them an early, swift win in a game that looked insanely scrappy.
It really, really did. Military count, you can tell, like, there's one big, like, notch down there for Kaio when that demo ship hit.
Like, whoops, where did that come from? Oh, blimey. So, early lead for the boys, and yeah, it really was all about this dock time and time again. I mean, it looked like the bane of their existence, right? I think, you know, I mentioned Doom, it almost looked like a bit of a miss micro. I say miss micro, it's very difficult what he's trying to do with Force Shinobi body blocking a ship. He was doing a good job for the most, but there, you see there, he ends up just blinking all on one spot. That's the awkward issue with Shinshin. And Shinshin, usually the Shinobi just end up stacking almost no clipping on each other when you really wish they'd line formation where they're arriving.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the body block not coming in there, it doesn't quite block the fishing ship archer ship there from the escape there. Great raid from Miyamika once again in the instant replay here.
Yeah, and I think he maybe would have got the berries if he had that scout. Remember, the scout got taken out early, right, by the Shinobi, so he was a little bit blind when he was playing around that area originally. Just shows you the difference that can make. But yeah, the quick reactions of Mio every time, just paranoid about his gold, right? Like this jump in here, the Shinobi should have realistically got more, but you know, I think maybe Dumu could have tried to Shinshin there, would have got him an extra villager kill or two, but he was quite distracted. And you know, we saw what was happening over here, right? Like the horse archer mass, I talked about how it has to reach its critical number or it gets a little bit underwhelming, and you kind of felt that in this moment, right? Like, you know, you're trading 1-for-1, which is actually very good for Kyo, but as the fight goes on, your ability whittles down, because melee, you only need about 5 of them to still be efficient. Horse archers, as you lose 3 or 4, 5, 6, all of a sudden your kill time is like 3 volleys instead of 2.
Yeah, once again, very quick reaction there from Miyamika without vision as well, just instantly pulling those villagers away. Very well played.
He done a bloody good job in this game, and then yeah, here it was. Ready, set. Wait, villagers dying, everything dying, right? We come back, and it's basically a magic trick at that stage. The horse archer count has been halved, and the rest are at death's door. But I mean, it just shows you how chaotic this game was. That even from a spectating perspective, right? There was just too much going on.
Yeah, and here the seek shelter
every time. This just always happens. I mean, you know, if he'd actually had Seek Shelter working towards the TC earlier, he still would have died there, right? Like, the only thing he could have done is micro the villagers north and further away.
Oh, man. Next up, it's gonna be Archipelago. Okay. And it's HRE and OTD.
Yeah, but come on, like they picked Juji. We could have had it perfect. Juji Chinese versus OOT HRE. That would have been kind of a wacky one here. But I mean, English Chinese pretty spooky, right? You've got the Chinese dominance on economy. You've got the English with that early drop of a king, which is really impactful on the OOTD island because they don't want to have to build spears. And then you also have the Abbey of Kings, which is great as a support tool on water maps where you have multiple players, right? I'm trying to remember, like, on this particular one, you spawn in the Central Islands. That's interesting because it means it's more easy for your ally to come and get healed than if you spawned in the corners.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this map as well, like, there is a very nice thing that you can do if both players go for, like, the middle island and get control over them. Then you get control over 3 islands because you always have 1 island in the back as well. That is going to be very important for HRE and OTD because there's 2 relics for each one of these. Yeah,
because you spawn in the middle ones, right? This is the really weird thing, is like we've been playing this in the 1v1, and the 1v1 you spawn in the corner. The 2v2s you spawn in the central. I'm not sure what the 3v3s are. I haven't even tested that spawn. I'm going to guess it's like corners and then one of the central islands. And then 4v...
bigger.
Yeah. But like, I like that kind of format though, because like, it's kind of cool to think that map can fundamentally change so much. It's kind of what I want more from team maps, is that the identity either is reliable throughout or it ridiculously changes. But let's find out. Let's get ready. It's time to hop into Archipelago. RCN versus ProQuitter. Giljani and Dumu have taken another lead. Can they extend it swiftly in this second series of the day?
Let's jump right into our game number 2. Archipelago. Demu and Giljani, China and English versus Kaio and Miyamaika, HRE and OOTD.
Interesting differences from the 1v1, right? Just 2 sacred sites instead of 3. You don't start in the corners. And as we mentioned in the pregame, right, like Giljani's going to have a lot of value out of the Abbey of Kings for multiple reasons. It means that you can actually more easily heal your ally because it's closer by. But it also means that you can shuffle between your 2 opponents' islands quicker than if they spawned in the outright corners.
Yeah, not just that, but as you mentioned, also the king drop on an opponent's island. Or just in general, like having the king already there on one of these like outer corner islands, able to possibly deny any move out from your opponent.
I think the king is just so much better on this map in 2v2s than 1v1s, because in a 1v1, right, like kind of corner camped, so it's very hard to shuffle to the other side. Whereas here, you can almost Benny Hills it, just island hopping, north-south, north-south. And also, the other thing is like the tree line, because you're in a central island, your opponent can easily just shuffle from the north to south side of that tree line regularly to harass you. So I think there is a lot of potency to this king play. The big target is going to be Miyamaika, because as we know, Order of the Dragon hate having to build on the spears, because compared to like HRE, it's going to cost them a lot more to make that transition.
It does. OTD is an interesting one on water. They do have, like, ever since the villagers got buffed again, where now it doesn't take as long to produce them anymore as it used to, I think they're actually very decent on water maps as well.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird one, right? Because like mathematically, they should have been fine compared to other civs, but then you have to consider things like their walk distance. Now, I almost want to say they should be faster than other civs villages, but that's a dangerous slippery slope, makes them hard to raid. And also, you're talking about the fact that, you know, they already are able to play pocket economies better than most civs. If you give them that extra movement speed, it's going to be out of control.
Yeah.
Peaceful beginnings, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal hybrid maps, right? Or rather, in this situation, full water.
I love that from Dimmu, though. He knows he's going to have to build more docks here, so he just leaves 3 villagers to just drop off the sheep. Doesn't want to have to build a mill early on anyway, right? So,
yeah. And while you can't improvise it, you can still get the taxes out of the building.
Exactly. I mean, there is a way you can supervise.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it involves a lot of micro, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's technically illegal. We've had this in 1v1 tournaments. No, it's very good. I think it's maybe a bit too good, but it's very good for shoreline fish because you can kind of internal clock it, but on deep water fish, you gather too quickly. For those wondering what we're talking about, it's actually possible to supervise a mill and then manually drop off fishing boats at the mill.
Yeah, fishing ships always want to drop off at a dock. But if you manually let them drop off at the mill, they're able to, and then you get the bonus resource from the supervision.
That's where some civs like Japan can benefit a lot, because obviously, like, you know, for them, the idea of building mills around their island isn't bad because, well, they need houses, right? So you're not really missing out and have to spend 50 wood, 50 wood, 50 wood. French is another one that can be intriguing with it, although it's less desirable now with the change so that the docks provide housing anyway. But yeah, like the weird part, I do think is a little bit weird that China does get the extra food on drop-off. That part feels like a little bit of an oversight in the system.
I mean, in order to get rid of that, you would, in theory, have to completely, like, disable.
On a coding level, yeah. You have to do, like, a lot of different things. It's especially, I think it's especially wild with China, because, like, it's usually not as much because of the way they have to build taxmen, but Imperial Academy, I think, is what makes it so viable. But we should be seeing that Imperial Academy shortly from Demi. I think he's been blowing quite a few fishing boats. I think he even has a second dock coming in on the east side.
Possibly be. I mean, the age up right now from Miyamaika is getting rushed up at an incredible speed. How many villagers does he have on that?
Whoa.
Yeah, he really wants that age up.
I think that's way too many, though.
Is it CC idle? I think it's CC's idle. He doesn't have food gathering.
Okay, that's crazy. That's a huge gap for him there.
Yeah, it was idle.
Insane. So I must have to manually drop off. Now builds additional docks, which also makes this even weirder. Like when you make that type of tech up, you do it because you're trying for a boat timing. he doesn't have a boat queued up. He's building a second dock.
Girl Academy coming in now. Abbey of Kings also on the way.
Yeah,
And there's already an archer ship on the way from Miyamaika.
But if you now target the English player and he just pulls his fishing boats into the Abbey of Kings aura, it's redundant, right? Like, you can try to go for Dimmu. The tough part is now going to be, like, with the Imperial Academy, he's going to have a lot of extra taxation to afford things like Springle chips and Demos Moisley. I don't know if this was worth it for Mio. Like, he lost a lot with that build-up speed.
It's kind of, I'm kind of unsure. I'm a little bit on the fence, especially like with the civilization like OTD already built faster, so diminishing returns just strikes you all the more.
That was my worry. Is like it's the same reason why China, you know, you kind of your eyes pop out of your skull if you see them building up with more like what 6, maybe 8 max.
Already a lot of ships in production right now for Kaya Miyamaika. Like at the beginning here, the Archon Chapel just really powers up your economy by a lot. You do chew through these wood lines rather quickly, but for these first like 4 minutes in feudal age, you're going to be able to just produce a lot of ships, and we can already see that manifesting. Kiljadi though, going in with the king as we mentioned earlier.
So, I actually theory crafted that in team games on water, it can be worth leveraging a potential edge your Civ has and only building one particular ship, right? So like, where that could be really cool is if Dimmu's the one who floats Springalds, Kiljadi could focus on archer ships. Archer ships being cheaper and bloating quicker would allow him to go to Admiralty more efficiently. And then Dimmu can also afford the demos because the quantities of gold you get. So I wonder if they're going to try something like that, because Kiljadi is a very big fan of fast Admiralty timings on English.
Issue always is with that then you're gonna need to have really great team coordination there.
Yes, that is the trade-off. Like in theory, you know, maybe it's something we get to in 4 or 5 years, right? When we like min-max team games, but I think it will eventually become a thing, just because civs have certain bonuses, right? Like it's no different than what we do on land when someone builds only knights and someone builds only longbows, right?
Right now on the island, not really finding any targets, but did force Kaio to pull back his naval army.
Yeah, and now he can just shuffle off onto the other island, right? Like the transport ship is still going around the back there. It is empty right now. I almost feel like he forgot to take
also pulling back.
What?
They're both pulling back. Did they just?
They're looking for the transpo. I think they're looking for the transpo. They think because he's on the edge of TC range, they might not even see the king. He just came into range though. I mean, if you pinch it, you can, right? Like that's the thought process. But yeah, the king's still here, so. I do find it weird that he chose the island of the H3 player, because this is a more cost-efficient blocker now. The spearmen are quicker, they're cheaper, right? Actually, going after Miyamaika's island is a better target for a king.
Oh, spearmen did come in.
And the king is not getting a kill.
Not going down. Yeah,
that is about as not worth as I could imagine.
Kiljadi has a lot of villagers in gold. Is Admiralty already coming in for him?
I think so. Like I told you, he loves this. He's obsessed with the timing.
Admiralty
hasn't queued up
not quite in yet.
But he's holding resources. Yeah, like this is 100% Admiralty rush. So now Dimmu has to essentially poke, distract them long enough for this to pay off.
Yeah. It's really weird that Kaio and Miyamaika like both went back with their ships to their base. They kind of lost the timing on their early age-ups, and now they're not really getting anything out of that.
Yeah, like I think they just generally thought the transport ship was moving across the other island with a king on board, and they freaked out a little bit. Like you would have got early warnings anyway with the fishing boats. I think they just really didn't want there to be a ground break onto Miyamaika's island, understandably. But now all of a sudden that king that should have been 0 value actually got some value.
And the army count.
That is an early transfer play.
It is.
We've got Kyokan Castle. Yeah, this is Castle into Regnitz on the islands.
It is.
Which is
there's
greedy.
also war on every island. Not that you really need it with water, but
I think
there's a lot of resources.
Greedy though, right? Because like Kiljadi now going Admiralty doesn't really get punished because of your choice.
I guess they would have to play a little bit around like the islands, like with Springled.
True.
Like Springled outposts with relics inside on the shoreline are very tough to take down.
I think that, like, I actually think the underrated play here that you do is you just build them and drop them in docks, right? Like, it's actually a very smart play.
Yeah.
And then you just go to each corner with one dock. Like, especially with mass springles with attack speed. Like, if you get a 20% attack speed buff on mass springles with sprung crews, which also gives you the increase, you're going to be Gatling gunning down the opponents, right?
Looks like the range upgrade Admiralty has come in at this point now for Kiljadi.
Yeah, he's pressing
taking
on the
some great
south.
fights there against Kaio.
I mean, Kaio doesn't want this because he needs the tech up, right? You can see he's just frugal about investing. And now that you've seen Admiralty, it makes you even more reluctant. He could go for a demo play out of this dock, but instead he's holding in the stealth waters, comes out. Oh, right past the galleys though.
Kiljadi gets the connection though.
Big one right there. So nothing of value for Keo. Instead, he just takes a bruising.
He is dangerously diving the docks there.
You say dangerously, right? But he's still got the galleys behind. Yeah, look at that. Miyamaga tries to assist the backstab, but the archer ship able to protect here. That is his last archer ship, so Kiljadi will show discipline here and back away, happy with a very favorable engagement.
Yeah, that much for sure. At the same time, Demu is also attacking at the front side, like inching forward, inching back. Rook has a lot of demo ships still up there. 6 demo ships actually out on the field.
Yeah, that's the power of the Imperial Academy, right? It just ramps so much additional surplus gold in that allows these 6, 10, 12, 15 demo pump plays. And Demu, that should be the Barbican play we've been seeing quite frequently, just to secure the outro islands. He could just wait and build his tech up there instead, pick up relics, but most of the time Chinese players prefer the Barbican.
Nice micro from both players, but at the same time, Kiljadi getting pinched.
I mean, but there's no demos here, right? So, like, what kind of real damage do you get out of a pinch? One demo barely connects there. So Kiljadi takes a little bit of damage, but for what that should have been, I'd say he got away quite well.
He did.
It looks like Demu did not go for the Barbican. So this is just going to be a ramp up into Castle, probably an Imperial Palace on the Outro Island, right? So we'll be able to see any attempt to move there from Miyamaika.
Yeah, age up now been reached. Miyamaika has a lot of ships out at the moment, but isn't looking to go up anytime soon.
It's so many springles, and this is kind of dangerous now that Demu is going to transition into Castle, because he could just pump demos and wipe that, right? Like, that's the thing that I'm always worried about when people bloat too many springles, especially if you rush the age up and get your hands on the explosion range.
That Imperial Palace on water is going to be absolutely vile. Being able to see all the hidden economies, even on these small islands, means a lot here as well.
Tells you where the fishing's at as well, right? For some pristine hits with just a small raid force. The dream. Exchange coming in again. Kiljadi. He's got 4 more demos to play with. And oh no, Keo, that missed micro.
Archer ship's been completely sacrificed. Now demos remaining though.
Miyamaika's coming. Maybe he can give an assist here. Because Keo is definitely going to need it. He goes through the Delta split. Not sure if it's going to be good enough though, the demos. Still find the connection.
So many ships going down.
Much ship reaction coming in here. But Miyamaika, he didn't bring the entire fleet. He thought it was going to be enough. Now it feels like more of an even fight. However, Kiljadi is overstaying his welcome.
And Demu is only just now moving into that direction.
Well, he had to hold back because Miyamaika, I think, kept half the fleet in reserve up there, right? Yeah, so that was the paranoia. But Kiljadi, I mean, he could have just kept shuffling south while moving away there. Instead, took unnecessary losses. They're moving in now with those demos.
Good shots there onto the demo ships. A lot of them going down.
Look at this suffocation. Kiljadi has crept inland with the outposts.
Outpost barely doesn't go up.
Oh, I mean, a handful of spears is not going to be able to stop this. He will get the defenses up. In the meantime, Demu is drawing the full attention of Miyamaika. Demos being held in reserve by Demu. White Tower now coming up. Kiljadi, he stakes a claim on the southern island. And the demos will ripple through, so some damage to be done there.
The range upgrade as well, just getting that increased AoE effect in.
Plus the armored hulls as well, right? Like this should be in by now, I'd imagine, for Demu. It feels like it with how slowly they're dying.
Yeah, you can see those little shields there on the ships.
So gotta be happy with that. Able to shuffle away for the time being as the demo play comes in from Miyamaika. Nice pivot with the springles to try and minimize the damage out need for archer ships here. But the south side is what worries me more. Kiljadi's winning the water there, and Keo is now close to losing full control. The White Tower is going up.
I mean, he did get 2 relics, but doesn't feel like it's quite enough here now.
No, and those relics aren't going to last long, right? Because I think he garrisoned them in the Regnitz, so you just build a trebuchet here and begin the siege.
Behind as well, Demu and Kiljadi, they've got a 30 eco lead.
Yep. And I mean, some of that's deceptive, right? Because you are up against Order of the Dragon, they build villages slower, but no, a part of this is also due to losses. We've seen villages die on the land, we've seen fishing boats being taken out as well, and Demu, that one demo, he didn't quite detonate it in time there. It would have been the easiest wipe. Instead, he loses through the sprinkled chips. Miyamika, however, he's slowly losing this.
The range of the demos with the upgrade is wild here. In these static fights, Miyamika losing all of his military, now 100 to 50. And more demo ships coming in.
I don't see a way out for them here. I mean, Miyamika is nowhere near an age up. Demu is scaling more and more as the minutes go on. Kiljadi is dealing with the Kyo factor in the south side. I mean, he's fully pulled back, right? Because he's just gone to heal on the Abbey of Kings. Meanwhile, Kyo, what does he have to pressure here? Nothing. It's a white tower. You need to get land forces.
That one white tower, I mean, it's enough, right?
GG.
He gets so much production and GG gets called.
2-0 already. Is it going to be a day of reverse sweeps, or is this one going to be clean? Because Demu and Kiljadi so far have looked absolutely on point in this series.
Very, very clean gameplay here. I gotta say, like, Kiljadi, I feel like last weekend, he's been looking a little bit more shaky. This weekend, he's been looking very strong.
Yeah, like the with some questionable moments, I think, last week, and I think most notably, you know, we'll recall the Scandinavia game. I think that's the one that really stood out to me there. It was something simple that he knew he shouldn't have missed, and he should have understood the outcome was brewing there. But like, you know, he switched it on. They're back on form. They're synced up nicely, and you know, this is the boys we expected to see, right? I think the expectations have been quite high for these to be the guys to make it out of the group stage, just behind the chimps. I mean, the reality is that ProQuitter are very talented, as were Meow Police. But you know, the thing with ProQuitter here is there is an element of 2v2 being more comparable to 1v1 than 3v3s, right? Like 3v3s is more pure team games, very different dynamic, different meta. What these guys done here is they basically turned it into a 1v1 and a 1v1, which is actually how a lot of the top level pros have been approaching this tournament. Is when they look at the maps, they're like, okay, just win my 1v1 and then win game, right? And so far, they've been on point doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. Like, if the team players kind of let that happen, right? It's kind of difficult to stop, though, because like you start off with these like one versus one situations, and that's where like the pro 1v1 players really shine in, where they get a lot of like very good early trades against each other, and that kind of scales. At one point, they're just going to combine their forces and push into someone.
Yeah, I mean, Kiljadi, I warned about it. This Admiralty play, he loves it so much. If you don't read the exact timing and press him at that moment, everything falls apart for you. And you know, that king, he may have looked worthless, but we mentioned it. Like you were talking about, Kyo and Miyamika overreacted, pulling the ships back. That gave the opening. I think if they hadn't pulled back like that, we'd be looking at quite a drastically different game at this stage.
So many ships dying there to the demo ships, and then once again, the outpost there getting denied. Spearman also going down. Outpost maybe was a little bit too far forward. If you just had that a little bit further in the back with a sprinkled emplacement in there and the relic inside or in a dock, then I think that white tower just wouldn't have happened at all. At least not the way it did there.
No, and you know, it does make me wonder if Kyo had actually just built 2 docks, garrisoned him side. Could it have been enough? Like, could that have given him what he needed to fight Kiljadi back? Because, you know, 5% attack speed per relic doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up quite quickly when you're inflating your military count fast. And, you know, it would have been 10% straight away. He could have even stuck a village to the north side, looked for a quick play to drop more relics, right? I think that's maybe what was missing from Kyo, is just trying to actually, weirdly enough, be a bit more greedy, just efficiently greedy, to give you maybe a way back in. But outside that, I think it just comes down to a little bit of miss micro, right? We remember that fight very early on where Kyo left his archer ships behind. That's when Kiljadi got full momentum on the south side. That's when that game began to slip away from them. And it turns out the double German strategy is not good enough to overcome the Brit and the Finn. And oh, look at this. Vodka went back to get it. So there you go, guys. So it was, what's that? That's 15 horse archers, I believe. Boop. Was 15.
Good amount going down there. Huge demo ship attack from Demu.
Yeah, that
A
was
demo ship.
Yeah, a demo ship. I've been saying that many times. Demos from Demu. It has a ring to it with a name change. But now we're gonna see if there's gonna be a ringing noise in ProQuitter's ears. Is it time to tap them out? Is it time to call in the ref? Because they are 2-0 down. We head into Gorge, where they could be making their last stand here. And I do see the Delhi, who we've seen once on this map today, basically turn an entire game, even when they looked like they should have been completely dead.
Granted, that one was definitely in no small part due to Dragoman there with the Marlians and the economy. But yeah, just allowing like the Delhi, once they go up to Castle Age, you just unlock so many technologies for completely free. It skyrockets your civilization from a decent civilization to an insane civilization, getting every single upgrade for free.
Oh, yes. But I think we're about ready. I think it beckons us in. Remember, folks, ProQuitter, I mean, they ain't going to quit, but if they fall here, they won't have an option. There's no comeback from this. It's do or die. Final day of the group stage, and possibly the final game for the Vietnamese stack. We hop into Gorge to see whether they are going to thrive or die.
Potential match point now for the royal couple of the north up against ProQuitter, the Vietnamese team. Kiljadi opening us up here with the nice little double hunting camp opening. Has a second wood line in the back as the back player.
That was quite unfortunate, actually, because if you get the Ford spawn as the Roost player, then this play kind of sucks, right? Because you end up overlapping trees. So, yeah. Kind of pray to the gods, because if I remember correctly, in 2v2s, you still can't force your spawn location, right? It's 50-50.
I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe on some maps you can, but as far as I know, I don't know exactly how.
I'd have to double check it. I know before it couldn't be done. You can do it in 3v3s from my understanding, right? It's like there's a position in the lobby that gets the back spawn. But 2v2s, last time I checked, it was still a bit questionable. Other side as well, we've got Keo on the back slot, which makes sense. You want me and Micah on the forward with the English, just so you have that aura to defend with. I want to see how they want to approach this. I mean, English just look to be aggro. You know, if you look at these Civs in 1v1s, both of them are greedy as all hell, and they just do 2TC. You can't do that here, right? Like, Dimu is going to be flooding Ghazi. Kiljadi is either fast casting or adding archers behind. So there's going to be an expectation for you to play aggressively, or rather defensively, against the aggression.
Wondering overall what the early game plan here is going to be from Demu playing as a Delhi. I mean, you do always have that ability of scaling into mass scholars, and especially on a map like this where sacred sites are very, very easy to get onto, especially early on, since it's such an open map here.
Yeah.
Demu being in the forward spot also has less walking distance, so if he gets a nice timing, and he should be able to lock in at least one sacred sites when he hits that sanctity timing with 3 scholars.
Yeah, I think 2's pretty feasible here, right? Like, English should be building Lombos, and what's Keo going to do? He's going to build 2TC, right? Yeah, actually, with enough going Abbey of Kings. Wait, okay, this could be cool. Abbasa's Flood Horsemen.
That is so many villagers building that abbey. I've seen it a couple of times in order to like get a really early king timing out. I'm not a big fan of that.
No, because now if you want to do anything aggressive to follow up at least you weak, it only makes sense to back up your teammate here, right? And I mean, this is kind of cool. Melee Wing gives you archer, spears, and then your knight is kind of like a horseman. So you cover every single part of the triangle at a similar timing. Because Military Wing, actually, yeah, no, the timing is off here, right? Because it's going to take 50 seconds. Military Wing's still going to have about a minute and 25. So really, there was no need to have this many villages.
I was kind of wondering if maybe, like, as a follow-up play, we're going to see something like a fast castle follow-up from Miyamika, but instead he's going out to wood now with a lot of villagers. I
feel like I'd rather just see you build horsemen.
I think it's going to be longbows.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel. Like, someone has to build the horsemen. If you just build longbows here against Ghazi, you're dead, right? Especially potentially a few knights from Kiljadi. The smart play would be, if you're going to do longbows, Keo needs to commit to horsemen.
We just got a production building.
Oh god, he
in.
went to the
It is a
TC.
stable. It is a stable.
Yeah, but he's also going for TC. Yeah. So me and Micah's doing everything. Kyo is just going to be gathering stone.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, maybe he could supply a ram.
You know what
Not
would
that
be
it really-
wacky and really like unhinged is if Kiljadi just added in racks for spears.
As the ruse, I mean, sure. I mean,
like because the follow-up players you build rams, right? Like it's wacky because you're building spears against English, but now it buffers the horseman issue at home and in their own base. And then on top of that, with the extra wood, you can and the efficiency of building spears, you can rush into free rams and just hit the center base, right?
I think we're going off the script here.
I mean,
That's not how the game plays out.
It's Kiljadi. Are you sure about that?
Quite. The man has changed his ways. He's become a boomer at heart.
Well, I mean,
His
you say
favorite
that, he still
civilization is
won't.
China.
He hasn't really become a boomer. He still won't pick China. So we do have the stables coming in, Ghazi opening, but this is why the horseman feels really good. The logic here now is that the horseman, normally would not beat Ghazi, but kicks those boo-boos better, courtesy of his majesty riding with us, and all of a sudden, there is a new king in the north.
King's still trying to go for villager snipe. It's going to cost a little bit of idle time.
Maybe if he just throws his sword, Throw his lance?
Air wing units aren't coming anytime soon. I think the military wing units right now are... What are they doing on the deer? They lured it over, okay.
I mean,
Somewhat.
this is... this only makes sense if you're expecting Dimmu to go, oh, I need racks now, and I want to build spears. But, who would build spears against English, right?
I'm
That
wondering
sounds
how
insane.
this is going to play out now. Kiljadi obviously is probably just going to... Wait, is he? No, he's not
gathering a
going for
lot
scaffold.
of wood.
Yeah, 14 villagers on wood.
But this could be
Why?
just be the tick exchange, right?
You only need
Yeah.
4 or 5, actually 5, 6 villagers on wood are more than enough. 14. It's
Am
a
I
little
about to
bit
be right?
crazy.
Are we getting rams? I
That
mean,
would be crazy.
it would be pretty brazen against mass horsemen to build rams, right? There you go. He's starting exchange. So yeah, I think...
It's pro scouts, okay.
Okay, so it kind of makes sense against mass horsemen because Dimmu isn't going to want to come out to fight now. He's just going to defend you. And now your goal is just to get to horse archers as quickly as possible, right?
Could be. It's getting eco upgrades behind as well. It's going to be a very slow castle age timing. I'm not sure how necessary that is because, Ruse in general are able to, as soon as they get to castle age, produce from a lot of archer ranges at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really necessary to go for this many upgrades and pro scouts ahead of time.
Also,
The villager, potentially? No villager goes down.
No bueno. Ends up losing a horseman. Kind of defeats the point of this whole build, right? Is having the king. You shouldn't really ever end up losing a horseman in the first few minutes. Has at least not got any pressure on his secondary TC, which admittedly was quite greedy, right? You don't often see Abbasses trek this far out of their base.
I'm seeing additional archers coming in as well.
But why?
I mean, if eventually cav archers come in, you want to have normal archers as well. Maybe some camel archers too.
You don't think that they're expecting Dimmu to just switch spearmen at some point? Because he's not. He doesn't
I was
care.
going to say spearmen, huh?
Because you're seeing horsemen, right? And they're going to heal over time. So usually a player okay, so I kind of need more efficient trades. So it's almost like Kyo is trying to anticipate a transition here with archers, right?
Ghazi Raiders are broken. You can also heal your Ghazi Raiders, so it's not really an unfair advantage or anything like that.
Yeah. Camel Archer coming in makes a lot more sense. I'm glad for this. And there's the triple archer range drop. So Kiljadi, it's a little bit suboptimal on the build speed here, right? It's better to start the tech up a bit sooner, build the archer ranges as you complete. But it's nitpicky. It's not too much of a difference here.
Like Faulty in the chat, Kiljadi saving wood for wonder.
Whoa. Kiljadi never sees that deep into a game. Either wins in 20 minutes or he's down to 6 villages at 36 minutes. The two states of Kiljadi.
And all at the same time, 3 sacred sites.
I mean, literally the second they walked away from his base, the shuffle out begins. And this is obnoxious because now you're like, okay, I can stop maybe 2 of these. One of them's at least going to happen. And the amount of time it didn't take you to react to decap the other one means that Worst case scenario, this is like a net even exchange for Dimmu.
Yeah, middle one definitely gonna get taken. Scout and a horseman though, just in time.
Well, the Ghazi in the center should be able to protect him, but the scholar
He
goes
gets the
down.
scholar.
King got blocked
The
though.
knight, he's getting pinched.
Okay, so funnily enough, that's actually kind of worth then, right? Yes, the king was free, but it's now 200 to replace. Meanwhile, he paid 65 a pop.
Demu has still 5 scholars. Demu still has 5 scholars remaining. You just gotta go for a retry. Yeah.
If at first you don't succeed, remortgage your house and try again.
These scholars, they come from a cheap university.
It's one of those online degrees. They don't even send you your diploma. They just send you a PDF file to print out.
Oh man.
You know, Adobe's getting so expensive. I was thinking of like enrolling at one of those online colleges just to get the discount.
Student discounts are crazy.
Right?
You live so cheap as a student.
I was like Googling it. I was like, you know, is it like, would anything happen if I pretended to be a student? And then when the Reddit
What do you mean
responses-
pretend? If you're enrolled, you're enrolled.
No. But one of the Reddit responses was, "We're all students of life."
True. Philosophical masterpiece. How is Demu losing so many scholars and still has 8 on the field?
Because because Dimmu is British, and in the Britlands, we can just get the government to pay for us to go to university. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's going to come to crippling debts later in life, but it's paid for. So, tech up complete. Kiljadi is blowing horse archers completely unharassed, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of them out right now. Struggling a little bit on food. Wonder if we're getting any... It doesn't really make sense, I feel like, to go for a monastery if you're Kiljadi, because as soon as the Agent comes in for Demu, right, like, he's just gonna try and vacuum up the relics. Looks like Demu really want to go for the Agent as well. Like, he's banking up a lot of food. He kind of probably assumed that...
The expectations. He's like, I'm gonna get one of these sacred sites, right? Like, come on. At some point. I'll just keep throwing scholars at this, you know? Do we really need people to read books in wars? Well, the horse archers are now here. This should be enough to start scaring. And the camel archers need to be very careful because the horse archer count at 16. If they show up in this fight, those camels are getting sniped. At which point Ghazi will look to fight. But wait, did he failed to cap again, right?
Yes.
But at least he ran away.
So now he's just pulling 8 villagers over to gold.
Yeah, get back in there and read your books. The horseman like, we use books as toilet paper, scram. All right, another one goes down. One of these days, the Delhi player will be able to capture and got killed there as well. At some point, you just leave the Ghazi there to stop the decap, right? Like, at some point.
I mean, to be fair, Kaio's Castle Age now, and he's gonna get composite bow archers in with veterancy. That's gonna be very, very scary. Demu is closing in on Castle Age within the next 3-5 minutes.
And Demu, you know, after losing that many scholars trying to capture a sacred site, has to be thinking, well, it can't get much worse than this. I'll just send them out to all the relics now. I mean, technically, he does have enough scholars to go for every single relic on the map.
He does. We got a sacred site. We got 2 sacred sites.
We're gonna get 3 sacred sites.
Oh my god, damn it.
And an age up.
Patience pays off. You just throw more scholars at the problem.
Yeah,
Is that how it works in coding as well? You just throw more programmers at the problem and it goes away?
Yeah, you know, like when someone tells you you can't break through a wall using your head? That's a lie, you know? Like, you just have to work through the concussion, work through, like, the blood and the bone fragments. I'm sure the clay wall will eventually give in, you know?
Must be. I watch Doctor Who. I don't know how that works.
And, you know, if it doesn't work, then you just get a harder head, you know?
Ooh, some good pickoffs there.
More to come. I mean, this reaction from Kyo. The archers are wrapping around now. It doesn't matter. The horse archers getting so much damage done here.
Whipper in. The villagers are so slow.
And now he's going to ripple onto the tree line as well. It's like, oh, great. 2 for 1. Kiljadi.
Wheelbarrow.
So much damage done here.
There aren't any eco upgrades at all for Kai right now. He's floating so many resources behind it as well.
Now, Dimu, how many relics has he got on the way home alongside this? Because if it's less than 4, I'm outraged.
4. Wait, 3. I think it's... Wait, no, it's...
There's still, like, yeah, he's got 3. Because there's still 5 relics left on the map. He's about to pick up a 4th. And I think he's going for the 5th one on the south side. So, 5 relics, soon to be on the way home. Meanwhile, the entire Vietnamese army chasing after 4 horse archers on the other side of the map. Oh no! Dimu isn't used to rallying his scholars back successfully. They're usually dead at this point, but they are going to start moving. So we are going to have 5 relics for Benny.
Miyamaika is adding in his farming economy here, but there is a second wave of cav archers about to approach the wood line once again.
Oh boy, it would be a shame if the army moved out to decap a sacred site soon, as this is happening.
Oh boy, I think that might be what's happening here. I see a big pink blob in the back line.
We can't let Dimu get gold. We can't allow that, Krakady. It's illegal. The British got rid of the gold standard. Wait, did we? I don't actually know. America did, so I guess we probably puppeted them. Horseman coming in. He's just going to poke a little. He's waiting for the Ghazi upgrade here, which with the scholars now arriving home with all those juicy relics, should be coming along soon.
The Hive Archer is able to one-shot these horsemen still in feudal age. Miyamaika trying to go for the wraparound.
Yeah, not quite going to get it. So, end of the day, I mean, this is the crazy thing. If horsemen are taking out one horse archer, it's an even exchange. It needs to be more than that, right? So, like, yes, you know, it is feudal versus castle. That's the balance of it. That's the fairness of it. Killjoy would happily take those exchanges because it just kind of prolongs Miyamaika's existence in this age, needing to replace losses, but he's had enough. He realizes he needs to get out of this age. He is the odd one out in this game.
And Ajab is coming in. White Tower at the front line.
Yeah, more like a Y tower. It doesn't feel good to have to do this when you need more economy. You know what's been happening while you've been dancing around your base. You must know relics are returning home, right? At this stage, every single relic is being swept up by just Dimu. It's going to be an 8 relic game for the Delhi.
We see 1 relic so far.
Oh, actually, wait, check Q's base, because he went skull. Like, he must have got 2. No, check Kyo's base, because Kyo should have... Kyo should have 2.
Kyo's got 3. Kyo's got 3.
Damn. Okay, I'm impressed. I didn't expect Kyo to get 3 relics in the end there. He must have rushed that when the last raid came in.
Actually, 4.
What?
And there's still 1 relic close to their base.
I am flabbergasted by that. I really thought that Dimu would have just had 5+ relics at this stage.
Oh, but the army can't. There's so many cavalry units right now. I feel like the archers from Kaio, they probably feel a little bit intimidated at that. And the
he gets the relic again, man. I can't believe this. The horse archer's in again.
Imperial Age deadly about to come in.
Ben, please.
He's gonna get every single upgrade.
Dimu's like, oh yes, I've got to send a message today about these elephants to the developers. They're not reasonable. We need to fix them.
Oh my god. With 14 scholars behind it all. Imagine, and probably just gotta scale more.
Imagine how many scholars he would have if they didn't keep getting picked on the sacred sites this entire game.
He would probably be at like 25.
28 probably. A lot of them went down. Meanwhile, a lot of the archers are going down. Kyo. I mean, the problem is his counter to these lances is more archers. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Crossbows arriving from Killjoy though, not ideal into horsemen and composite bow archers.
Mass. They gotta fall back to the white tower here. I feel like.
I'm a little bit surprised that Dimu was backing up for that fight. Actually, if I was Killjoy, I'd be moaning at him in the void right now. I was like, "Why are you running away? You counter literally everything he has."
Once again, Cav archers running in the back. Just looking for some pickoffs here and there.
Yeah, but Pavlov's dog fury, right? Like, Kyo's been hit over the head enough that I'm sure he wouldn't have... Oh, no. More villagers here.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is they can't be one hit. Like, no, please. No, Killjoy, please just target the... If he'd gone through that and 1 HP barred 15 villagers, I would probably just shave my head.
count even, but there's one player who's got Imperial Age behind him now.
Who likes guns? Well, Team Devil's out. The amount of Americans in to say I don't really exist in this tournament anymore. So Dimmu will just wave his hand as the deli, because we do have the first gunpowder elephant coming in very soon. Lance, in the meantime, are going to clash. Veterancy for the Horseman is least in. However, this should be enough to defend. The Horsemen get mopped up. Crossbows can now move into assist, and crossbows surprisingly not bad at exchanging into basically anything, considering their base damage is so good.
Yeah, but composite bow archers are actually doing a really good job here. Barely any knights remaining right now for Demu. But yeah, they're gonna need some crossbows of their own once these elephants come in. Especially the gunpowder elephant.
Yeah, the problem with the idea of crossbows is it's still just so much armor on the ranged elephant. So if we take a look, it's like, I think it's at
That's
6
what the
base.
horsemen are for.
Yeah, 7
gotta get on them.
base.
And it's Spaskaya. Kiljadi went for
Look where he's building it.
behind this, and now it's Spaskaya out there on
He's
the
building out in the
gold.
west. He's
already got to keep
on the
on the
gold.
other side.
And he's building it with, is that like 8 villages, I believe? So we're gonna have a very slow 5 villages.
He's playing this for long.
Of course, why would they ever look anywhere else but Dumu's base right now? There's not a world in which this backfires, weirdly enough.
Surely not. Surely not. I mean, the elephant army is just so strong right now.
Right, like, and we must have armored beasts on the way, if not already in. Usually it's a high prior when you make this play.
Oh, he found the universities.
I love Vodka's ambitious attempt to click to see the text lined up, and we just get everything.
Can we check out how long, like, the eco upgrades take?
I mean, how does it coming Mahoots? Oh god, like it's kind of all he needs. The other thing is armored beast, which will be the stables, right? Like if he gets that, it's close to this army.
Oh, just that one university going down suddenly it made it so that some upgrades take like minutes longer.
Okay, this is vile because now, like, this mass horseman should be able to win, right? But that one war elephant, all it takes is one war elephant to stop a mass horseman dive here. It's all about positioning though. Dimmu decides to stand his ground. Because elephants are totally How are they not even hurt?
This is the counter. This is supposed to be the counter to them. What is going on? They're not dying.
You just didn't put enough. You don't have 200 horsemen. Why did you think you could beat 6 elephants, noob?
God.
After all that, he doesn't even get the finishing touch on the war. The war was like, finish me, end me.
Witness me.
I've covered in so much blood, I'll never get this showered off now.
The things I've done.
I'm a herbivore. You made me eat human.
Oh, man. I'm gonna have to go back. They gotta get more units out, but it feels like even if you get like another 60 horsemen out,
and you remember what?
So tough to take these fights.
It's actually very amply appropriate because earlier we were talking about headbutting a wall. We found out how you can do that without getting concussion. Just be an elephant.
Bigger head.
Honestly, so I think I know what's missing from AoE 4. Age of Myth kind of done us dirty, right? Like, you know in Age of Myth has got that carnivora that picks like literal elephants up and then gobbles them? We just need like an elephant animation where they just like pick up a spearman and just eat them. Or fling them.
And lock them in that animation for 10 seconds so they die.
Or like it just picks up like a spearman and swings it left to right to represent the spread damage, right? Like it's beating the crap out of spears with a spearman.
The armor on these elephants.
Do you think they've got enough yet? It's only 13 armor, Crackety.
Yeah, but then you look at the melee one and he also has 11 range armor.
But they get bonus heavy damage versus worth 9. So it's counted, right?
Surely, Castle Age crossbows are gonna be able to deal with that.
Yeah, just build more.
You can tell Kaio and Mika right now, they're like, what do I do?
Yeah,
what do we do here?
Kaio's fallen for the classic bait of thinking that spearmen counter elephants. We will be laughing in about 30 seconds when he tries this.
Yeah,
they don't.
Gonna outrun him with Mahout.
Yeah, they just basically headbutt you, walk away, turn around and headbutt you again, and you're pretty much dead. We found the thing that the horsemen can beat. Villages? Houses? Houses. They can beat houses.
Oh, fight happening now in
In a
Kyle's
choke
face.
point. In a choke point.
These are the best spearmen in the game. Don't worry.
The finest spearmen.
They
In fairness, they are an age behind, but still.
And we're not seeing any of the elephants go down, right? And they're frontlining as well.
You have to laugh, because if you don't, you're going to cry. Mia Micah has reached Imperial Age. The hilarious part is that part she will do no damage to these elephants.
It's trying.
Well, no, it's shooting archers. That doesn't count. Watch the elephants now walk in range. Go on, Ellis. Show them what you got. Oh, well, I guess not. GG. It's a 3-0. A complete wash here as the royal couple in the north plow through with a 3-0 victory.
Oh, man. Delhi at times.
No. Not oh man, oh elephant. Okay.
Oh, elephant, yeah. Oh. Elephants can be kind of vile at points, right?
At points? As in, like, from every
when you have
every
one
game from
elephant-
Castle Age?
When you have one elephant against 200 spearmen, they don't look as threatening.
That's true. Yeah. Like, I mean, still like 100 spearmen die, but you know, it's like when you watch one of those fantasy tales where they try to slay a dragon. Of course, 1 million people have to die before they kill it. You know. I mean, it makes sense. Like, realistically, humans are still better. If you took the amount of elephants on the earth and took the amount of humans, we can afford to have, like, you know, it take 100,000 people to kill one elephant. I think.
The math adds up.
It does. And remember, that elephant takes, what was it, 3 population? 3 whole population, Crackety.
I think it can kill more than 3 spearmen.
Yeah, but the spearmen are cheap. No, I'm not convincing myself on this one. Elephants. You know, I'm just double checking the Chinese calendar. What is it a year of right now? It is the year of. What was that?
The rat?
Dragon. It's the year of the dragon, but that's bullcrap. It's actually the year of the elephant. So, actually, no, that's kind of poetically appropriate. When I said it took that many people to kill a dragon, now you know why. This is the dragon of our year. And it's giant elephant nuts all over our gaming experience and ruining it. Delhi are becoming a problem.
They are a problem at this point in time.
There's still more to be figured out. I can sense. You know when you get that uneasy feeling, right? Like when the 2TC English meta began again, and then people discovered, oh, actually, Fast Imperial is pretty good. Oh, actually, like, you know, going Raiders is pretty good. And then it just kept turning into an and an and and an and. And this and just seems to be and another elephant and another elephant and another. You remember at this stage, Crackety, you were like, he's almost out of lances. And we were like, great. Here come the elephants. One elephant literally ruined this entire army. Because here's the thing, he finally goes in. When he first tried, he lost 5 horsemen rather straight away to 1 elephant, war elephant like that. And then I don't know if it was because he was clicking the wrong one. Yeah, he got rid of 1 there, right? 1 elephant went down for 20
evaporated,
horsemen?
man. That was more than 20. That was way more than 20. They evaporated there. It's actually insane.
Why did we give these splash damage?
Why did we give them like double-digit pierce armor?
Like, war elephants will still be like broken with the splash. I at least kind of understood the war elephants getting the splash damage, right? Because they weren't really ever built. But the ranged,
the tower elephants, they should probably get a heavy tag.
Yeah. Or I'm trying to think of someone else that can counter them. Well, no, we do have cannons now.
True. Imagine they all they needed there was a good 15 cannons in order to be able to get through them.
True. And he did have a Berkshire. So the issue is he didn't queue a bombard straight away. Rookie mistake, happens all the time. More cannons than he could have won. That's our TLDR. I mean, sure, with Mahoots they walk quicker than cannons can, but you know that's like the Tower of the Sultan logic. Just kite it. Siege not OP, elephants are. That's all I've got for this series. We hop to a short break, and when we return, we are going to be drum rolling into our next one here. It's going to be Oil and Boil going up against Core/Elyon. A little bit harsh to Chuck, who's still looming in the shadows there on that talented team. All that coming up after a short break.
Okay,
See you then.
Having to save the reinforcements, doesn't want to take the engagements into the Camel Lancers. Don't see a ton of spears here for Scarlet Devil yet.
No, they're just dancing back and forth, trying to keep as many archers alive as possible. Decent mango hit, though, on the jab throwers.
And that's what they were waiting on. Didn't want to take the full head-on engagements until the mangonels got there. Now that they did, you can see Louis basically just A-moved into the frontline mass, allowing the archers to do everything they want to. Javelin throwers are not firing on the archers. They're firing on the knights while they have that high base damage. And Louis MT circling around both of those knight masses conjoin together and decide to take the fight after Scarlet Devil has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in now to try to pick off those knights, try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of bow chads, we'll probably see some bow chads soon. Chooks, though, just moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, Nest of Bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's going to do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the Nest of Bees a little bit. And now the Nest of Bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those Nest of Bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 Nest of Bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC. Mangudai circling around, getting their shots in. Knights just trying to stay on the archers.
But he is forced to take this so he can get enough gold to do things. And I don't think he's going to kill any units here.
No, you can see that amazing micro from Louis. He's pulling away those injured ones. We saw a horseman get out of there early, take a gulp, get back into the fray. This Myriad not going to be able to create anything. There's going to be a final stand here. They have to engage. Looks like, but it's not really going to go well for the Magyar Marauders.
Through the Lancers onto the backside, onto the Archers. Archer mass now has cataphracts in the middle. It makes it so hard to micro, makes it so hard to actually get good damage out. And you can see how the numbers get affected by it. It is an absolute decimation wipe. Magyar Marauders have gotten cleaned up.
Core is here for some defense, establishing that Kurultai. Like we've seen all game, those Ayubid villagers running away, running to safety, getting out of this area, but this fight just looks like it's being dominated by Oil and Boil here.
Look at it's just pure numbers. Baltoon has 80 units out on the field. Olyona and Core have 38. It's just he just has too much. He's even got the prelates here to help and heal, and they have 135 units. Sass running on here with the Ghulams. They want to take this fight. It's a good spot to take the fight. Cataphracts are watching, about to do a nice trample through, I'm sure. Watch for the trample. Units are so together. Crossbows onto the backside. The elephants are starting to get focused down, though.
Yeah, there they go. There's 2 down. There's 1 left, and it's just dying under a hail of crossbows. Look at that.
Ghazi's taking the dive, though. Baltoon trying to fight here in a choke point, but it is a huge, huge mass. Elephant there to play as well. Villagers starting to die. Sass running around his TC, trying to circle back, utilize that pathing. The slow elephants and take a winning fight for themselves in this defensive side. His Olive Grove starting to get taken down. Crossbows on the backside. It's crossbow v crossbows. Is there going to be enough here from Baltoon and Sass to hold this?
And it will be
full
under the
keep and a full wooden fortress. spears, gulams, everything's starting to go on in. Elephant's starting to be focused down and focused down quick. There were a ton at the start of this fight. You're already starting to see 2, 3, 4 fall.
Starting to melt away. Cataphract's doing a good job on the backside, preventing those Ghazi Raiders from getting into the crossbows. Doing a good job of delaying them out. Great positioning there.
Royal Bloodlines Knights. The only thing that can help against that's 18 spears, and he would wreck that in a fight regularly. So he's feeling pretty good. The Knights win the Knights pretty hard. There's an Elephant even here to help out in the fight. Chooks aren't going to be doing too much damage even with upgrades. And so Baltoon and Sass look to again be taking a winning fight and a potential game deciding fight here. Cataphract number thinning. If the archers get left alone, they are as good as dead. It's all about the Cataphract staying alive right now.
And there it is. There was an opening. Those knights get in onto the archers. Look at the massive damage on that surround. So many archers going down, others being baited towards the TC. Knights able to clear out quite a bit. Horse archers basically untouched this entire engagement. Those spears, though, getting picked off every time they try to get close. We got to trample through.
Though. Followed up by the gulp. The mounted samurai, though, they're A-moving, and there's so many mounted samurai here. There just aren't enough cataphracts. You can see Mahodo just decided to turn and run.
There's the mounted samurais trying to engage. Spearmen there as well. Cataphracts trying to hold, trying to be that wall, but those numbers are thinning out. Gulps coming in. Mounted Samurai is now able to get in onto the archers, and VES losing a lot of military here.
Yeah, and this is where I laugh at the overlay where, like, you see the numbers, you're like, oh, it seems close. It's like, nah. There's 5 cataphracts. There's 23 mounted samurai.
Exactly how you get back when you're in this sort of position. But we do see an attempt here on the water. Dragavan coming out, Mahodo. Springald ships are shooting. Demo trying to maneuver into position. Not gonna happen. There are just so many ships from Wham here. Puppy Paw right behind with his units.
A horseman number with Triumph. There are no spears here right now. I think they're building the rams. Where are the spears?
Spears aren't here. I have no idea where they're at. This is looking pretty bad for VES now. Oh, all those units super exposed. Finally, the 2 spears coming down the hill way late. Those Byzantine horsemen just did a number on that entire army. Longbows eaten up.
Oh, this is going to be a slaughter. Boys and girls, kids, close your eyes.
Yeah, this is, oh, the poor English. It's just brutal.
I mean, Sass kind of has most of what he's going to get, right? He has the Royals to play, so
Fight's coming
play
in.
for yourself, but he's probably have to replace a lot of losses here. Clash coming through.
Sean has to stay safe. He's getting a lot of experience here. There we go. Level 3 comes in.
However, the army count is really what's going to matter here. Jean de Cleve doesn't even want to be anywhere near these war elephants because you are now on horseback, which means you do take bonus damage. Divine Restoration Pump comes through. Elephants before the break, elephants in the break, elephants after the break. Look at that. It's all coming together.
Delhi, once again, we got him. Delhi and Nabasset on Dry Arabia up against the double knights of Rus and French.
Yeah, this is very signature comfort pick for every player in this lobby, right? Baltoon for French, Sassy for Rus, and then Elyona for Delhi, Core on the Abbasids. I mean, it just all kind of fits. Core, obviously, is very comfortable with those civs that can boom up a little bit more. Elio, I'd say his most games are like Delhi, French, and I know he's been leveling up his Malian recently. So yeah, everyone just kind of getting what they want. Going to be an interesting matchup, though. I'd say, like, Oiling Bull have the edge, not just based on seeding, but based on, like, experience, right? Baltoon brings almost unrivaled level of experience in team games in the West. Core and Elyona going to have to show that they can level up. And considering Core was literally in Twitch chat earlier asking Cal what level he is on Path of Exiles, I am somewhat dubious as to what he's been spending the last week doing. Should we find out?
I think I already hear the sheep signaling us that the game is about to go on. And there we go, jumping into our game of 1 right away. It's the 3rd set of this last day outside of the group, outside of the playoffs. Elyona and Core versus Baltoon and Sass.
Yeah, and Baltun and Sassy should be a formidable force. Baltun basically on his signature civ for team games, although I debate that. I think actually he's started to make a name for himself as like the go-to Japanese player in team settings, usually more for the 3v3 and 4v4. He's just very efficient in those transitions, but his bread and butter has always been the French. Alyona, no one would be surprised to see him in the Delhi. And cool, he likes to try and be more aggro. I mean, even in 1v1 tournaments recently, when he's up against players that are very good at late game, he's been taking a more aggressive line to try and evolve. But at his heart, we know what Core loves to do.
I'm Baltun at his heart is a French main. The issue in 3v3s and 4v4s is that Jiggly can only play Byzantines and French, so he's gonna give French to Jigglypuff if push comes to shove.
I do think Japan works very well once you're beyond 2v2s though, because they are weirdly efficient at trading and scaling, right? It's like Horse Archers feel good for the timing in 2v2s, and we'll probably see some here. But when you go 3v3s, 4v4s, like you want something that's good for a timing attack, but then scales afterwards. So Onimusha are a bit weaker than Horse Archer initially, but they scale much better in the late game, right? And you're never losing that back line, so it scales really well. So that's kind of the difference with Horse Archer here, is I feel like whenever you have Roos, and they're definitely thinking Horse Archer, you do put yourself on a bit of a timing to have done enough damage. Otherwise, you just have to transition away with not much gained.
The issue with Onimusha that I see is, for one, they have a lot less health. They don't benefit from Boya's Fortitude. And they also cost a lot of gold. 60 gold. And it's just something, a unit that if you lose your ball once, it is tough to remass. It's not impossible, but you're not going to want to be in that situation.
I agree. They're a little bit polarizing, right? Because it's just, I think we're in a crossbow meta, and the reason they seem to be viable is because they have that mobility. But, you know, we can talk about Japanese later when they'll likely be coming out. For now, we do have potential for crossbows down the line. Both Roos and French like to get to that, and it is realistic to expect it in this game if it goes deep enough, right? Like, Abbasis will want to go for an infantry comp, and Delhi will want to go for elephants. So we'll see if it gets that deep. Really, the onus is on Baltun and Sassy to stop it going that deep. Right, you are against two civs that thrive in the late game.
Yeah, definitely do. So you want to play this one aggressively. Don't think Sass is going to go for something like a 2TC play. Golden Gate is coming in. There might be a timing where he wants to go for potentially just something that I've actually seen a couple of times is Golden Gate into just mass all-in feudal age archer play. Is a possibility. Don't think it's going to necessarily happen here, but I like it in theory. Because what you can do, all the passive gold that you get with your bounty, with the double hunting cabins, you just use all of that in order to balance out your economy more onto food and wood. That way you're just able to flood in more and more archers.
I mean, in theory it works here because Core didn't go for military wing, right? Otherwise, it would sound like a really subpar play just because you'd be bloating Archer v Archer, and Abbasis would eventually get castle into an immediate play into the better attack speed, right? But it could potentially work here. I think the more likely is just Baltun's going to poke. Sassy's probably going to go for greed. Looking at the value of the spawn, I mean, I'd love to see him actually just use one of his scouts when he comes back to shove the deer in towards the berry for the double whammy value there. Sorry, looking the wrong way around. The deer on the backside towards his like tree line to gather there, and that should give him enough safe food. I mean, the question is whether there's going to be that much pressure coming, right? Because if Elyona is the only one moving across map, he's not going to want to move across map with Ghazi against French Knights.
Yeah. You're going to need a lot of them, and you need to catch the French Knights off guard in order to really pick them out there. First Knight is already going towards the stone, so Core, he needs to find that timing for his TC at some point soon here.
He's got almost enough stone, right, so you can pull back to the tree line. Elio is probably going to be going for a Rax opener in this type of situation. Usually, if your teammate was competent at defending himself, i.e. could, you go Ghazi, but weirdly enough, yeah, he just opens Ghazi, so like, there's no one to really protect his ally right now.
I think it makes sense that you still go for the Ghazi Raiders. You need some mobility, you want to get some value in yourself. Worst case, Core is just going to have to play a little bit more defensive here and, yeah, go for a safer TC location.
Yeah, Baltun, that was good micro, but the shuffle went the other way. Like, he actually moved ahead, kind of like old school French charges, because you used to have to get the most damage. But the whole intent there is that you're ready to hit the next knight, right? So that was kind of an old habit that actually was very optimal. I was surprised players stopped doing it as much just because it gives you a ripple effect. But dive in here. I mean, honestly, just delaying the TC kind of worth it here. That path thing a little bit awkward, though. TC doesn't get the kill. The second knight arrives, the ship comes out. He doesn't
Not
finish
sure
it.
where he was going. Oh,
The scout. Wait,
God, that's a vile body block. What a vile body block going on there. And the scout gets picked off. The villager survives. That was vile.
are you kidding me?
insane.
So many elements of that. The scout from core could have actually got the kill in the night, right? Didn't quite realize it was 1 HP though. Then the scout dive in to try and get the final wallop, which is wild because I believe he needed an extra 2 hits there. And it leads to a situation where Core actually got to be feeling quite content because Baltoon is now lacking vision. He can't try to dive again. He has to reset and wait for a new scout.
And it looks like we are getting that mass all-in archer play here from SAS with the Ruse. As I said, I
Interesting.
like this play because you just invest into one fortress. You're getting the same wood benefit that you would get from the Kremlin. But then on top of that, you also get the ability to balance out your economy, or rather push your economy even to greater heights with that Golden Gate, pump out even more archers very early on.
There is one really big problem with this though, right? And that's that you're against Ghazi. So like there is an interception wave and you're going to be focusing on Core's base, right? So that's a diagonal move across the map. There's a lot of intercept points. So it's good for clearing the way to kill Core. The only risk here now is like Ghazi can out-mobilize Knights. So realistically, you're going to have to escort a lot here as Baltoon to try and get SAS across.
That's true. That's true. But you are able to get to that blob that's able to move across the map much quicker.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's going to probably do. Wait until he's got about 20 archers before he makes a move out. So in the meantime, Baltoon just wants these poke battles. Got to be a little bit careful because it is Dome of Faith. It means that Elyona can actually kiss the boo-boos better. It means Baltoon's probably going to want to be going towards Chivalry by the time he has about 8 Knights here.
Being a little bit annoying there. Lots of gold coming in for Baltoon at the moment. Might be looking for Pro Scout play now behind this.
Whoops.
It hasn't already come in. There's a little
Sassy down to
shuffle
1
going
scout.
on. Core actually, is he? Yeah, he's going for 30C now.
Of course he is.
That's ABBA. You have to.
It's ABBA, and we know Core loves his TC booms here. So it's going to hunker down, and that will likely be him trying to just build enough to survive and get towards Castle Age as quickly as possible. But that third TC comes at a price, and that is it. Correct, Vodka. This opens a wider window of opportunity now for Sassy to ram rush.
It is a very wide window. Some walls even coming out from Core. He needs to now go into mass archers, actually.
I don't like these walls either. Like, they take so long to get up. They slow you down even more. I mean, realistically, Sass should be targeting your base. I mean, you said the window's wide. It's so wide you could actually jam a ram through it at this point. Instead, it's going to be poking across the Ghazi first. And I don't think we have undermesh yet. It feels a little bit too early for that, right? Okay, yeah, he did rush into it. That's nice. That's a good read. No Steeled Arrow. Okay, Steeled Arrow did come in, yeah. So Sassy does have that prepped. Shouldn't really be looking at undermesh yet. Siege engineering is a bigger priority. What's kind of intriguing is the idea of them just attacking Elyona, because Ghazi can kite you if you go to Core's base. If you dive Elyona's, what does he do?
Yeah, the Ghazi can't really like afford to rush out, because the second they rush out, Baltoon and Sass are just gonna dive the base of Elyona.
It looks like he's scouting around the back, so Sass, his other scout has actually shuffled around to see if there's any gathering on the D or something like that from Elyona. We can see he's being quite contained. Oh, the move out there, though. That was... I think that might have got glimpsed. Baltoon is shuffling the Knights around now.
Yeah, that definitely got glimpsed there. Ghazi will have to fall back, but Core, he can't really contribute anything at the moment. He's going into mass Camel archers, but in a situation where the enemy archer player already has 20 archers out on the field by the time you get your first Camel archer out, that doesn't feel that great.
Here we go, Knights. I was trying to move in. Gets the charge out onto the Ghazi. Archer's on their way. He's not trying to start back. Doesn't need to. He knows. And now the chasing. He might have a recharge on the charge. Instead he dives deeper. Ghazi has to body block now. So we'll at least get most of the villagers away, if not all. 1 or 2 are going to go down here as the archers begin to intercept. But right now, Elyona has to be screaming in French at Core, and Core in confusion has no clue what he's saying. It's probably help me, please, for the love of God.
Oh, and the knight in the wood line as well.
Archers as well. Man, this is brutal.
There's nothing. There's no military here.
Even the scholars just can't stand here, right? Yes, a lot of health, but not for long. The Knights are just breaking through here.
Pro Scouts coming in.
I mean, Camel archers have arrived, but like at this stage, you have no front line. The archer count is still good enough to snipe you down. And all they need to do is make sure you just don't lose Knights. Baltoon, great micro there, away with the injured parties. And the damage really being done here. Elyona down to 31 villages.
Didn't lose that many. Only 6 villagers went down for him. Could have been worse.
The idle time, though,
It's not
right?
good, though. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot of idle time.
It's also cool, even just losing 1 or 2 Camel Archers at this stage is such a slow scaling comp, right? So anything to dent that timing now gives them an opening still to attack him. And now, with all the Ghazi Raiders removed alongside those villages, this is where SAS can go double ram and look to push in.
Also gonna buy a little bit of time. Is it gonna be enough villagers?
Spearman showing up. I mean, this is a nightmare, though. Like, Archers counter everything you've built as core right now.
And you still need more wood in order to just keep building up these Camel Archers. They do cost 60 wood each, more than a normal archer.
This was a really creative execution by Sassy and Baltoon, by the way. Got to give enough praise to that. We mentioned the whole fact that Sass would have to keep Archers back or he gets cut. They killed the Ghazi mass. Look at the mini-map. It's just a funnel of teal archers moving across the map. And now a Boogaloo into the Rams. Triple Ram, the golden number to take down secondary TCs. Makes it very difficult for 8 villagers to sustain repairs. Well, reaction coming in from Cool. From Miz. Can't really dive into this archer mass. He's at least delaying the time on the ram build-up. But that might just invite a 4th ram here.
Rams are going to start taking them down.
We also have Elyona hiding, I believe, his economy in the south corner.
Random villager tries to get the wall off again. Gets sniped out. Yeah, Elyona's going to have to pull the villagers there once again.
Oh, the knight saw him. Yeah, so he's running for his life. Elyona, once again, with big chunks of idle economy here. Knights. Getting ready to poke. Ghazi trying to intercept, but that actually then peels the spearman out of position here as the archers dive in. Knights can easily mop that up. This tree line is not going to be safe. Splits into 2 groups to keep the Ghazi further out. Camel Archer mass just doesn't feel there yet for Core. I don't think it's ever getting there by the looks of it. Dive comes in. Ghazi have to go for the backstab, but there's just so many knights held in reserve here by Baltoon. Rams haven't even started dealing with the TC yet. They've just been dealing with all the infrastructure. And the dive is fully in here. The Grand Army of Core is 3 Camel Archers strong. That is it.
A lot of villagers inside the DC shooting arrows here, but it feels like maybe they need some outposts there as well. If you can't get like the military mass out, at this point in time, just feels like nothing is really enough in order to come back from this. First TC is now going to go down as well.
And Baltoon's trading behind this. So they're already prepped for a late game. It's not even going to get there. They must have heard me. They GG out. Pre-14 minutes. A striking, swift blow from Oiling Boil to open this series.
Ruse all in Golden Gate. Not a bad strategy at all by any means. You can just mass up so many archers so quickly. You can rival HRE archer production there. And it shows.
Yeah. Bit of an old school build. We don't really see it as much these days, but a crafty idea, right? You know that if you give Abbasis too much runway, they're going to mass Camel Archers, which is going to counter out Baltoon, and then we'll also pseudo counter out the Horse Archers. So actually a great call from Baltoon Sassy. Gives him an incredibly fast start to the series, and Elyona and Core are going to have to reset and rethink this, right? Because I think the Abbasis pick was somewhat predictable greed, right? Like, you know, when I think about what Core's likely to pick in this series, you're probably thinking things like Abbasis, Chinese, HRE are probably some of the most likely. We know historically he likes to play for that mid-late game, try to get the economical boon going. That can work reasonably well in 1v1s, but we've seen these all-in and team games. It brings an unbridled level of pressure that you just don't experience in the 1v1s.
We see it once again. The villager.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
This was insane. How is that knight not getting past the scout?
Right? Like, but also, how is the scout not finishing the knight? It was so ridiculous both ways.
Oh, man. Insane situation there.
Yeah, and you're going to see the dramatic difference here, right? Like, this was the big fight where the Ghazi start to get forced to engage. At this stage, Sass is still trickling archers because he knows he can get away with it. He sees the Ghazi, right? Before this, he was kind of a little bit reluctant. He was bulking and running them out, right? But then from this point on, all you saw was a constant trickle of Rus archers across the map because the Ghazi were gone.
Yeah. And Knights are just so much better than Ghazi Raiders, which is why I think like French and Joan are very, very strong against Delhi.
Yeah.
Delhi just want to flood Ghazi Raiders, but Jean and French, they say, no, my cavalry's better than yours.
I do think that the Delhi French matchup is skill based though, right? Like I get like a 55-45 split. I don't think it's like one of those dominant ones where it's like Japan versus Ottomans 80-20 or something, right?
Delhi French is skill based. Sean Delhi is Sean favored.
Yeah. But I think times are changing a little bit with the Delhi builds now into Dome of Faith. You just kind of dodge fights a bit more and maybe aim for the late game. But agreed, it's still that matchup is still very oppressive for Delhi. But yes, this is clean execution by the lads. Good synchronicity. And they knew their timing. We expected them to rush core, but the read to go of the cavalry player, just so much smarter there. Removes any sort of potential backlash on the map. Now, looking at map number 2, it's going to be Pigeons Valley we head into. French get sniped out on one side, Mongols on the other. It is going to be a Chinese pick, just not on the side I was expecting.
China and Japan against Byzantines and Rus. Chinese pick. I'm guessing that's probably going to be Baltune. Baltune does like to play China and Juji as well.
Yeah.
Sass hates those civs with a passion, so I'm guessing he's going to be on Japan.
Yeah, Japan pretty interesting here. We mentioned like Rus versus Japanese dynamics are kind of weird. Mounted Samurai can win out with Uma Bannerman if you're quick enough against horse archers. But on that side, core should be on the Rus. I don't think we're going to get a similar feudal all-in timing. Pigeons Valley is a little bit more of a defensive map. You could theoretically go for that pressure point, but I think what matters is if you're on the Japanese side and it's a back-spawning gold, you're not going to be able to ram rush quick enough. If you're on the Byzantine side, their initial wave of longbows or javelins will push you back. So spawn's going to matter a lot here on like options you get, right? Like if Byzantines are pushing into Chinese, really good. If Byzantines are pushing into Japanese and the outposts go up, it's probably a wasted effort. And the cool thing about this map, conceptually at least, is the bridges in the center allow you to shuffle across the other side. So like we could see that dynamic switch, but we'll find out. It's time to hop in. Game number 2. It's bird time. Pigeons Valley on the menu between Coronel Yona and Oiling Boil. God damn it, they got me. We hop in. Baltune on the Japanese and Sassy, funnily enough, on the Chinese. Different than what we were expecting, Crackety.
It is different, but we do have, from the looks of it, I don't see an Imperial official yet. Are we going to see one? No Imperial official.
No.
We're going to get a no IO build here from Sass. I dislike this. I only like Imperial official if you start off on deer or if you're going for a Barbican rush. I don't think neither is going to happen here. So it's not the most efficient in my opinion.
The hilarious part is like most players have been switching to this no IO build. It's kind of ridiculous how many times I've been seeing it recently. Looks like the matchups are going to be Sass mirroring up against El Yona. That's really good for Byzantines. This map, Pigeons Valley, is one of the maps that kind of pushes 1v1s. And the Byzantine-Chinese matchup is actually quite Byzantine favored, right? With the longbow play into a castle rush, you can shut down the Chinese quite well. Other side of this, Japanese versus Rus is a little bit different. I think Japanese can actually get an edge with a fast castle build because the amount of samurai can pressure early enough before horse archer mass gets too big.
Byzantine early aggression against China can be very, very strong. In general, China kind of struggles with their Shogunate against civilization that have access to either javelin throwers or longbows. And especially with the Byzantines, where they can get them out in batches really, really early on, they can catch the Chinese at a very, very annoying timing.
Yeah. And it's funny, right? Because it used to be the strategy was try to rush castle to Chinese, blob spears, and use nest of bees. That got countered by the Landsnecht that you could just add in casually, which would just swipe that down and wipe it out. It's a little bit different now, but I'd argue longbows are still very good at sniping out nest of bees, even when they're clock tower. So we'll see how Sassy wants to try to approach this. Imperial Academy's coming in, and it's going to be on the berry batch at the back, as well as clipping 2 tree lines. Grand Winery, so everything kind of like norm so far. Wonder if Core is probably going to be going for the Golden Gate, right? Because I think on this side, you shouldn't need the Kremlin defense.
Yeah, Golden Gate is coming in, and I mean, Kremlin, it's nice to be able to focus on the other side, especially with like the forward gold, the forward stone. But in theory, it's definitely not needed, and we've seen how well cavalry archers work against mounted samurai.
Yeah.
In mass.
And He did scout that, so I'm a little bit surprised it was Kura Storehouse opening over the Coca. I guess there's just like the issue is on a 2v2 map compared to a 1v1. It's so far that it's very hard to actually use the ninja on maps this big quick enough.
Yeah, you always have to, like, you can't really easily swap around sides with them as well.
Yeah.
Are the shorelines like thin enough for them to?
No, they're too big.
Too far. Yeah.
It's like it's quite funny as well because even on 1v1 maps like Canal, Shinshins were not really used for that, even though it was feasible. It's like it's. I think most people just still kind of overlook it, but on team maps, these rivers, sadly, are always too wide.
Interesting. Baltune also got survival techniques, so he's gathering very efficiently right now from the deer. Means he also will have a lot more sheep remaining if he gets forced out back onto onto his TC.
Also the berries, right? Like this is really cool for a gradual timing attacker's IQ after you see pressure coming.
Yeah.
Core, of course, doesn't have any pressure right now. I mean, he could try to pro scouts to snatch away a lot of this value. Not sure if it's really worth it up against the fast casting Japanese though.
Probably not. Scout is gonna survive.
Actually, with the deal like this, we might get the horseman build from the Japanese.
As in Uma Bannerman and some horsemen?
Fast castle still, but in 1v1s between Rus and Japanese, it's been growing in popularity. Because Mount Samurai, like, they're nice to begin with. You build like 4 or 5, and then you just pivot fully into horsemen, right? Because, like, it's not that it's impossible to stop the horse archer numbers getting too high. It's that it's very difficult.
Yeah, the thing is you're gonna need like horsemen against cav archers just because Mount Samurai are so expensive.
Yeah.
You get much more cost-effective trades with the horsemen. Like in mass, the cav archers are gonna one-shot anyway, so you might as well like have them one-shot a horseman instead of one-shot a mounted samurai.
Okay, Tawara on the way, so we'll have those berries to fall back to a little bit later. Outpost coming up means he should be able to get back to the deer. However, Call is shuffling over with something. There's just a scout. No, he's got something. Is this a villager pull?
It might
going
be.
for an
Core
outpost
loves
rush.
this. Yeah, Core loves to pull 8 villagers onto like a forward wooden fortress.
Oh, but this is a sick read by Baltun, right? Like, you know, he's already building the outpost up. However, oh my,
It's
no.
4 scouts.
No, he has to pull more villagers. This is going to be tight, but I think he just about gets it up.
Is he?
Rush repair.
Yeah, you have to really rush repair, but it doesn't even matter.
Uh-oh. He's pulling villagers now with the ships, but this is such a clown fiesta. Outpost is in range. He will be able to snipe some. The body blocks from the scouts are good here, though. Core is going to get up to his mischief and succeed. However, there is a backup goal to the south side here for Baltun.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go all the way out there, though.
Oi, oi, oi. This vile outpost rushing boy. Cool.
And now he's just gonna take the outpost out as well.
It's like you didn't even arrow slits it? Please.
And Baltun out of gold. Yeah, he's gonna have to rush down. He's walling off the gate, the bridge as well. You cannot count on your ally for support. These are fortified walls as well. Ruse fortified walls. And Baltun, he's gonna be struggling. Baltun is gonna be really struggling. I've played against this build from Core so many times.
Cool.
Oh, that's too ambitious.
Did he do that with the build as well when you played against him?
He lost villagers, but not to the TC.
Oops. I mean, he already has the gold. This is a little bit of an overreaction, no?
Who, Core?
Yeah, like the second one. I get it to kind of protect the deer investment, but it does feel a bit overkill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe he just wants to fortify a position from which to push in. I'm not sure.
It would be sick if he done like a triple archery range build on the fort, right? And then you just kind of ram rush in.
Core behind us has less villagers than Baltun, so it's not great for him right now. Kashik's actually coming over, though, from Eliona. Looking at the gold. Knows that there isn't any at the moment.
Baltun was prepping spears, though. He added the racks before these boys even arrived. So it seems he was aware the pressure was coming. Kind of makes sense as well when you don't see any into your ally's base.
Oh, we're about to go.
It's guzzler time. Eliona, he's going for H3.
Oh, and he's actually killing villagers with the outpost.
Wait, what?
He just managed to kill villager there on the straggler tree.
Why was Baltun even still on the straggler tree?
They're gonna all in. They're gonna all in onto Baltun here. With these walls, it's gonna be tough for Sass.
Oh no, look at the timing on this.
He canceled.
Unbelievable.
He canceled the side there.
Yeah, but it's 3 spears. The Keshik can contest this.
There's
A
4
little bit
Keshiks.
poke.
They could.
He needs to
Oh,
all in.
another wooden forge.
Are you kidding me? I mean, this is what we wanted, right? We were worried about a static game. We're definitely not getting that here.
It's static in one way. There's static defense. It's just not defending.
Yeah, I wouldn't call these defensive buildings. These are offensive buildings at this stage.
They're defending the attack.
Baltoon, smart move there, trying to get the wall up. Spears are going to get backstabbed. They do turn around for another shot at it. And now we've got Japanese spears arriving. And this is important. He needs to break in right now. It looks like the wooden fortress cannot be denied, though. So Sassy likely going to have to dive underneath the outpost fire just to get in position to defend his ally.
And even then, like, he's going back. He's going to need a ram.
I mean,
But
he's
now-
going to need to protect himself, right? There's now cataphracts adding into this.
I don't think he's going to go all the way over to Sass, though, with these cataphracts. I
mean,
think they're just going to all in onto Baltier. The question
he
is, what's
wants
Core
to.
doing behind this?
Yeah, but Sassy's walling, right? He's walling the entire side, so is just going to leave Baltoon on an island in pain. However, oh my god, I was about to say, where did all the resources for Castle go? 13 spears.
It is a lot, and he definitely needs them against the Gulp. They're going to need rams as well, though, if they want to push past these outposts.
Well, he's
They're going to
prepping
be
up.
coming in.
Such a wild game. Cool. Pretty much just playing the outpost defense, or the tower defense game, shall we say. Meanwhile, Eliona just playing My Little Pony.
Behind this Core's pro scouting.
The Keshiks trying to be a nuisance. That was a waste of a
able to
goal.
snipe. Yeah, able to snipe that one out. Rams should be coming in.
Well, first one being built here, Baltoon. Will he look to add more? Probably
Castle
not.
turrets are going to make this tough, though.
Yeah. As are the cataphracts that are now arriving. Oh boy. I think Sass might have to forfeit the position here. Gulp's come in just in the nick of time there for the Keshik. The cataphract could even just trample right now past. Instead of just whittle them down as they A-click through. Now you need to turn around and run, though. That's a lot of spears.
Need to run for the moment. Baltion, he's probably just waiting for Sass to be able to push through. High Trade House now coming in. Core able to find that timing now. And I'm guessing we're just going to be seeing a lot of cavalry archers now. They're going to be able to deal quite well with both the players being on like mass spearmen right now.
Yeah, it's like now you're in an awkward position like, do I go Onimusha to counter the heavy cav of the Byzantines? If I do, I'm going to die to horse archers, right? Do I just go for the Mount Samurai? Do I try to get in a horseman? The spear's just going to get kited. Like, you know, there is a world in which they can now try to pressure towards Sass instead. He has at least got the walls up to slow that down.
Cataphracts, where's he going?
To the afterlife, of course.
Oh, that's heavy losses that you can't really afford now. Eliona, though, he's going to go for a wraparound onto potentially Sassy space.
The walls are up, though. This is not going to be a quick breach. Yeah, so you have to go to the far left there, away from where the repair crew would be. If you try to breach here, you're going to take damage from the Barbican, and the gold is nearby, right? So, like, you just won't break in. It looks like Sass is already coming home. They realize what's up. They're like, okay, Baltoon, you're safe. You've got 26 spears. You don't need me anymore. Right now, it's double castle versus double feudal. He's coming in. Oh, that was kind of cool, actually. The Braze gets absorbed by the Keshiks and allows him to trample through. However,
Army at the moment, more units building up, and already a lot of cavalry archers coming out now. Baltion, he's trying to go up to Castle Age now, but the timing, like the tempo advantage, is thoroughly in Eliona and Core's hand right now.
Yeah. Sass may need to just keep flooding spears at this stage. Trample doesn't fully connect, but does enough. And he hasn't repaired this wall. He needs to get the spears back ASAP here. They're on the way. And he also, Baltoon, he sent his spears as well. Looks like it is enough to scare him off.
The thing is, as long as you don't kill any units here, like Eliona, they're just going to start building up this blob. These walls, though, they're definitely annoying Core right now. He wants to just like be like, okay, I got the Cav Archers now we can start taking fights. And it's like, what do you mean fights? I got the wall up.
It's like, hey, we're just 1,250 shots away from being able to go into Baltoon's base.
Palace and floating gate coming in now behind all of this. Pro Scout's still going on, so Core's going to have a very, very good food economy behind this.
Yeah, meanwhile, Baltoon will be forced into farms quite quickly at this pacing. I mean, he has got the central island he can go to, right? Between their base, deer and berries are there. So
The
there's a little bit of
Storehouse
backup
just
option.
provided a lot of value here for him, as ongoing farm transition as well.
Crazy thought for you. If it had been Coca, Core could not even have attempted that outpost rush.
Yeah, not at all. Not even a little bit.
I mean, they could just kind of brute force into Elyona's base if they're quick with this many spears.
They can, 100%.
They might be getting hesitant now that the horse archers are starting to arrive, though, so I'll start to step back a little.
It's not enough Jugnu at this point in time. Sassy
No.
now also adding in some crossbows.
Good choice. But the gulps come in, you can just immediately snipe down those that are trying to guzzle. We do have the Mad Samurai now on the way for Baltoon. Core, aware of the timing, begins to walk.
Definitely an important call to make there, but we can just see how the spearmen fare up against the Cav archers. Not favorably.
They're like, why do Donzos get to throw their spears and we can't? Gonna die, might as well hurl it out there.
Is there already Boya's fortitude in? They barely took any damage from the Jugnu there.
I think
plus the armor.
no,
No armor at all. They just have high health.
I think he just doesn't have steeled arrow, right? So the juke damage is quite low, quite
Could be.
underwhelming. But we're here again. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. Veterancy for spears is in though, so this might be a little bit ambitious from Elyona. Shinto in the meantime is going to get sniped trying to pick up those central relics. Breaking the wall here. He has got that backup wall on this tree line. However, he's cut through most of it.
Oh, it's still a dangerous fight to take.
And also
Core.
from Core. A little bit of a missed micro there.
Don't want to be at the front line there.
And behind this, what is Baltoon doing? Building TCs.
What a boomer, man.
Yeah. And that little corner, that little rat hole, look at him go. Still gathering more stone as well.
Oh, Baltoon doing a good amount of pressure there on Core's side. Core having
Stop the
very
wolves.
few villagers at this point in time compared to the other players.
Yeah, and also the problem is now a lot of his horse archers aren't at home, right? He's peeling back, but he has about like 18 of his horse archers, I think, almost, on the other side. So yeah, this is a small new group coming through. Mad Samurai temporarily pulling back.
Core's pulling all of his units back. Maybe Elyona now goes over to trying to damage on Baltoon's side again.
The annoying thing about their combo is, like, usually in the situation you saw mass horse archers like this, you can consider maybe just like getting the horseman or getting the Yumi, right? But like both of those sound tragic against Elyona.
Yeah. Elyona, he's got so much food in the bank. He just needs gold, more gold to produce right now. If we're getting to a fully maxed army of cataphracts, it's gonna be insanely scary.
Dare I say Imperial Age?
I mean, it's gonna take a while for Imperial Age to pay off.
It's
If you were to
RNG
go-
based, in fairness. Right?
Yeah.
You go Palatine, and if you're really lucky, it pays off within 10 cataphracts.
If.
Yeah. But like I've been calling
You're
this
also
for a
getting a
while.
lead.
It's kind of BS that is just RNG. Like theoretically, 11 cataphracts in, you could have doubled your cataphract count and paid for the entire tech up. Which,
Or you could have gotten none.
exactly. Like you know what the hilarious thing is? New Civ's Gamba, right? We have Gamba Wing for Iron Bids that is that coin flip, and Palatine with that type of build can also be an immediate coin flip.
Half archers are starting to build up here now. Core moving over the sacred side though does provide vision to
This
Sass.
This is
Baltoon.
awkward, right? You kind of wish you actually went Clock Tower instead.
I'm not sure. Like, you still get the vision, right? Like, they know, for example, that there's units in the middle from Core. Not that they can do a lot about it because of the walls that have come up, but in general, you're able to keep your opponent, how I like to call it, honest. You're able to keep your opponent honest and be like, okay, both are on one TC. I don't see a second TC. And that just gives you a lot of information at a point where walls are up and you can't really scout the back of their base.
You know what's missing here for Baltoon? Dog drop. Just transport ship upriver, right? You bypass all of this. I mean, especially
Yeah.
with the vision, you should know that Core is now gathering the tree line in the center, courtesy of that Imperial Palace. Breaking the wall again. Warsaw account is getting a little bit worrisome here. Sacred Sites have also been locked in. Spearmen are going to look to engage. That Samurai going to chase us away. So a lot of horse archers going down in that retreat. Spearmen keep forcing them out of here. Can they do it? Can they break them here? Cataphracts also starting to get clubbed down as well. The Mount Samurai just not really dying quick enough either to that return fire from Core's clump here. This is a relentless push.
Every ball is just pushing forward now.
I mean, you have to, right? The moment you turn around, you get punished. So you might as well just keep A-clicking for glory.
Crossbows are doing a very good job at picking off the gulping unit.
It looks like the reset is going to come in. Spear line getting a little bit too thin. Needs to be careful because remember the retreat, you do put the ranged line at the back of the retreat, i.e. the vulnerable side. Does at least realize it. Oh, no, Core! Oh, not looking again. A little bit of panic there. Several horse archers going down. They're doing it long enough for a retreat that it almost puts Core into a sense of calmness. Forces him to look elsewhere, right? Eliono, of course, will be the one sweating, looking at this all times because he's got 27 cataphract on the line that he can't afford to lose.
40 Spearmen. Very good unit at this point in time, and it looks like Baltun's now also adding in his own Onimusha. So now that they're getting to a more comfortable situation when it comes to the economy, Baltun is going to be able to scale more into Onimushas. Looks like Core is trying to put a claim onto the second gold in front of Baltun's base.
Ambitious. I like the dot drop
Very.
because he can. Now, the play I said I thought Baltun should go for, Core can do. He can peel off like 10 horse archers, drop them in that small gap behind the wood wall that Baltun set up on his bridge, and then raid the economy.
They could also put up stone walls now in front of the... yeah, Sass is doing it in front of his base, but they could also stonewall the sacred sites now. And just attack wherever the enemy army isn't. That way you don't have to worry about the sacred sites getting decapped while you're raiding somewhere else.
And now, it's like the Mongol horde trying to break into China here. We do have that dock up. It's gonna be a demo ship. Okay. Yeah, so he's cutting off the reinforcement wave. He's trying to remove Baltun from the equation.
So
Yep.
yeah, you can destroy the bridges here.
And then also the archer ship follow-up is going to block him from doing anything, right? But Baltun does have Onimusha coming, so he should be able to like get the space to rebuild.
They destroy the bridge and then they're going all in on Baltun when half of his army is on the other side.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wait, no, the timing! Baltun!
Do it, Core.
Huh?
No!
I'm sorry, did they get nervous when we looked at them? Because that was a whiff! Baltun coming out for repair. Archer ship is there though. Baltun, this is way too ambitious. Needs to get the Onimusha out here first. Golden opportunity whiffed there by Core.
That could have been absolutely brutal.
I mean, it's still looking brutal, right? We're down 7 minutes on the timer. However, the decap is coming in, and Core, he was trying to seclude Baltun. Well, here he is on his lonesome, blocking the win condition of Core Alyona.
While he is still, like, isolated right now, if they just move all in on Baltun right now, like, Alyona, he might need to quickly buy 300 stone in order to stonewall his space. But if he's able to get that in, they could just kill Baltun right now.
Moving up there now. However, Core reacting with this many horse archers is going to tip Baltun off as to what is coming. So an early warning, and look at that. Sass is already migrating the army through the center.
They're going to need to try and repair the bridge. The bridge could go down quickly, though. If there's like 2 more demo ships, though.
Villagers are trying. I mean, you need the Onimusha, the crossbows, you need them here right now. Instead, Baltun, this is ambitious. This is expensive. He might just about get the tap of the hammer. He's still shy of what he needs. And the raid's coming. Look at this. They're hungry. Cataphract's looking to break in. Baltun needs to repair the bridge right now.
Oh God.
Crossbows are
the
here.
army, they can't cross.
Sass hasn't brought villagers. Baltun needs to use the ones in the center right now.
There we go. They're going for it. But
Dive
at the
comes in,
same
though.
time, that's huge losses right now.
Baltun is like, help me. Where are you? He's clearing the boats. Demos can easily be on the way, though. Like, if you just pump them now as Core, you can deny this again. Spear's moving in, though.
God.
Resources have been slung.
They can also
Baltun.
just like run back now. Get the explosion up
Look
again.
at Benny Hills. However, instead they dive even deeper.
Killing a lot, but is it gonna be enough in the end?
I mean, Baltun's down to 64 eco. They need to find the rest. He's hiding in the corners. He's shuffling out the north side. He crept out with a bulk of them there. And Alyona, he guessed wrong. He thought they were corner camping in the very back. And the horse archers can't break out here. They're stuck in the base.
Count. It's even military count against cataphracts.
36 of them. However, they seem reluctant to fight here.
Yeah, Vultures have to be so careful here when it comes to taking these fights.
It's so hard to kite. Like, you're stuck. Right now, Baltun has created a tomb for you to jump into here. Spearmen are coming. And crossbows are starting to mop through this. Baltun and Sassy are for now keeping the military lead. More resources now being slung here. And it looks like the horse archer mass is about to get cut down to about half of his previous number. The cataphracts still holding reserve though, and the crossbows
Spearmen are gone.
now exposed.
Spearmen are gone.
Has to move away. Tramples could be in there, but quick reaction with the reserve. Sassy, just enough to scare him back here. Alyona, he had what, 36 cataphracts? He's now down to 24.
It's still a lot though, because the military from Baltun is non-existent. It's all Sass, and now the charge comes in.
There's no start stepping away from this. I mean, this is going to be a wipe of the force. The backbone of their DPS. Sassy is being reduced to rubble. Baltun's grand army of 4. Onimusha are not going to be able to save him here.
They're getting jigglied.
Oh, Eliona's definitely puffed up his chest on this one. I can say that much for sure. Demo ship coming in. That is juicy value. Double outpost gets hit. The backup line of spears and crossbows here. The trample comes through though. It's just too many cataphracts. They're breaking through.
More charges coming in as well. Onto the nest of B. Goes down instantly.
And this looks like it should be over, right? I mean, Baltun and Sassy still have a lot of economy, but it's 70 to 27 military.
And economy now a firm lead for Alyona and Core. In the situation where just previously Baltun and Sass had a 30 villager lead, it's just been flipped on its head.
The cannon numbers are at least low, so it looks like Sassy will be able to protect its own base. However, Baltun's has seen better days. Not many better days.
Second TC has come in for Core, and there's still a lot of trading out going on right now.
Well, such account has kind of dwindled in numbers, right? He never went for the transport ship play, so he's just kind of brute forcing his way in. And Kadas were kept back to deal with that outpost, so that did actually save Sassy. Had these cataphracts been diving towards his base, the spear crossbows wouldn't have held.
I'll keep drop.
The containment protocol
It's time
continues.
to run. It's time to run past the bridge and bird it once you're over.
Imagine if he miscommunicated and just...
It's a second demo ship. It's on the way.
And Musha, they do have the Komodia, which means they can outrun the cataphracts. Gotta be a little bit careful with that. That's what the horse archers need to get in, and they are going to be able to wiggle their way in here. Sass now trying to actually get a dock up on this side. And no, wait, no, Core.
He's not moving onto it. It's still up. The bridge is still up. It's an imaginary bridge.
And we do have rocket launchers in the Castle Age.
They're not doing that much to the cataphracts.
No, it takes 2 hits.
Yeah,
it will insta-kill the horse archers, though. The keep drop. Well, he only just began it. They do need to deal with this force coming in. Crossbows and spears marching across. Nestabees is just saying, kill me. Onimusha are a little bit out of position. Display is pushed too far back here. So the crossbows are going to get wiped. A heavy loss here. He's at least trying to bring across more reinforcements. A Congo line of troops on the way. And Core realizes he needs to finish off that bridge. I think he didn't realize it originally. 2 demos just got queued up.
Archer ships now coming in. Bridge has also been repaired.
Or is Baltun holding? Like, the Onimusha numbers are actually pretty scary right now.
They gotta keep now on both sides, and the sacred sites are still ticking, so at least there is a victory condition that is ticking behind all of this.
Still Baltun just becoming a scourge with his classic Onimusha build in team games. Uma Bannerman also there to buff it up even further. Trebuchets are also on the way.
Burn the bridge, Corp. Burn the bridge. It's time. There we go. Now Trebuchet is also coming in behind this.
Detonation on the bridge, but I mean, there's villages nearby, right? So we could see that remediating pretty quickly here. Double siege workshop from Mountain to try to get the numbers up. It's a full Onimusha defense, which is cool, but I mean, the weakness of course is going to be the dive, right? Like, especially at this stage, you don't have that wide open battlefield to kite across. You have to kind of stand your ground here or lose economy. Or such as diving into trade now.
Yeah, able to take great rates against the Onimushas here. They've got a lot more HP.
Boys, fortitude, worth its weight. Spears against archer ships? Really?
The repairs come in on the bridge.
Okay. Well, we do have spears trying to attack a boat that's completely out of range, and we do have double demo in reserve. The crossbows need to be quick on the finger, quick on the draw. Indeed, 4.5 minutes to go. I mean, there's no easy sneak out either.
From Eliona.
And Eliona does have most of his cataphracts over here. Looks like detonation on the bridge again. This is just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. You kill the bridge, we repair the bridge. And you repair the base though. Treb count up to 4, ready for call.
It's a lot of an investment though. And Core's food economy isn't that great.
No. He has barely built any farms. I think he's building them in the center now, but probably like 15, max 20. Crossbows do get found by the cataphracts, but they can't hang around here. So gradually, Sassy is getting the troops across he needs to start brute forcing this, and they need to be fast. Cool. He has 1,300 stone. He can repair this for a while, yeah.
And this, I mean, there's still the 3 sacred sites ticking.
Yep.
But something tells me that Sans at any point in time could break out onto the left-hand side.
Well, not just that. Can we check that northern sacred site? Because I think it has no defenses. No, so here's the fort. Here's the fort on the floor. If they start to show weakness, Baltoon can just rush the Onimusha north.
If they show weakness. It's 40 cataphracts right now.
What's going on?
Oh no! Oh no!
No, no! Wait,
Oh, we got Springles!
the Springles are actually useful! Treb's arriving, just getting a few shots out before going down. The trample onto the bridge. I mean, now you kind of wish you actually had your own demo ships. Crossbows. Onimusha starting to whittle away at this, though. The spearmen dive in. The horse archers currently are standing their ground as the mangonels need to be defended. A mop-up here. The cataphract count from, what, 40 down to 25. A lot of dead heavy cavalry here for Eliona. But the timer now under 3 minutes. It's being paused. Wait, where are they? He buys some time.
He bought some time, but it's not going to be enough. The timer is still ticking now.
I mean, you say that, but look at the military. Look at the military count.
It's more valuable units though on one side with the cataphracts.
And the cataphract count is down to 30. Crackety. The mango is definitely worth their weight.
Mangoes are going to do a lot against the Onimushas here if they pull on.
We should need to be a little bit careful about this. The Shogunate Castle currently on fire.
Oh, the shots.
How is he losing the repair battle here?
And
it's
the
down.
TC goes down.
And
No more defenses.
I mean, it is if you can get it back up, but it's 13,000 HP to repair.
It's going to take a while.
Especially if Trebs keep hitting it. And I think they're going to have to start quitting it. Ringing the bell. 2 minutes to go. Mangoes, they can actually delete the bridge. Core turns around slowly. A missed opportunity there to splash him, to teach him to swim. Cataphracts are now here. The crossbows are exposed. The Destinies does go into the Mango. Onimusha diving out, looking for the snipes here. The panic retreat from Core. Doesn't even turn around to shoot, which means the Destinies slowly fitting the herd here.
Mangonels shooting onto the horsemen, not doing their full damage there. More Mangonels coming in though.
Horseman, smart move here at this stage, right? The cataphract count very low. However, a second wave is on the way. 18 cataphract in waiting. We are a minute and 20 seconds away. And Core has been ratting his way through the stone with the Golden Gate tickets. He still has enough to keep repairing this keep.
God, the crossbows and Jugadoo all go down.
I think this is done. The mango spam is just too good. This keep has lasted too long. If they rush north, that's the only play now. Horseman to the north side for bouncing for the decap is the only move.
Still a travesty of a food economy for core, but it's enough for the looks of it.
Who needs meat when you make siege?
Instead of 3,000 wood, if he had like 30 more cav archers now, that would be great.
Instead, more siege. Both of them have been grinded down here. 25 seconds left on the clock. Baltu now shuffling out horsemen.
Yeah, on the north side. Is he gonna get it in time? Cataphracts, are they pulling over?
Warrior Monk is there, though. That's going to delay any sort of infraction upon that location. The castle is down. The Cataphracts are making their move. The Onimusha need to rush here. It's going to be a trickle of horsemen to try and buy time. And every second matters on this clock now. But it feels undeniable. With 19 Cataphracts.
It is a pure desperation play.
I mean, there's no stopping it. Onimusha trying to move over now, but this is it. We are going to be evening it up to 1-1. There is nothing they can do anymore. A valiant effort on the back foot from the beginning, and now an undeniable victory for Coronel Yoda.
GG gets called. 1-1. The set is now even between the two teams.
Whew. What an absolutely wild game there. I mean, we thought it was going to take a different track here. We thought it was going to end up with a fast castle, typical Japanese build, but no, Core did not want any part of that. Starved them out, evens it up, gives us a longer series. You know, after that opening game, I think in particular, we were a little bit worried that actually maybe the boys were a little bit too chill, a little bit too camp. They weren't trying to push hard enough, but they just reminded us that when they need to, they can be the ones to go on the aggression.
One of the Pigeons Valley games of all time, for sure.
Dude, I mean, some people try to crap on this map, but I'm going to be real with you. It's been delivering, right? Like, yeah. So this is something that's like the whole midweek muster thing. This is something one of the reasons why I done it, right? The way I done it, where we have a default map, is because players don't play things. They just say they suck without playing them, right? And then they play them and discover, oh, actually, this is kind of interesting. We had it in the 1v1s when there was a Louis MT versus Wham game. It was the only time Pigeons Valley got picked, and it was a hilariously ridiculous game. And now, once again, we get an insane game in the 2v2 format here on a map that I think currently has been just kind of side passed regularly. Like Pigeons Valley, it has 13 bans, right? Atoll, the only map with more bans. I think Pix is maybe sitting at like 3 total, if that.
Oh, man. Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. An absolutely crazy game. The dive onto Baltune's economy. Oh, this was so close. Court just passing.
I'm still so... I think he tried to click on the villages, and the hitbox of the bridge is too big for you to do that, right? So like you have to go in and manually detonate. Oh, man. I just constantly this. Every time, oh, it's been killed. Let me just repair that. Oh, it's been killed. Let me repair that. Oh my god, that bridge was non-stop.
Crazy, crazy game. And now we've gotten even serious between the two teams.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting one. Yes, you can't right-click the bridge, but you can shuffle up next to it and detonate, which is what I think you learned as the game went on. Bridge is a little bit weird as well right now. If the devs are watching, I'd appreciate an update, because like this map isn't fully as fluid as it's meant to be, because hilariously enough, you cannot move boats past broken bridges, which is a bit dumb.
Would make sense.
Right? Like, you know, you'd think once a bridge has been destroyed and there's just a giant gap there, you'd be able to sail through. But currently you cannot, which is why we never saw him try and go deeper and cut it off on both sides or something like that, right? It's very weird. I hope that gets fixed, because, you know, it would allow the bridge mechanic to be leveraged in a lot more creative ways with map design.
Do we even have any bridges in normal ladder maps? I don't think we do.
No, but we now have 2 maps that are on a high quality for these kind of functionalities, right? You've got bridges from Avali, and you now got Pigeons Valley from Caillou.
Should definitely have some of those in the normal ladder rotation.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see bridges more deeply implemented. This map came out from an inspired idea, so I coordinated with Cavallo on this one, and like this was originally the reason why it's called Pigeons Valley is because it's actually based on Hidden Valley. The concept of the map design, right, is that Hidden Valley is flawed because it's 2 long cliff sides, and you choose one side, and then you're either right or wrong. It's horrible design. What I want is for bridges to be able to float above like cliffs, because the idea was like, imagine if Hidden Valley had 2 bridges across the valley, right? Then you have options, but it's destructible bridges, so you'd remove it. It's a really cool mechanic. And I think it's kind of a shame that more games aren't leveraging it. Like, I still remember Command & Conquer in the early days. Incredible for the bridge mechanic. It just changed the dynamics so often, destroying those bridges. And we've seen how epic it can be in these type of games. I just think the devs need to start using it in the new maps they're actually creating.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it definitely had a big impact in this game. I was very creative to see the use of it coming out there from Core.
It gets us deeper in the series. So I think now, thinking about what we have on the draft, what did we get? I think they went Coastal Cliffs, Himiyama, if I'm not mistaken. And then, what was the final map? Let's have a look. Okay, it's Coastal Cliffs, Gorge, sorry, and Cliffside. Yeah. Interesting. So Cliffside, Byzantine Jean, against English HRE. Both these sides can be very aggressive, but, you know, with a little bit of greed, the castle sneaks in for HRE or Biz. Let's find out how they want to try and lean here. We're going to be hopping into game number 3, Cliffside, 1-1 scoreline. Let's see who can be on the verge of winning this, who can get to match point in game number 3.
All right, here we go. Starting us off immediately, Core opening up with the Dark Age Barracks as the HRE here on Cliffside. His partner Eliona playing as the English. On the other hand side, we got Baltian playing as Jeanne d'Arc. And Sass playing as the Byzantines here. Don't think that this one is going to be a Gulp build from the Byzantines, as we already do have a Night Sip on the map.
Now, this is interesting, though. The Rax opening has been growing in popularity for the HRE, particularly in 1v1s on maps like Cliffside. Really high value against greedy civs, ones that need the gold or need the berries. And, you know, there are, funnily enough, 2 civs in this game that would need gold. One that wants the berries on top of it. Looks like Core needs to kind of hone in on his target, though, right? Like, I think ideally you want to be going for the French player, right? Because the problem with the Byzantine player is if you gamba and the spawn actually isn't like stacked, then the outpost rush is weak. And we can see by the spawn for Sassy, his berries and gold are on polar opposite sides of his base.
For both players, even.
Yeah, but at least for the French player, you only need gold, right? Okay, that's crafty from Baltian.
Oh my god, this is...
Dude, what a read. What a read. He needs to be quicker on that wall on the south side. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, but it's Jean. It's Jean. You don't care. Stab him in the face. Like, this is the thing about, like, rushing Jean with this play. If you don't have 4 spears, she doesn't care. She has 150 HP and regens. She will kill you.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't care. Villager is going to have to trade in his job as
TC's in range,
miner.
Right? Ooh. Yeah, missed opportunity there. Baltoon could have got the snipe
he got the damage. He got the damage.
Yeah, but he had 2 shots there. He didn't realize it was in range.
This spear is never going to hit another person again.
Now Jean gets her knife out and chases him across the map. We've got to send a message here, Crackety.
Well, it's finished up. You know what? You just use the scout. It's just gonna be like 15 hits from the scout. You're gonna like back in, out in.
No, guys. This is why whenever you play in team games, Crackety, you always try to Dark Age Spearman rush someone. You know why? Because if it doesn't work on one player, you can try it on the other. Core is now going north side to try and punish Sassy instead.
Ajab is coming in behind this though. And what is he doing? I think he's just laming.
Wait, is he laming deer? Okay, well, now this has reached a depressing point of this play. Yeah, it's like, just in case you guys were going to TC boom out here. Nope. Nope.
I mean, we do still have a JD player, which is going to get a big discount on that professional scout upgrade.
True. In which case, laming the deer doesn't really do anything.
It's the mental damage that counts.
That's true. You know, it's also the APM taxation. You know, Baltoon is a team game player, meaning he's used to using shift Q, which saves him APM efficiency. Now he's going to have to like look around for the deer, and he's going to have to pick them up, micro Q them. It's going to be very annoying.
To be fair, Baltoon is very good at flick shotting.
That's true, but now he's going to have to flick shot to all the different deer, which is going to cause him arthritis and carpal tunnel.
His hand is going to cramp up mid shot.
Yeah, so Core, like, he realizes this is not going to have an impact now, but like 10 years from now.
Oh. Yes.
10 years from now, when like, you know, Core is heaving on his shisha and coughing his guts up, it's going to balance the matchup against Baltoon, because Baltoon's going to have old man hands and Core's going to have old men lungs. So
He's gonna have to use one of these trackball mouses.
that's true. No. At that point, Baltoon is praying that technology, the eye tracking technology, has advanced enough, and that he can just buy one of Elon's plug your computer into your brain things.
Yeah, the link thingy.
Yeah. The link thingy. We'd be great salesmen for Musk right now.
Oh my god, get the link thingy.
Yeah, the link
You can
thingy.
do so many thingies that you can do with that.
Was it Neuralink? Yeah, just get the Neuralink,
Yeah,
guys.
Neuralink. There we go. Oh man.
I was having a discussion with some RTS devs about that. They're like, I think what's really missing for RTSs, the next step is just like almost a form of the way you play the game changing, right? Like mouse and keyboard is limiting us. And I instantly was like, is this guy about to sell me Neuralink?
I mean, to be fair, you could
It's kind of
start
an interesting
microing
point.
like the AI.
I think like if they can get the eye tracking tech right, that could be a very, very intriguing iteration that would benefit RTSs.
Oh, that would be so difficult though.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Like I think the only game I've seen it partially find a like valuable use in that I can recall was like Armor. For weirdly enough, there's a guy who was very good at piloting helicopters using eye tracking.
Damn.
Yeah. Me, I'd immediately crash it. Right, like, can you imagine trying to be the eye tracking guy? Because you know what would happen is like, if it wasn't elegant enough, you'd be microing the king, and you'd look at the enemy spear, and then you turn around to charge into them.
Oh no. That would be exactly the way it happens. That's why you need the Neuralink, so you're able to get context as well.
Yeah. But then at that stage, you know, like, then if the AI is like assisting you and the computer's assisting you, are we literally just making like an AI RTS?
Imagine Elon Musk testing out Neuralink and becoming #1 AoE4 player.
I mean, dude, he's making AI games now. Don't give him extra ideas, Jesus. That crap will probably sell like freaking hotcakes in China. Just make a mobile game. So we have a lot of spears coming in from Sassy to defend, which is intriguing because no one is interested in attacking it right now. We have a fast castle bird from Core.
And Eliona.
What?
It's
So,
double SD.
after game one, where they were too greedy, they're like, really like being greedy.
Core is looking at 4 knights and JD, and he's like, yeah, 2 spearmen, that's enough.
He's like, oh man, JD, tough to fight in age 2. Eliona, you gonna fight in age 2? No. Okay, I'm not gonna bother either. Let's go Castle Age and just build knights.
Oh, Baltian though, he's found the angle with JD.
Yep. His little itch that he needs to scratch here. 1 tap, a 2 tap, and Sayonara Sucker. If he just click not what?
Does he have textiles? Does Core have textiles?
It looks like it. No. So he just didn't press Q.
Yeah, like you can...
Neuralink would have pressed Q.
100%. Is Eliona gonna give over the sheep? He does. All right, so Core's gonna have at least 200 food safely.
And now we're seeing
safely.
the eye tracking software as he's choosing to attack the king instead of the 5 villages on the gold.
Charlotte moving out. Where's he gonna move out to though? He's kind of being surrounded hard right now, and King's Palace coming as well. I think Core just needs to like get outposts up inside of his base and bide his time and wait for Eliona to get him out.
It's so obnoxious because you don't want to dive the English player, right? Because that's attack speed, that's double TC fire. It feels harder to kill them than kill the HRE, but you're right. Like once HRE gets to the stage, they just lick a little bit of stone. Sticking a spring or 2. It's just as much of a nightmare. Like these are 2 of the more obnoxious civs in AoE 4 to try and dive in Castle.
Yeah.
I've almost killed the king. Just don't worry, guys. I've got infinite arrows for a reason.
Oh, no,
hello.
no, the timing
Eliona gets
here.
found.
Oh, sacrificing some villagers here.
What? I mean, you could just
that is
camp the outpost right now. You could just camp that outpost.
He's not getting the age up in with that.
I'm a little bit surprised Baltoon's going this deep, though. He's got another knight coming in. I mean, probably feels like 1 is good enough to block it. Villagers are shuffling, but if you don't kill them, the heal will add up from the Abbey. We are just playing a game with Duck Duck Goose here, but Elyona is failing to duck.
So many villagers, he thought he was safe.
Ring a roses like a... All on the north side. Wait, Sassy. Uh-oh.
That's the conversion. It's the lead in. All right. Good play.
Yeah, I mean, you can't allow the Roman Empire to convert Limitane, because that would be you admitting that the real Roman Empire. And he admits
conversion this time.
We are still waiting for age 3. The year is 1666 of our Lord.
Slowly but surely, the knights are going down. Elyona only lost 9 villagers. That's surely justifiable here.
You have to wonder, did Baltun really need to dive the TC, or would it have just been better to have stood here on the outposts?
I feel like it's so much time, right, that he's able to deny there.
Yeah, but like you deny more just by sitting here, right? You can force him to cancel the King's Palace.
Yeah. That's true.
Like, it just feels a bit wild to me because he had him by the long curlies, right? There was no way with like 8 knights there that he can protect that outpost. Dive coming in again. Limitane leading the way. The king is going to go for the body blocks here. And Elyona will shuffle into the outpost. So king goes down, but King's Palace, just touch it. Just touch it. This is not quick enough. This is expensive. Come on. No, he finally gets it.
Man, okay. Now it's only going to take Elyona
just trap yourself in,
3 minutes in order to get back from... Actually, yeah, like 4 minutes to get back from this villager deficit.
Strap yourself in, boys. Sounds like we got a late game for Elyona. Sassy, meanwhile, remember, he's got more villagers than this, courtesy of the efficiency of the system.
Core, he's making knights, but there's 14 Limitanae out, and this is gonna be so rough because there's already about to be 15 longbows out on the field from SAS.
And John's just gonna sit there and farm it up, right? This is like building the foundation for the investment capital company. Now you let the stock traders on the floor do the work. Those little longbowmen are your stock traders. He's even blocking the relic returns. Finds another one. And he's like, let me just drop this off and leave.
Fine, have it. I didn't want it anyways.
Yeah, I just want, like, I'm just stationing them around my base for a summoning ritual.
Oh, it has a relic
Did he get arrow slits? No, he got arrow slits on that, though.
It is arrow slits.
Oh, no.
This might not be enough, though.
No. It's definitely not enough. Europez comes in. He does at least min-max it. But you have the torch damage to just stand here. I love how he just gets Jean out of the way. He's like, I know what you want to do. We're obnoxiously building a ram underneath the outpost now. Knights are arriving, though. I have to wonder if it may have been worth stepping away for a moment to just build this ram.
Oh, Jean gets killed.
Goes down. Knights are in, though. Warlord coming through to buy some time there. We'll force the reset. But let it burn, baby!
Oh, no, villagers. That's a lot of villagers going down here.
Lightly toasted. For your amusement, looks like only one gets away. So gold gathering has been blocked. Core has got, I think, no relics banked, right? Like, that was the only one. The rest, like, look around his base.
It's all around his base. It's kind of pretty.
Two more, and we have a penta summoning here, okay?
He's got one inside of his Regnits.
Oh, okay, yeah. So in fairness, he needs to bring another one on the south, then drop the other one from the Regnits on the south, and then we can summon Exodia.
Every time you itch a little bit closer, right?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's just like 2 out of the 10 prelates required to get this home, right? Oh, maybe.
Oh. Nah.
Denied.
No. You just get another one in.
Meanwhile, I feel like we do need cosmetics, to buy. I think one should be Kara Siphons play Burn Baby Burn. Like, it's gonna be horrible as a content creator getting DMCA'd, but kind of worth it.
Definitely.
Disco Inferno. So, second relic home. And tech up on the way now from SAS.
Yeah, Golden on Tower. I mean, if you're getting to the veterancy on the longbows, suddenly they're able to kill the knights.
I mean, at this stage, maybe just build like... Nah, I was about to say build another Kara Siphon. Let's be real, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
What you need is Jean back here so that she can solo build a ram.
I like how Baltun and Sass just walled in Core and Ileona.
I also love the wallings around the sacred sites. No give, no take. Wolves say no, but don't worry. Wolves are definitely still going to be going up. There's double tech up behind this. So Ileona is, he'll be ready to participate in about another 5 minutes. He's got 11 crossbows running into 19 soon-to-be vetted longbows.
Hey,
Not good.
he's caught up with Baltun when it comes to the villager count.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
if I knew that like a few minutes of Castle Age with a King's Pass could achieve that, I'd always build White Tower.
Oh no, another Arachnids probably needs E-repair on that. Keep it alive.
Call E-repair for a reason. Easy repairs. It's barely
So
outpacing
many
the
of them
Parasite. The Knights will be gut Knight as they look to run away. Double dunker as well, so Baltun just getting a little bit more XP. Are we close to level 3? I feel like probably not. Baltun done well, but he did die as well, so he wasn't present for a while. Probably like a, what, 400 out of 500 XP for Jean? I mean, this fight would gate you it, though. And we will not be switching to see. Veterancy, did he cancel and requeue Veterancy? I think he did, so he priored a different tech.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. He's getting some... Yeah, it's still not vetted up. The
It's
Midnight
Limitade,
are,
right?
but the Lombos aren't. It's coming in now. It's coming quickly as well, so probably Conscriptio on it.
A little bit surprised by the Rangian switch here, though. You know, like, just let Baltun build the Knights and
Really
focus on the
need
Limitade.
it. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe... I personally would have expected, like, a mass-minute arm play.
All right, that was actually crafty. That one night just gave time for the villagers to run away. Wait, hey, look, we're a step closer to summoning Gilgamesh with the 5 relics again.
Mass crossbows at this point in time.
Oh, the
Not
farms.
really achieving anything.
This is where Kari Ciphers look good. You know what would be appropriate is after you burn a farm, if just like a fresh loaf of bread appeared there. I mean, you are like baking the wheat, right? A little bit overtuned, but
Bacon.
you know, no, not bacon. That's something different.
I mean, that would happen. Well, not quite bacon.
That should happen with the boar. You should be able to Kari siphon a boar, and when you do, it just like it's a full barbecue like display, right? With this little steam coming up.
Using a Kara siphon on a full cattle ranch should make them have like 1,000 food each from the cattle instead of 500.
Yeah, and it should give you like the fresh food buff. So like, you know, your villagers gathering from it, then gather 20% faster. We're just adding MMO elements in here.
Depending on how many cattle you have in the ranch, it's going to be more and more. If you only have one, it's going to be like Wagyu quality.
And then like, you know, you should be able to click on the food when it's like, it's dead. But because like we're doing medium rare, we're not doing any of that well-cooked crap, right? Because it's medium rare, it just goes moo when you click on it.
Don't even have to change the audio.
Wait, we don't actually have a moo noise when we click on cows, right? That's kind of sad.
Don't think we do.
How did RTSs in 2001 have the technology?
Bigger
I mean, hell,
budget.
RTSs back then were hauling cows at castles. I want that stuff. Warlords coming in. It's going to buy a little bit of time against the dive. But don't worry, he's got more Warlords where that came from.
I mean, Core...
Maybe use them.
I'm still a little bit perplexed as to the game state right now that we're in.
It's very weird.
Yeah, we're now also seeing some men-at-arms coming in from Ileona, and Core has managed to get up to more knights than Baltun.
What?
Granted, they're not like Royal Bloodline knights, but...
No. But also, look what Baltun's doing. He's pivoting into horsemen.
Yeah.
I mean, I like this if you don't reveal it, but you just revealed it at the interception point, right? So we're already seeing a men-at-arms switch from Ileona.
The men-at-arms from Ileona are gonna do so well against the longbows with the bonus armor. Like, usually longbows can still fight quite nicely against men-at-arms, not against English men-at-arms, though. That's a good army.
Yeah, especially with attack speed aura. I'm surprised Sass and Baltun are trying to go in here. I mean, I guess the Kara Siphon's burnt everything it wants to in Core's base. Leave him alone for a second, let him feel sore.
I mean, it's 113 to 69. Nice military, but this game isn't quite over yet.
No, it's the quality of that military, right? Like, you're talking about crossbows and knights. Pretty nice, actually, for Core and Ileona. The Karasiphon can get rid of this. Unfortunately, right now it's being pushed away by its army. It's finally moving in, so King's Path now under siege. Should force a reaction. And with that attack speed aura, it should be difficult right now for Baltu to contest. He only has 13 horsemen.
I think they're gonna take a fight here.
Limitane can be big here.
Yet.
Like, I actually think they want to be flooding more Limitane. Just cut the Varangian. Karasiphon just says, hit me.
Front line soon.
March in. Cool. Tries to back away, though. The mid-arms are now going to be revealed, but the Knights do get on top of that. Gets that pump of the Divine Restoration. Jean should be able to get level 3 out of this fight. King gets sniped, and there it is. She's in. She's ready to fight and ready to be feared. The crossbows on the backside. Getting sniped down so well. Sassy on point with the micro here. Now Yona, only 7 minute-arms left over. Way too many Varangian and spears, and he's even berserking them to brute force his way through this front line faster.
And the Knights with the Royal Bloodlines just so tanky here. Crossbows not able to one-shot them. GG gets called.
What a fight. What a read out of Baltin and Sass. It was looking like it was trending towards Coronel Yona for a static defense there. But they found the perfect time and the perfect pressure point with those Karasiphons to get it done. And get them from 1 point now up to 2. They are the ones that have the pressure leaning on Coronel Yona. Nothing but perfection from the Frenchman and the German if they want to stay alive in Winter Team Championship number 2.
God, that village account from Eliona looks super, super rough. At the end, able to come back into it. But if you just imagine, if that King's Palace went up without this big idle time there, they would have been in a great spot.
Oh, man. Crazy to think. Like, I mean, that game felt like it should have been over so much quicker than that, right? Like, when Eliona got blocked on the King's Pass, looked like it was entirely over at that stage. But, you know, important lesson learned here. We were talking about this in 2v2s. You can't double fast castle. It's insanely greedy. And yeah, we see the replay now. This took so long. I mean, this is the tail end of what felt like a 3-minute King's Palace wait timing.
Barely. The last villager standing there gets it up. And what's left is Eliona with 21 villagers, while Baltune or Sass are 36.
Incredible. And I mean, you have to then be conscious of the pressure that was on core at all times, right? Idle on the food constantly, losing farms, losing the Regnates. Regnates which could take so long to repair when you've got such a small economy. These details all adding up. It's what made Baltune and Sass so confident. And here's that big pivotal fight, right? Like, delayed it just long enough to get the horsemen in. And, you know, you may notice something very important here. It was the lack of hesitation to make the Vikings angry. Look at it. He just activates straight away the moment the Knights move forward of him. Beautifully done there to just brute force down so fast.
The men-at-arms just getting picked apart by the Knights and by the berserking Varangians there, and the crossbows just aren't able to pick apart these armored units quickly enough. There's also Landsknechte in there from Sass as well. Just having access to so many different unit types from different civilizations here, absolutely brutal. And 40 longbows in that last fight as well. Like, Byzantines truly can't do it all.
Well, what they can't do is appear in every single game in this series. No, they are going to be taking the back burner for game number 4. Looks like next up we've got Coastal Cliffs. HRE Malians versus IU Chinese.
IU been a very, very solid civilization at the moment. China should also be good, but I think you definitely can't underestimate Malians. Malians in the current meta, without like the mangonels and like the old mangonels, the old springles and stuff like that, Malians are kind of dangerous. They're kind of really dangerous at the current level, and it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to get played out now.
Yeah, it's also scary for one of the most popular IBID strategies at the moment, right? You can't play Desert Raiders into Malians. That's a death sentence. It's also a bit weird to play them into HRE because they can Archer Blob. So, you know, I think the onus is really on, like, what does China do here? Because, like, my worry is if you don't want to play Desert Raiders, you don't want to play H2. So you're fast castling. But then China wants to, what, 2TC or fast castle. So I don't want to say we have a complete repeat of the last experience, but it does feel like a double greed.
I don't think there should be another double greed game, especially on a map like Coastal Cliffs. I would rather imagine that maybe we're getting something a little bit more cheeky out of course, similar to what happened in that Ruse game on Pigeons Valley. Maybe a cheeky forward Barbican on the Mali player.
What's interesting about that as well is the Delhi snipe. Right? Because, like, if you want China, I feel like you don't mind the deli because you can Barbican block the Sacred Site and play a bit more greedy anyway.
I feel like Delhi nowadays aren't as bad into China as they used to be. Like, you get good healing in, you get so many scholars, and Ghazi Raiders overall are just naturally good into China. I don't think it's an issue here.
Okay. And then, yeah, the Japanese snipe, not too surprising there, right? Like, now you have options on the table. If you want to play H3 for Fast Castle, that can work too. There's a lot of relics centralized here. And I think the thought process is if IU can't play their Desert Raider early timing, if you think about who can Fast Castle the quickest here, right? H3 should be able to be ahead. So you could try to go for those relics. So, like, there is a nice layer of flexibility there that I think most people can agree is quite obnoxious, the HRE. Very good at playing feudal, but also very good at just suddenly rushing castle.
That's true, but I think this one should be a feudal age game against the civilization like the Malians and the HRE. Like, Mali is interesting because they can counter you units no matter what age you're in, whether you're castle age or whether you're feudal age, they can counter you units. But the same goes the other way as well. You can counter Malian units no matter which age you're in, unless it's Freeborn Warriors, but that's like an asterisk type situation.
Yeah, very, very situational. Unless you want to do the 2TC Mali, it might be a bit weird. I think there's, like, the ideal comp, right, is for Oil and Boil to just get into Javelin plus H3 Spears. Very strong. I mean, I wonder if there's even a realm of possibility for mine work here.
You could go mine work. Something that I've recently liked doing a lot is mine work into Fast Castle and just pump out those really, really strong knights with the chain botting armor.
Yeah.
It can be very, very strong.
Even earlier in the game, right, the whole idea of actually just flooding horsemen with all pikes, very good, or you just go spears. And the thing I love about the mine work build is it makes your ram rush timing so much better. You're basically one ram ahead of where you'd otherwise be, right? Saving on the blacksmith, saving on the tech, basically buys you enough resources there to get a ram for free. But we'll see. Sounds like we're just moments away. Remember, folks, we've still got another series to happen after that. After this, right? We've done 2. This is our 3rd. And then after this, we have got the Spanish Bros going up against Banter Boys, which was
Maria
Nagafai, yeah. And I think they also have I Am Jeffrey, but he hasn't made an appearance yet. So still another series after this. If you haven't subscribed yet, what the hell are you waiting for? I don't like ads. I like games. So let's get to what I like. Game number 4, Oiling Boil on match point. Let's see if Cornelio can bite back and get us a 5-game series.
Let's jump right on in. And here we go. Coastal Cliffs, the name of the game this time around. Baltian and Sass playing as the HRE and the Malians. On the other hand side, we got Eliona playing as the Ayubids and Kor playing as the Chinese. Another time without an IO opening. If this ends up being a Barbican rush, I don't mind it, because you do actually get a significantly faster Barbican timing without the early Imperial official.
The Barbican options look bad, though, right? Like, it's actually kind of hilarious.
On the right-hand side, you block out the deer, you block out the gold.
Yeah, you could maybe wiggle in there, right? It's tough, because if you get seen early, it's just a quick wall and then nothing, which is the worrisome part, right? So, like, from there, if that fails, you have no backup option. The thing I was going to say is quite funny is, like, imagine if the player positions for each team, like, you know, Baltun and Sassy and Elyon and Kor were reversed, right? Because Elyon is playing a gold heavy civ. With Kor's position, he would get no gold because there's triple foot gold. And then on the flip side, if the Malian player had Sassy's position, that's technically triple foot gold as well. So both sides kind of dodged a bullet by having the right player on the right side of their spawn.
Yeah, definitely could have been a lot worse for them here. But still, I think if, like, you could in theory Barbican rush an HRE player as well.
Yeah.
And get them completely off of gold. It's gonna make it hard for them. Like, it's not necessary to get them completely off of gold, but what you want to do is if they go for an Archon, you want to deny the space around the Archon.
Yeah. Agreed. And I think, you know, the key thing is going to be timing here if you're going to try it right. Like, Sassy should be aware of the possibility here. So you want to do your rotation, drop sheep, and then be scouring around the eastern sacred site to see it coming. Because if you see it coming early, you just get a cheap wall up between the cliff and the tree line, and then you can get this ridiculously high value Archon, which will be deer, gold, and the tree line.
Well, Academy coming in, so not a Barbican rush, at least not yet, and we do have the Archon coming in.
Am I the only one surprised by that?
I would have loved to see a Barbican, like a messy all-in feudal age game.
Oh no, I was talking more Sassy's like Arkham placement. Like it's
wants to
risky on the
get
fort
gold
tree.
in.
Yeah, but you can get that on the tree line, right? So you get the trees, you get the deer for a shoving with your scout afterwards. It's a bit risky
kinda
because it's
risky.
fort. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a forward wood line, right? It's not in range of your TC at all. That's how you really quickly lose a game, and we actually saw that on a toll today.
That's true. I think my thought process here is like,
Value.
if you get hit on that, I mean value as well, right? If you get hit on that, it's mainly just the wood that gets blocked out. Bit annoying, but like you still have golden food for a full back of castle. So yeah.
I think he still has one lumber camp that's going to be in range,
Yes.
so he should still be fine inspiration-wise.
Mance coming on the other side, so no surprise there. Imperial Academy. And then, of course, what was the choice for Elyona? I'm going to guess Growth Wing here, because someone's going to have to be present in Feudal Age.
Could be an option. We're also... It's going to be... Oh, okay, we're going to get the Dervish Wing
Oh,
in
really?
early.
A bit surprising, right? Because we talked about how valid Javelin play is here for Baltoon, and the Dervish play is strong, but it's also quite weak against range units, right? And you are talking about two civs that are quite viable for that right now. Like Javelins always have been bread and butter for Malians, and Sassy, you know, if he plays Feudal HRE, you're usually talking about like massing archers.
At the same time, like, you just get... We've seen it happen a couple of times. You then add a simple production building, and you're able to, like, even sit under an outpost
It's obnoxious.
with the units due to the healing.
I think it's difficult against Javs, but yeah, it works well against early archer count. The cool thing as well is like on a map this big, if he just goes for like advancement wing now, he can just hoover relics, so it's a counterplay against SAS on the HRE. So, walls already up. I think we might just get fast castle from Elio. Like, these are very, very early walls.
Yeah, would make sense. He's also walling in a relic behind that. Core, on the other hand side, he's not going Song Dynasty. He's got a lot of villagers over on wood right now.
This is fast castle, fast castle.
I think this might be Pro Scout Fast Castle. Yeah, it is Pro Scout.
Yeah, but like SAS plus Elyona are fast castling, right? So Baltoon's the
They
only
should
person potentially playing the age, but if we check his base, we're probably getting like double mill soon. No, okay, so
Does he also have a mill? Yeah,
he
he
got
also
Pro
has a mill.
Scouts?
They're both Pro Scouting.
yeah.
Paul needs
So-
a stable.
this is
I think
cool
he's got a
though,
stable up.
because you can sling it to your teammates, which is very important, right? Because you've got Camel Lancers on one side, and then you've got this big meat blob. Like, this is potentially a Burgrave game.
Maybe. Pro Scouts is going to be a little bit annoying, though, but this is where the Dervishes could also come into play. Just heal up your scouts as you're carrying the...
Nothing to see here, boys. Nothing to see.
Pro Scouts came in.
Oops,
Warrior Scouts came in.
that's a dead scout. Oh,
Oh, he
you've got to
lived.
be kidding me.
4 HP on that one.
He switches over to villagers instead, which of course with this high base damage now, he can contest. Shot to the face should scare him off though, so that'll get a little bit of breathing, really. Freaking
Just send the Dervishes
Malian
over,
scouts.
get like... Oh, that's a fast Regnitz. Good timing on that. Not a single economy upgrade. Didn't even build a lumber camp yet.
bad.
Oh, slight mismacro there with the
Food for thought.
house.
Imagine how much quicker it would have been if he'd actually shoved the deer in.
Maybe like 10, 15 seconds?
10, 15, yeah. I think that's believable. It's also just the follow-up play, though, because it gives him a surge point. So we'll see how he does. I think we're probably going to see him open stables, right? Get 2 or 3 knights out. I don't think you want to stay knights long-term, though, right? You've got to be consciously aware that Elyona is likely rushing castle as well.
Healing's not bad.
For God's sake. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like people have been sleeping on this crap for way too long.
And there's also the Camel on ease, right?
Yeah, and so there's Camel on ease. There is the focus healing, which is 3.5 on a unit being attacked. But then there's also the AoE healing, which is 1, right? So like, with double dervish they're healing, you're healing 8 per second on a unit being attacked.
Good timing. That is a really good timing for the relic wrap now. Elyona, is he also aging up? I think Elyona's also aging up.
He must be
this.
with that eco. This is probably...
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he got growth in. So, nicely done, right? Like, usually you would expect advancement, but as we say, you open the dervish. He'll be in a good position to snatch away 2 relics. The problem here is, like, SAS... I think this is a type of build where it's even worth just sacrificing a villager production to get out. Like being aware.
Yeah, additional prelate.
Especially when you know it's a castle race against Dervish.
Scout behind this, still coming in.
He's going deep. You can't go too deep against Dervishes. Like, it's also a gamble because you don't know exactly what relics they're going to take first.
Oh, there is.
This is so annoying.
A Donzo.
I mean, it's a scout. There's no way Donzo loses to the scout. 90 hits later. This one arriving.
Man.
First Knight is out, though. So, Core should get blocked in this play, but Sass is not paying attention.
Yeah, the Knight isn't in range. Oh, Core. Does manage to get out in time.
Balls on the other side. Baltin. Ooh, just about shuffles out there.
Able to kill at least one of the prelates here, but should be 3 relics at least for Sass. I'm guessing probably 4 with the one on Baltian's side.
Dervish is coming though, and this is so obnoxious. Yeah, like he's wait, prelate. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
No,
He's
Sass.
wait. He can't get it.
I mean, you can pull it closer though, right? Like, oh, damn it. Not able to get it at all. Big snatch there from Alyona.
Wait. Alyona for the eco-wing growth.
Yep.
Why is he only on 40 villagers? Wait, never mind. Okay,
because his teammate is Chinese.
Yeah. It wasn't Song Dynasty, so I was like, wait, nah, never mind. It adds up. It all adds up.
Taxman, yo. All right, this Dervish, like, surely this Dervish should. Everything in the map wants him dead. All coming in. Nice defense there. However, have you met his friends?
One of the dervishes should be going down there. Unless...
Eventually. Okay, there we go. It took a while. And now we wait. All coming up here, but the relic has been blocked for now. Oh my god. And Core, this guy's got so much gold. Freaking Chinese. 2 TC as well from Core. Lancers have arrived. Donzo's, whoops.
Didn't quite get the brace in.
Looks like Knights will be able to win over here, but Core does at least take 1 Knight with him. Meanwhile, an assault over that relic, a relic which Alyona doesn't really have a lot of dervishes to play with. He's only got 1 still available. Barbican drop is on the way, which would permanently secure that relic though.
After a second TC has also gone up for Core, so economy scaling is looking not too bad here right now.
This is
though, what's the situation in Baltian space when it comes to the cattle?
It's not too bad considering like Core's got 2 TC.
Yeah, it's kind of not good though.
Behind this though, it's a 4-4 split, right? Because that relic's now secure because the Barbican, he's got 2 at home, 1 with him, and we are in a 2v2.
Is Baltian? I think he's pro scouting over to Sass at the moment.
He
so
should
he's giving resources to Sass. Yeah, he is.
Sass,
I think you should do both, like to both players, because like Baltian's also gonna need food. Like he's eating cattle right now. Oh, but this is gonna hurt again. That's so many cattle lances out already.
Yeah, like this is what I was worried about with Sassy's playing the Knights. The longer this goes, the worse it gets, because you know Camel lances are coming. So he has got 1 archery range ready, but 1 is nothing at this stage.
If this was a mine work, at least it would be more fine against the bonus attack speed that the Camel Lancers have and the less attack that they have, but... And now Imperial Palace right after the Song Dynasty. Yeah, Core's in a really good spot thanks to the Pro Scouts, and I don't think Baltian's got... Yeah, there's still like a lot of deer on Baltian's side. He hasn't really been too actively Pro Scouting them.
I think this is fine for Baltin though. Like it's 52 to 40 eco, right? And 4 of those are taxmen. So like getting the full line up at this stage, he's probably got like 4, close to 5 ranches full. So you know he's gonna have a timing here. Just needs to be very careful about these camels. Don't let them into the hen house.
I'm not sure how much of a timing this is gonna be. What's the relic situation right now?
It should be 4
I think
for
it's like
Sass.
4-3. Yeah.
It's 4-4, right?
It's 4 to... Wait, is it 8 relics or 7? I see
my brain is
3
like...
relics.
Wait, is it 7? Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right, yeah, because it's 3 default and then 1 extra per player. My brain was like, there's 5 in a 1v1, so now there's more play. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 7. So, I mean, it's Regnit's relic, so it's still pretty good for Sass, but does feel unfortunate to get denied that many. Wolves are almost up.
We also have villagers out on stone for Leona, so he might also be going for a second TC. A lot of greed coming in, and Core, he's getting a lot of food in though. He just needs to translate that into a lot of units now. We are getting the archer ranges.
Oh boy. That's crossbows on the way. Sass, his own crossbow, is going to feel a little bit underwhelming. I mean, this is the type of game where I'm going to whisper the thing that every HRE player forgets. Inspired Warriors.
Yeah, Inspired Warrior is nice.
Yeah, I think it gets slept on way too often, right? The +1/+1, and then the damage buff. I mean, on a crossbow that hits for 12 base, that's going to be an increase of 2 damage. And then with the extra armor, it's a differential of like 3, right? So,
Yeah, 2 damage depending on how generous the developers feel.
well, it's 12 and then it's 15%, right? I'm pretty sure Inspired Warriors is reliable. It's just hard to tell because of the way that the UI does decimals. Because math is hard.
It
Just
is,
ask an
man.
English main. Like,
They
how
don't even
insulting
know
is
what
that from the
textbook they
devs?
get.
They're like, English people don't know math so badly, we can just not give them their 20% on all their units. Outrageous.
They can't tell the difference.
They're like, oh, shiny buff, this must be good. What do you mean knights aren't getting buffed? Never noticed. Pasta swapping down the way from Sassy though, so this is going to be a really big surge. Will allow him to gap close and cause eco advantage quite quickly. The pressure is mounting. So he can break through these poor man's walls.
Single villager, never mind. He's got friends.
Oh, this is tight. Might just be in time though.
But villagers, they're running outside to repair.
Oh my god, that was so close. Is it even worth it if you get through at this rate? The crossbows are starting to arrive. Sass has to back away. Yeah, at least minimizes it to what? 1 knight going down there. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and Core making sure there's not going to be any pesky knights running around the back line of his base.
Baltoon, a lot of Musafadi being surged now. Meanwhile, Sass straight into the hand cannoneers. Bold. Bold against China.
I mean, hand cannoneers in the current meta, they are still very strong, especially against like mass infantry at the moment. Once you mix in horsemen, it's not going to be as strong anymore, or just knights in general, because they don't do like the bonus damage against them anymore.
Yeah, I think the trickier part is like hand cannoneer scales very slowly. You run the risk of Core just rushing Imperial now, and then your entire like comp is discredited, right? Because Core will be able to get the pyrotechnics, and then very quickly you won. Hello. Core ambitious. They regret it. Musafadi ambush him, and yeah, there's the vision he's seeing right now. Like, where did all these units come from? Baltoon's hacking. Stealth, baby. Effective tool here.
That's a lot of them.
Yeah, I've got Inspired Warriors, by the way.
You.
With hand cannoneers, it's pretty vile, actually, because they buff the damage to the base up to 38. So a 15% increase puts you above what gunpowder used to get you.
It is a lot of damage that you get in with that tech.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure that you're actually like using it with your scholars.
You have to, I think you also have to toggle off healing is the big issue people forget to do, right? Because then they just buff instead, right?
I mean, with the healing, they made it so that if you heal a unit, it also automatically gets buffed.
Yes, but the problem is quite often, like, if you think about it, let's say you have a knight that's 230 HP, and you have 7 healing per second, right? And let's say you've lost 100 health. That is a lot of units you could have been buffing instead, right? That ends up being like, I think...
Yeah, but if you have a knight, I feel like healing that one up is also kind of important.
That's true. I think it's like the skew is when you're at max pop. When you're at max pop, you just want the army buffed, right? Like, it's kind of sad the amount of times I've seen people go Inspired Warriors, and they have like 3 units glowing in an army of 50.
That's a great spot for Great Wall Gatehouse there.
It's a vile spot. It's going to get all the protection. But yeah, like the biggest problem with Inspired Warriors is like when you get in the fight, and because units are taking damage, you're basically buffing like 5 units maximum instead of the entire army. It's really weird. So basically, HRE needs a buff, and they should just... It's an aura. There you go. I figured it out.
Team Oiling Ball right now, they're kind of playing into the hand of Team Core Leona.
Yeah.
To this late game kind of situation. We're getting a lot of archers right now in from Baltoon with poison arrows and a lot of Musafadi warriors as well. The issue is I don't see them breaking the Great Wall Gatehouse. They might break into core space, actually. And the thing here as well to keep in mind is that China, Zhugedu, they don't get the buff with the upgrade that Zhuji's Legacy gets, so they don't get an additional +1 damage against the lightly armored infantry.
But if you now go back
also-
for the other landmark, you do get a ridiculous attack speed buff.
You mean the Spirit Way?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't think it kind of balances? Like, think about it. It's 20% deep, like attack speed. Like, it's a 20% DPS increase. It balances out against an extra +3, right? Especially when you're hitting for like 15+ damage.
There's also healing coming in with it.
Yes. Like, I think it's very much worth it if you think that you need to go mass juke here.
It's 3,600 resource though, and if you imagine like Shuji can do something similar, go Ming Dynasty, and then they also have a lot of even more damage.
Like Ming's better there for sure, but like the idea of like the repeating crossbows, you kind of get that pseudo effect. It is definitely expensive, and they will have to survive the storm because for Baltoon, he doesn't want this to go full imp late game, right? Like that's where his power spike gets discredited. So goes for the dive, looks for the fight before the upgrades can come in, but the elite gold hat upgrade already in for the crossbow line. Lancers struggling to get into position quick enough here. We have got some hand cannoneers in the mixer, the men-at-arms with the two-handed maces as well. Actually, no maces there.
Well,
The Lancers should just be able to ripple through here. He's getting ready for a recharge. A dive to the back, and the archers won't be able to clear this up quick enough.
the entire Musafati army just completely gone here now. I mean, sure, a lot of Camel Lances have been lost, and there are barely any spearmen remaining now from core. He was at like 30, now down to, actually still has a good amount of 15. But the Camel Lance just absolutely carrying this fight there at the front line.
Yeah, more like Musafati with how quickly they just evaporated. I mean, this is the problem with them, right? Like, you need Donzos, arguably. It's probably your best call here. Instead,
Heavy Mason has come in.
it's going to at least slow things down a little bit, but now you have this worry, right? Core, the crossbow mass is pretty good, and Sass, that hand cannoneer idea was a pipe dream in the end, right? He didn't commit to it when he saw that the Chinese were going to try to go for Imperial.
Altion's fairly all in with his play. You can tell by his food right now. He's completely relying on the Grand Filani Corral.
Yeah.
He's actually added another TC though behind this. 2 TCs that he's added in behind this.
Okay.
Interesting. If he
This
can
is-
sustain this now.
Yeah, so this is interesting actually, because if you thought about hand cannoneers in late game, you quite rightly say that China is best, and actually Ibids are subtly second best because of Mamluk's bravery. However, there is a pretty crafty play for Baltoon, which is the first strike with the Fort the Huntress. That can give you a very big edge in the gunpowder exchange. And that is an ambitious keep.
It's gonna go up though.
China. Just Chinese things. Why do the hammers work so much quicker than everyone else's?
Counter White Hammer?
Is it like, have they got like mechanical hammers? I mean, they discovered gunpowder first, so it wouldn't surprise me. Are we just gonna like zoom in on like Chinese villages building a keep and just see them with jackhammers?
It's the entire, it's the whole supervision thing, right? With the Imperial officials just supervising them the entire time. They can't just force into giving it 200% all the time.
Maybe it's like, because the taxmen take so much of their money, they need to work harder.
Maybe.
We've figured it out, guys. Every country just needs to increase taxes by 50%, and then everyone will get an extra job.
Or might
Look at
need to
that.
help his ally there.
He's out of position,
Lot of
though.
units.
This burn through's coming in fast.
Is still a lot of
Hesitation,
Camel
though.
Lancers. There is hesitation, yeah.
Balton's just going to tech up instead. Imperial just around the corner. I mean, Eliono is going to be left behind here, right? Because he hasn't triggered his. I love how the synchronicity of that cannon shot hitting the unit and then the crumbling of the keep. Ricochet shot for the Huntress now coming in.
Oh, the crossbows, now they're out of position.
There's no easy way out. He has to delete the wall, but the men-at-arms are already body blocking the retreat here. Allows the catch-up.
I don't think the body block with the men-at-arms does too much there. He can take them down with the crossbows, and now the reinforcements come in, and there's not a lot of men-at-arms remaining. And
Mark.
suddenly you got Camel Lances onto the archers.
I just need to run faster than this. Fort the Huntress is still being built up, so at least getting space for the tech up. But the Camel Lance is indeed getting a desirable fight. However, keep in mind, these are only castle age units on castle age units, right? It's not like you've got that Imperial edge with these lances. Elyona losing quite a few, is now going to have to reboom that count instead of just going for the age up.
Keep has been taken down, so Sass is going to be able to now go on to these bombards.
Yeah, but not for losing his own castle. So bombards aren't actually moving away. Some freebies here for Core. He's a bit distracted.
Oh, there's
everywhere
happening in his base as well. The men-at-arms just snuck in through.
Oh my god, he's getting more. All right, finally there's a realization of what's happening here. So we'll pull away off the gold. However, Trebs are wheeling up and getting ready to deal with the Great Wall Gatehouse next.
Halcyon, the reboom worked for him. Out to 90 villagers.
No switching to gunners or anything like that yet, though. Nestabees is going to start dealing with his spearman diving, but like I said, the Trebs, they will whittle down this landmark. Has Elyona clicked attack up? I mean, his food, he hasn't really remassed Lancers, so we might have an age up on the way from Red. Very important at this stage as well. Like, he's the odd one out.
Healing coming in from the dervishes onto the villagers. At least keeps them alive here for the time being. Great Wall Gatehouse is helping a lot as well.
The Great Wall Gatehouse should start to flop now. There you go. And also, I love that. He's actually buffed the Trebs with the Inspired Warriors tech. I don't think they changed that to affect bonus damage though, right? So it's only the base, which is low.
I think they might have. We can select them.
It's weird because half of the things in the game now, like bonus damage gets affected by these sources.
Great.
Yeah, but like for example, geometry now works. Woohoo! It's a real tech, mama. Great Wall Gatehouse about to crumble though. Villagers trying to repair. Might just about be able to keep it up. It's gonna be on the verge.
It'll be on the verge. It's gonna burn now.
Yeah, but his Trebs aren't guarded.
Pushing in. Slightly guarded.
Sass has got a few land stick now in there, so smart read there, considering that Yuan was never secured by Core. Puma even getting into the pie. Yeah, we're still the song this deep in, which is a little bit worrisome for Core. I mean, he's having to funnel so many Palace Guard. He doesn't actually have the income to try and get a better dynasty.
And now in the base of Elyona. Alchin's in.
Was this Desert Raider wing? It had to have been, right? But like against mass archers?
They do have a front line here. No elite upgrades in though.
Yeah, meanwhile, elite tech's all there for Baltin. I think he also does have the precision training, so these archers actually start to sting quite a bit.
Frontline is holding. There are the Palace Guards as well, helping out.
If Elio can survive this, this is where the Ibids get a bit vulgar. For multiple reasons, right? Like, they can play into the infantry comp, where they get Mamluk's Bravery, which is actually an insane buff in the late game. Or they can go into the Mass Desert Raider strategy, which is absurd for the fact that you get double university techs on those units.
Not just double, triple. You also get the ranged bonus on them as well.
True. How can I forget? Hand cannoneers are at least going to mop up the Trebs. That's going to slow down the push from Sassy. That has bought the time for Core to try and rebuild the Great Wall Gatehouse. Baltun just really needs to get some full production going here. He's got a keep drop near this tree line just to the west. You really benefit from just getting some Raxes up, and they're now on the way.
Here we go. Elite upgrades have come in.
Gold trims ready to rim. Let's see what he can do with it. 16 Camel Lancers, 25 of the Desert Raiders. Hand cannoneer transition now coming in from Core, but it's slow. He only has 4 so far.
He had more just a moment ago, but lost them over in Sass's base. Rebuild has come in on the Great Wall Gatehouse, but Core, he's struggling for gold.
And when you're trying to go hand cannoneers plus Palace Guard, I mean, you need active gold gathering, right? He's going to dry up very quickly here. Looks like we have already got Elyona prepping for the trade. In fact, they've both layered it at the back of their base. So that's going to be their recovery point. They need to get those traders surging.
Yeah,
with no gold.
Surging very, very soon. Yeah, that's the issue here for them right now.
I mean,
How are you meant to make hand cannons in order to defend your base? You need them in order to defend your base, but you can't get them out, and a lot of villagers left here.
What are those things, Crackety? What are those things I'm seeing in Elyona's army? And why are they being built?
I want to tell you, but I can't.
He has erected something that I do not like the look of, especially against Mass Musafadi.
Definitely not against Mass Musafadi here.
I mean, you're gonna walk up, be like, yeah, I've got this, and then all of a sudden, 360 surround. He needs to, yeah,
just gotta
good
get
read.
one shot.
He's got the outpost coming up, so smart read there. The other cool thing is, like, you know, if this for the Huntress is a little bit further forward, you get that first strike, which would guarantee the one-hit kills.
Oh
Awesome.
my god.
So, Destinies did get nerfed, except that. Yeah, that landmark is still ridiculous.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Path guard now
Good
coming
damage.
in.
Needs to
But
sound
he's
like
diving with the eco. Pretty good stab there. He's at, what, about 10, 15 villages? However, it's the same thing that keeps happening. Archers need lancers.
Upgrades in.
No, because that requires gold.
Yeah. That's
How
the
would you
issue
like
here.
me to pay for that? Remortgage my house?
Eliona, to be
Oh,
fair,
great.
as I
Mango's dead. Those cost gold.
Yeah. You get some big discount, but it feels like it doesn't matter when you're so far down on the gold count.
The only reason he has an army is because he went for the military wing. That is literally the only reason Eliona has units right now. This is hard. Okay, here we go. Tower of the Sultan, the big boys.
Coming in.
Looking small.
And they're going out again.
Yeah, those things are overcompensating for sure. Coverance on the other side, at least going to get stabbed into, but these are 1,000 resources. 1,000, and you know where most of the money goes, where most of the budget goes, Crackety? The explosion effects.
Michael Bay personally directed that explosion.
I'm telling you, if there's ever a Hollywood conversion of Age of Empires, Michael Bay is in.
Oh,
And
this is rough now.
You know what it'll also be? It'll be the classic demo ships. It'll be like, I need those in my movie. The ones that take out a whole army.
Get him back. Get him back in.
Diving towards the economy. At this stage, Eliona can't really keep his villages off the front lines. Same for Core, right? The tree lines, pretty much all they've got left is the contested area here. Hot zone for sure.
It's very little trade going on. 32 traders between the both of them. But trading to your ally, it's not that efficient.
It's still pretty ridiculous, but yes, it is 30% less efficient than the neutral.
Keep.
I mean, honestly, Sassy could just start trading with the neutral. If he really needs it. Look at the Landsneck wave coming.
It's a lot. 17 Landsknechte here. And get some mass palace guards.
Yeah, and funnily enough, like this is the game with Season 9. I'd say China is meant to counter HRE at this point with hand cannoneers, right? He can't afford them.
You need the gold access here, else you really, really can't keep this up. And there we go. Army gets denied on both sides here. The archers doing a great job against the camel. There's a
The villager pull from Battle 2. Look at this. Don't look at it.
Over.
It's done.
There we go.
That
GG,
is
let's go.
it. Oiling Boyle will make playoffs. Coronelio not able to get past that fourth map. What a performance out of Baltun and Sass.
Oh, man. I gotta say, though, that Pigeons View game, or Pigeons Valley,
Uh-huh. One for the tournament.
that was something. Like, we gotta. It's similar to like the Louis MT and CSO versus Kazakhstan set where they played on Gorge. Like, that's a game for the ages.
Agreed.
That's one that you look back on in like 2 years from now. You're like, damn, what a game.
That's, you know what that is? That is the one that I'm going to be dropping in Biddleland's inbox every week going, so when are we getting this added to the game? Yeah, the same thing with Gorge with Red Bull, right? It delivered such incredible maps. I still remember the infamous Mr. Clown Car with the HRE, right? An all-time great game. I mean, those are the type of ones you look for. So they delivered a fantastic game in this set. Fortunately, you need to deliver 3 fantastic games to make it through. So, Oiling Boyle, keep the dream alive. But as we can see, as we get the recap of the final game of the series, Eliona and Cole starting off so strong with the relic denials, at least able to peel back the majority, but not enough to stop them. And Baltun, what a great switch, man. That free TC choice really changed the outlook of the game for the Malians.
Yeah, if he just kept playing on 1TC, I doubt he would have been able to flood nearly as many units. He was only getting his fruit and from the landmark, so outside of that, he was kind of sitting dry, but then the 3TC and suddenly you're able to flood in so many villagers. Like, he went from 60 to 90 villagers in like a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes-ish. Or at least that's what it felt like.
I mean, it was impressive as well, the understanding on the map, right? Like, this is the thing. This map doesn't offer as much gold as, say, like a Dry Arabia, especially in reserve. They just use that against them. I mentioned that Elyono and Course comps are better in the hyper late game because their Imperial upgrades dictate it, right? Things like Pyrotechnics, Mamluk's Bravery, you know, the extra armor where you can get basically 30 melee armor on Desert Raid is fantastic, right? But all these things require gold to make the world go round. And although in the replay at this stage we can see between them, they've got almost 4K in reserve. Towards that end, good God, it looks like they could not get a mortgage on a tent.
Yeah, no access to the gold there. I feel like maybe if they managed to get the Great Wall Gatehouse a little bit further in front, maybe Core could have gotten in enough of the hand cannons there. Didn't come into play though, and in the end, Baltian Sass managed to just overwhelm there with that last final push. It just kept going and going and going, and Eliona and Core, they just couldn't get them out of the base in the end.
Now, keep in mind, folks, we aren't done yet on this broadcast. In fact, there is still one more series to come today. One more team to be eliminated. We're going to get ready to head into a short break shortly, in just a few seconds, in fact. And when we return, it's going to be Cosa Que Pasan going up against Banter Boys. That is, of course, the Spanish brothers facing off against Marais and Nugify. All that to come in just a few minutes.
Okay,
See you then.
Having to save the reinforcements, doesn't want to take the engagements into the Camel Lancers. Don't see a ton of spears here for Scarlet Devil yet.
No, they're just dancing back and forth, trying to keep as many archers alive as possible. Decent mango hit, though, on the jab throwers.
And that's what they were waiting on. Didn't want to take the full head-on engagements until the Mangonels got there. Now that they did, you can see Louis basically just A-moved into the frontline mass, allowing the archers to do everything they want to. Javelin throwers are not firing on the archers. They're firing on the knights while they have that high base damage. And Louis MT circling around both of those knight masses can join together and decide to take the fight after Scarlet Devil has thinned out that front line of spears. There's not too...
Yeah, where did that army go? Camel Lancers coming in now to try to pick off those knights, try to defend here. Jab throwers doing the best they can to thin out the archer numbers. But Team Elephant just continues to mass, and they are raiding. Look at that.
So, speaking of Bow Chads, we'll probably see some Bow Chads soon. Chooks, though, just A-moving into that front line. Camel Lancers are a great unit to go into that. Camel Archers, not so much. We saw Flaming Arrows come into play super quick, and oh no, Nest of Bees. There's 10 of them here. It doesn't matter that those are melee units. The just pure AoE damage, the base damage that it's gonna do, you can't dodge those fires. You're fighting at a choke point.
Treb's looking to counter siege the Nest of Bees a little bit. And now the Nest of Bees a little far forward, taking shots from the Berkshire.
Every time those Nest of Bees turn, though, they just get so much damage off. Frontline now is into the mix. There's only 6 Nest of Bees left instead of the 10, but back wood lines are
Yeah, they're just trying to survive as much as they can with that static defense from the TC. Mangudai circling around, getting their shots in. Knights just trying to stay on the archers.
But he is forced to take this so he can get enough gold to do things. And I don't think he's going to kill any units here.
No, you can see that amazing micro from Louis. He's pulling away those injured ones. We saw a horseman get out of there early, take a gulp, get back into the fray. This Myriad not going to be able to create anything. There's going to be a final stand here. They have to engage. Looks like, but it's not really going to go well for the Magyar Marauders.
Through the Lancers onto the backside, onto the Archers. Archer mass now has cataphracts in the middle. It makes it so hard to micro, makes it so hard to actually get good damage out. And you can see how the numbers get affected by it. It is an absolute decimation wipe. Magyar Marauders have gotten cleaned up.
Hola, amigos. It's time to take a trip to Spain, but also a trip to Italy and Murcia, because we have got Cosa Que Pasan going up against the Banter Boys for our final series of this weekend of Winter Team Championship. Crackety, I know people are going to be hyping up KQP, saying it's obvious they're going to take it, but give me the hope, give me the way, because the other team do have Banter.
Italy? Wait a second.
Yeah, wait, why are they called Banter when one of them's American and one of them's Italian?
That's not an Italian.
Wait,
flag,
oh, sorry, it's
actually.
Mexican. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Why did I say Italian? It's a long day.
If you look closely, there's a little smudge of an icon there.
I thought someone just marked my screen. That's a long day. I could have sworn there was an Italian player with a similar name. Maybe it's in a different game.
Are they? Nah, Italian players don't exist in AU4. We don't.
No,
have the
they do. They have to like
waiting.
take observer jobs and stuff like that. Yeah.
They're waiting. Once we get Italy in, oh, what do we make Italy? Italy is gonna be a variant civilization for the Malians. Let's go. That's how we're gonna do it.
I mean, I just heard Vodka in the background say "Mamma Mia" spit and then throw something across the room. He's not happy with me. Let's get ready to get into the set. The Spanish Bros up against the American region here. KQP versus Banter Boys, and we open up on El Clasico. It's Dry Arabia time.
Here we go, the classic. Vortex playing as the Byzantines here, and Lucifron playing as the Delhi. Two civilizations that they're both very, very familiar with. Aggression's the name of the game so far. That's as much as I can tell so far.
Yeah, because, you know, well, they're actually embodying what they like to do, right? Lucifron's going to build Ghazi. Ghazi are raiders. He's a raiding player. Vortex can build giant flamethrowers that all in you. Sounds like Vortex to me.
Sounds good. Sounds great.
Meanwhile, Berea and Nugify. I'm always a bit skeptical of Jean up against Byzantines. It's a little bit of a rough one, but you do at least have the Delhi factor. The question mark is whether Nugify is going to be able to assist you enough, right? Like, you know, for example, if the plan is Desert Raiders and you go Javelins here as Vortex, it's going to be very difficult to come out with Jean on this map.
Yeah, it is. You definitely don't want to go for the, like, on one hand, no, actually, never mind. You don't want to go for the range version anyways, because your opponents don't have any knights.
No, but melee form is like weird as well, right? Because like the Ghazi will get the bonus damage still, and it's, I think what's scary is actually like if you camp too long, let's say Vortex like blobs up to say 20 lombos, then Jean still can't participate. I find that's always weird with her.
I think you'd rather take 2 bonus damage than 10 bonus damage.
Yes, agreed. But it's like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the English Jean matchup has always been awkward for Jean because you're like, ha ha ha, putain, I spit on you. And then you realize, oh wait, 30 longbows kind of spits on you. You die
Oh my
very
god,
fast.
the rage.
Yeah, oh my god, and they're still doing 3 damage each? What?
You have to play it a little bit, like, you have to actually play for Castle Age as well. Like, you can't get Jean up to level 3 in Feudal Age realistically. You're probably gonna have to get her up to level up just by taking Sacred Sites, killing boars, and waiting.
Let's see what they want to do here. Nugify is going to be the most interesting one to me. Like, the wing choice was it. Did we get growth? I imagine we're looking at growth here.
That's not growth.
Oh, no, sorry. Okay, advancement.
Advancement?
Ah?
Eh?
I mean, I looked at the timing and I was like, my brain was already fragged out by that. What?
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why?
We're not on a water map. Has Nugify, like, maybe spill Mountain Dew Blue on their monitor?
Fast archery range?
This is very different.
Maybe they got a plan here.
The plan may be to win or lose very fast, but I'm just not sure which. Advancement Wing will at least speed up either of those. I mean, you're up against Grand Winery, Dome of Faith. We mentioned why Desert Raiders feels like a no bueno here. Lombos or Javelins will deal with that quite well.
Getting Desert Raider in at the moment. I mean, Nugify behind us, he is putting up his villagers on the berry, so maybe this could be a transition into fast Castle Age now. Gets a couple of units out. This is weird either way to me, the approach to it.
Yeah. Like, what do you get out of getting age 2 quicker, right? Like, you could have just done probably the old school reinforcement wing.
Your timing isn't gonna, like, dramatically change here. Granted, the Desert Raider comes out a little bit earlier, but what are you going to achieve with that?
Is it that much earlier though, right? Because it's 1 minute 36 seconds, so you saved, what, 24 seconds?
Yeah.
And then it takes 30 seconds to build an archery range, right? So then that's a 6-second differential, and it takes 15 seconds upon age up for the military wing to spawn the first unit. So you're saving 9 seconds?
That's what it's for. It's in order to deny the sheep that are coming back.
There we go. Yeah, screw that lamb. Lucifron is dead now. That one less sheep, what's he gonna do? Eat berries? Pfft. Everyone secretly wants a doner kebab. They just don't want to admit it. Oh, okay, he's already got doner kebabs.
Good amount of them as well. It's gonna at least pull Vortex off the berries there. Until the Ghazi come in. And Little Midnight.
So first he stops them eating sheep. Now he stops them eating plants. Nuggerfire is on a mission to make sure only thing people can eat here, chicken nuggets. Explains the name.
Second Desert Raider coming in. Oh, I have to be careful. The scout is pushing him onto it.
Oh man, that hit already from the Ghazi. He's hitting the Limitani.
Ooh, that hurts. He's still taking bonus damage from both of these units.
Oh my god, this is not it. Right now, that one Limitane just putting a big stopper, a limiter in their plan. We'll keep stabbing back against this, but double Ghazi with those Desert Raiders injured. I mean, Maria can't really hang around here. You don't have that backbone yet. Third does at least arrive, but we should be getting close to our first Merc pump here. And if this is Javelins, it's curtains closed.
Yeah, we're getting archers in behind us now as well.
Oh, Akratoy, that was sick. Saves him there. Usually it takes 2 strikes to the knight, but the extra armor gives him that protection. Look at that exchange. 2 Desert Raiders down for a Limitane.
That definitely doesn't feel good. John now arriving as well.
He's going to be melee form. Ghazi, ooh, doesn't quite get away. So some XP being farmed up there. Akratoy now on cooldown means this is the perfect time to dive. However, you do need knights for that.
Don't want to lose him like that.
Cleave on cooldown as well. I love that. Vortex like, well, I can still gather. You can't cleave me right now. And the pincher. They are doing this so elegantly, right? The Ghazi just keep coming in, whittling down the reinforcements, maybe like, you know, a third of what's meant to come through here. And now we're going to get into that conversion point. Vortex, he sees the melee form, he says, longbows it is.
Longbows now in queue. Not enough units here. I mean, in theory, Jean could turn around now.
And die?
Cleave in.
Because if you turn around, the Ghazi are going to run past you. Yeah, like that.
3 knights. They don't do that much damage to her, actually.
I mean, the Limitane here. Like, you don't want to turn around at all.
Oh, there is some archers, but Ghazi don't mind fighting either of these.
Good micro as well. Lucifron pulls away the injured. The knights are really low as well. The body blocks are going to start to come in for them, and the pinch is there. Ghazi, once it gets so low, does at least get that one.
The timing behind all of this is just so odd right now. Nagafai, I mean, he's scaling into mass archers now, but there's still just so many Ghazi Raiders coming out, and a couple of knights being lost already at this point in time from Maria means that their scaling isn't quite there. Now the longbowman as well is...
I mean, the Lombo, the X factor here, you have to be worried about now, right? An easy way of sniping low knights, an easy way of sniping Jean as well, who has only really been getting away so far because it's mass melee.
Starting to get rougher and rougher now for the Banter boys. The timing that they went for, it's just not really happening.
No, this could fall apart very quickly now because Vortex's timing is opening up. It's really pivoting towards that 9-minute timing where the Byzantines just look absurd for their quantity, right? Second group of longbows is already in the way, a few olive groves added in, but now because you've lost a few knights like this, you've been pushed back, you might even see Vortex try to take a risk and gather from the berries on the south side. In fact, he's already started to trickle out there with the aqueducts.
First sacred site now getting captured up. No way really to deny this with that many units there. We're already up to 12 Limit as well.
Nuggerfine, no signs of age up, but I mean, he has got 350 gold. This is simply for Tex. He's playing the age.
100% is. I mean, sure, if it was just Nagafai right now against Vortex's army, that's like maybe. The Limita has still an amazing meat shield here, but in the combination, like, there just aren't enough knights in order to, like, really deal with the Ghazi.
No, and the run pass is what I'm worried about, right? You can just get grabbed like that.
Oh no, poor knight.
The Limita didn't even get to touch him. Lombos are now here, though. Archers arriving as well from Nuggerfy. Slight overextension from the Spaniards. They don't realize it as well. They need that second group of longbows now.
Once you're up to 10 Lombos, you're going to be way better in these trades, but I think they could find a point in time now to turn around.
This is it. LBs arrive. Starts to poke this. Jean is not going to be safe either. Thinking about sniping her. Instead, ends up just going for like, what, injured knights here. Forces the Divine Restoration early. Fugazi are going to go down. Limitane go in. Archer's essentially frontlining now. Not looking great. Knights getting pinched again. The Limitane are starting to arrive here. And they're just ignoring Jean.
Oh,
they're actually taking everything else first.
Archer count is getting thinned out, but Limitane as well. And at the end of the day, like, this is still a lot of experience gained for Jean.
Yeah, but the
She's not being
Knights...
sniped. There we go. Now they're being focusing. Now they're focusing Jean.
But look at the Knight count. Like, right, it looks weird because they let all the XP go the way, but look at the cost. It's almost like you were gouging, you were eating too much. You pretty much turned yourself into a chubber boy there, right? It felt good. You were getting all this XP. But the price was that seat you were sitting on. That seat built up with Knights. Can't handle your weight here. There's not enough left. Down to 4 Knights now. Only 11 Archers. That Lombo count still at 9 and looking healthy. Buyback comes in on Jean. She's going to get targeted again. Has to shuffle away quickly. The Longbows might even be able to reach that final tap.
Oh,
He's turning around. Somehow doesn't die. However, we are going slow-mo, fast-mo all over the place because this feels like a pivotal moment. Maria just got blocked off the gold. They don't have a reserve option anywhere nearby. And Jean is down again.
And behind that, all 3 sacred sites have been locked in now for over a minute now. And Lucifron, he's getting so many resources, he's about to click up to Castle Age.
Usually you expect the Byzantines to do this, but no, he's going to keep on plowing forward. Meantime, Ghazi going to jump in on top of the Archers. Limitane are chasing onto the only handful of Knights remaining here. Maria is running across the map to try and access another source of gold. Archers barely exist. Limitane being shrunk down, but a trickle of troops coming in to guarantee that the Knights are going to get wiped. And from there, this should simply be a GG.
Just a couple of Knights remaining now. We're getting Horsemen because of the lack of gold now for Maria.
Very good. Yeah, it is indeed ready to be triggered. Lucifron just needs to make a choice. Ghazi arrive onto the gold. And this is looking like too many losses. GG gets called. Game 1, a swift beginning in favor of KQP.
Weak game number 1 here for the Spaniards up against the Banter Boys. Maria and Nagafai, very well-known team game players at a very high elo as well. Spaniards, the communication and the just pro level in the 1v1 experience showing off there.
Yeah, this is something that's been talked about at the highest level, right? Like defender's advantage, a real thing, and you could argue that the attacker gets to make the first move, but you know, when you're coordinated like this, just allowing them to come into you gives you that momentum. Not easy to do against Jean as well in particular, right? Usually she leverages that so damn well, but the min-maxing, just a few Ghazi not dying, right? The trickle of reinforcements where Lucifron was intercepting a Desert Raider here or there. And, you know, some big questions are also going to be asked about this build from Nagafai. I think the idea was a timing attack with the benefits of Jean, whereas usually in team games she can't come out quickly, but the trade-off of missing those 3 extra villages for an all-in feudal, it can't be stated enough. I feel like you just hurt your ability to keep surging after the opening play failed.
I agree. Yeah, the advancement just doesn't feel like a viable option at the moment. It's only good on water, I would say, just because you're able to like get something out of it, like with a really quick move out onto water. But on land, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like the timings that you're going to get because you're going to need an additional production building, they're still going to be a bit delayed.
Yeah, it's good for water play, not just when you're on water, but when you want to like ram rush someone off of water, right? I agree on that. But, you know, on land, I don't think I've ever seen it really make sense for feudal. And this is just a reminder of why. Like, you know, you barely save any resources. We mentioned, like, mathematically, you don't save much time compared to a similar aggro option like Reinforcement Wing, right? I think I said you save something like 9 to 12 seconds. It's not great. So, yeah, definitely a lot to kind of assess there. But they need to get back on the horse fast, literally and figuratively, because you know Vortex and Lucifron are going to look to mount that momentum. They are all about the first 10 to 15 minutes of play. It's something that they have been some of the great innovators on optimizing. So your goal, if you can't out-aggro them, is to somehow survive that. That's scary either way.
Definitely is. I mean, these guys, they perfect aggression gameplay. They like every single game they play, it's all about that aggression. Usually, like, or at least mostly, players really like to play defensively. These guys do the exact opposite. They never play defensively. They always play aggressively. They're always the first ones to make a move in these type of games, put you on the back foot, and that's where they get their advantage. And other people think, okay, defender's advantage. They think, okay, aggressor's advantage. That's how I'm gonna win the game.
It's interesting as well, because like to that end, Vortex has evolved a little bit upon his return to AoE4. I've seen games where he's like just gone for the initial aggression and then fallen back to the greed. A year ago, you wouldn't have said that of Vortex, right? Vortex is the type of guy who takes like a 2% advantage and then gambles it into an 8% advantage, and then a 10% advantage, and then a 20% advantage, right? So very different kind of polarizing approach there, right? And I like that for Vortex. I think that's why 2025 looks promising in AoE4, because you need to be polarizing. If you are predictably the guy who's always going to do the same thing, if you're the guy who's always going to rush Castle Age and build mass cataphracts, for example, or if you're the guy who's always going to try to rush a tower the Sultan to my base, we're going to expect it. We're going to make adjustments. You need to have that pivot play so that you keep them off of identifying, right? Because the difference is that I can prep ahead of time. Like if you remember the IBID builds that took over when the expansion first released, the reason why they weren't just winning every game is because you went into the game expecting them to do the reinforcement wing into Fast Castle.
Exactly. Now, next up, though, we're going to be moving over to Gorge, and we're going to see Malian and Ruse for Kozak Passan against the HRE and French from the Banter Boys. I mean, it's a good draft in theory for the Banter Boys, I want to say. Like, HRE is kind of like one of those civilizations that, for the most part, can hard counter Mali just by being able to overwhelm them with pure unit flood. And French can really easily support that with the Mass Knights and Feudal Age.
One thing that is very different about Gorge team play for Malians is usually the risk to them is they get outpost rushed. You can't really outpost rush Gorge, so the early game is going to be a little bit less painful because that's a popular play right now. If you get H3 versus Malians in 1v1s, you Dark Age Rax rush them. So he at least doesn't have to worry about that. I'm wondering if we're going to just see Fast Castle, because at the same time, you know, it's probably going to be Lucifron on the Rus. And he likes to play more of a knight all in. If it's Vortex on Rus, I'm actually expecting Fast Castle into Mass Horse Archers.
I think an aggression play around the woodlines can definitely work as well, especially for the forward player. Like, force them all the way into the back and then focus your attack on the back player. Could also work. Usually the back player tends to be a little bit greedy here. I think we are going to see something like a Fast Castle Age out of Vortex, and then just Lucifron with the Malians just playing heavily into units. I think that something like that is probably going to go on here.
Yeah, and I think you want the Roost player in the back, because then you get the double tree line, right? But let's find out how it's going to spawn. Let's see how things are going to go. Game number 2 between KQP and Banter Boys. An early lead for the Spaniards, but it ain't over yet.
All right, jumping into our game number 2. And it's actually a little, it's actually flipped around. So Vortex going to be playing as the Malians here. He's going to be in the back, and Lucifron with the Rus in the front.
And this is going to sound weird, considering how these two usually take their roles, but Vortex is going to be the boomer, probably looking for Fast Castle. Lucifron should be playing into Knights. Like, this is, it sounds very unorthodox, because Vortex is more of an all-in player, but think about the way you can play with Fast Castle Malians. It is an all-in. It's just a delayed all-in. I do think this is at least a little bit weaker for Lucifron to play Knights, though, because now the hunting cabin efficiency isn't really there, right? Like, if you check his starting tree line, it's very thin. So if you want to not have to walk too far to build that second hunting cabin, you're going to have overlapping trees and thus less gold.
It's not as efficient with the Wooden Fortress. You might need to go back into your allies' woodline then and drop another one.
Yeah, which...
It's always dangerous with the woodlines here on this map as well for the forward player.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about going food gold, it means you don't really care about the woodline if it gets idled out. That means you can kind of condense yourself, but it also puts a target on your back, right? Because now, like, Lucifron, I feel like he wants to go Knights because he loves the ability to raid, but you would be doing this into French. And French are just better for the Knight spam.
Yeah. 100%. French are going to be able to be better in the Night Spam, but Lucifron with the Ruse should be better when it comes to the Pro Scout timing.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a world in which Maria just sends the aggro with Nugify. Like, that's kind of cool here if you suspect Vortex is going to greed. because you can brute force a Roost player, right? And unless they build a Kremlin, they don't have any way of defending themselves. Oh, look at him being thoughtful, leaving room on the mining camp. We've all experienced that random teammate in 2v2s that doesn't do this.
Yeah, especially when they put their, like when your ally puts their mining camp just like in the middle of the
and then they leave room on their side, right?
And then they also build a house, like their own house next to their mining camp.
Or like they're very subtle about like being a douche. They'll like put an outpost on your side and say it's for both of your protection, you know?
They're just being kind.
What a thoughtful guy. So Kremlin on the way. Smart choice by Lucifron. Like this prevents the all-in that Maria could be going for. We are going to get the Archon split between the tree line and the berries. So doesn't mean you have to add in a lumber camp very early on here, but
I do like the idea of adding in a lumber camp because then you also have a building where you can get the upgrade from. And I think if you're going to go with aggression with the HRE, getting the economy upgrades early on just helps you a ton with the sustainability of your push.
Yeah. I mean, this makes me feel like it might be feudal push just because if you want fast castle, you put it on the secondary tree line with the gold, right? Like you get a similar number of trees in range, then you'd also have the gold buff coming through. Meanwhile, the rest of the landmarks, pretty much what you'd expect, right? Miss Archon, School of Cavalry coming in, Mansa as well. Looking at the deer locations, actually, maybe even you don't need to go for pro scouts. Like if Maria and Nugify one of them gets the scout cross, you can start shoving in these deer pretty nicely.
Yeah, would be an option, but usually like pro scouts just more comfortable, I want to say.
You mean, let's say what we're really thinking here. The Spanish bros are in synchronicity going to arrive and lame the deer. Because last time we cast them on this map, that's exactly what they done against the Chinese boys.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an option. We're getting the Kremlin in, which is interesting. I mean, it's great for protection. But with the nerf to range, like it can't protect the full pit mine all around.
No. Yeah, and you kind of wish you'd actually had maybe a tree line that was a bit more protective here, right? Like, it's one of those awkward things where you want that buff, so you put the Kremlin on the side of the tree line. And thus you leave yourself susceptible on the south. I mean, there are ways you can actually set it up so that you just Kremlin the other side, and then you lumber camp trickle in, but then you're just sacrificing trees. So you pretty much have to choose your poison on how you want to get hung here.
Mill now coming in for Vortex as well. He's got a lot of gold to play with because he did go for a lot of additional houses around his pit mine. So he can immediately get a lot of upgrades in.
Yeah, this from with 7 of gold. I don't think he's going to play the H. No, this is...
It is a lot, yeah. This is a...
FC.
It is, but he's only got 5 villagers on food. No, this is Pro Scout.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So it doesn't feel like they can scout it. Yeah.
Yeah, Nagafy is also Pro Scouting behind this.
Love this from Lucifron.
Yeah, he's just patrolling around there.
Hey, don't mind me. I just want to see what you're up to. Stop looking at my homework. They're going to sneak the deer on the backside. That is about to be revealed, though. So they'll know about the pro scouts coming in from Nugify. Beneficial, though. It means that the French player sacrificed his momentum on night spam to enable the HRE player. And that HRE player is indeed playing the feudal. Archers coming in.
Yeah, and that's going to mean that their deer are going to be protected, or at least they're going to be there for them. Nice micro there onto the scout. Scout isn't dropping off his deer.
1 HP. Too late.
Okay, I mean, dropped off the deer at least at a mill, but ideally you just drop the deer, run away, and then you just shift click back and forward.
Well, the good news is you built a School of Cavalry, so just build a dozen more of these. So they're not going to be too hurt in the end. However, Lucifron now taking this opportunity to get into his own night production. Vortex should be contributing absolutely duck all. Greed. Greed is what he contributes. He's already snuck out to the southern corner for the fat gold.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of passive gold that is going to be coming in. I mean, how much is he even getting from the first one? I think it's like 120?
Probably 128, because he's missing 2 houses, right? If we check the pit
only missing 1 house. 131.
Okay.
Yeah. The mining camp does still count as a building.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. So he'll be up to about 136 of the fat gold in the south. Not bad.
It's a lot of gold, almost 2 relics worth.
I mean, between it all, it's like, what, 350 passive gold a minute?
yeah, it's kind of insane how much gold Malians get passively. That's the main strength of the economy.
And that's going to allow them to push it into the food because, of course, those cattle cost gold. So just overall a much quicker castle timing here. But Maria is looking to punish that. They are mounting an offensive here. Archers and spears moving towards Lucifron's base now.
Knight isn't going to move away immediately. It's going to get punished. Some health lost.
Yeah. A little bit
just...
unordinary there for Lucifron.
I mean, there were also already units at the front as well, so I guess he got maybe a little bit distracted there on the side.
Yeah,
that's a lot of units fighting across right now.
It's usually their type of area though, right? Like, you know, Lucifron Vortex has usually been the guys who are on it who are managing 4, 5, 6, 7 different units at once, right? They're that caliber player, so a little bit
militia
surprising. I mean, you need it here, right? It's 4 knights. You can't be French knights. You need backup. Dive coming in. We'll find a villager for his troubles. And the Kremlin. Wow, look at that range. Woohoo! Do they have short bows in there?
Yeah, not getting any hits out there from the Kremlin. Militia with some knights, pushing back the army from Maria on the top side.
So not even attacking the knights with the militia, just goes after the unit that's meant to counter him here. I mean, probably felt like he couldn't contest there, right? With only 3 knights to now what is a growing number of Nugify, up to 7 in total on the battlefield, 5 of which are already pressuring. Javelin reaction coming in is sensible here, but there is a risk with these French knights now that they just take over the game.
A lot in queue. Lucifron doesn't have quite as many knights in. Pro Scouts at least is working for him now as well. So he is going to be getting some units in. This pit mine is going to get spotted out. I don't think the villager is still over here. There wasn't a mining camp being built on that. So it's going to take a lot of investment in order to get that pit mine down if they want to go for it. Is there an overchop? I think it's not open yet.
It's looking tight. Vortex hasn't really reacted to the fact they were nearby, so he seems confident it will never be an overchop. However, that has informed a wrap on the east side now. Knights are at least cutting reinforcements for the time being. Need to be careful because the French knights are starting to outnumber them here. To micro away, but that's a dead pony.
Once again, little raid from Nagafai is going to get another villager, maybe even two villagers going down. Good value being found there. Doesn't lose a knight yet again. And this is also one of the main differences with the French against the Rus. Their knights, they're just going to heal up.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried for them right now. Like, what is the outtime meant to be here? We finally have Donzos getting added from Vortex. I feel like maybe he rushed towards his greed a little bit too fast here. I understand the urgency when you're up against HRE, but it almost felt like if they had 3 or 4 javelins earlier, Lucifron wouldn't have been pressured to try and take these awkward trades into Knight Archer Trickle in the first place.
I think, yeah, we're now getting a ram on the other pit mine from Maria, so he wants to get a ram in order to start taking down that pit mine. But I feel like just a single ram isn't quite going to cut it, because then there's just going to be like 1 or 2 knights coming over and they're going to take down the ram.
Lucifron, I thought maybe he contemplated some sort of switch. Might have felt like they needed more. I mean, this is a little bit worrisome now with the spearmen coming in. Spear's just a natural counter actually to javelins, especially when they're HRE ones that gap close so quickly.
Yeah, but inside of a space, I mean, this is the difficulty, right? There is a Kremlin, so it is very, very difficult to really dive into the base of Lucifron Vortex here. You can't really achieve a lot there.
Well, moment of truth is approaching. Vortex is almost ready to go for that Castle Age play.
Has the cattle, but yeah, resource-wise, he is steadily still investing into troops.
Lucifron, dive coming through. Knight's going to try to block to buy some time. Does garrison inside the Kremlin. Militia are going to be pulled as well. The perfect moment. The Knights are on top of them. The Javelins are starting to snipe down those archers fast.
That is a brave dive under the Kremlin with fully garrisoned units inside.
I think they may have misread this timing entirely. The Javelins are just whittling away at the archers so quickly. So the Knight count not going to be able to stay here for very long. He tries to the redive, but big mistake made there. Lucifron able to block him out. And all of a sudden, that military lead starting to shrink.
Yeah, starting to shrink. I mean, they did a good amount of damage overall. Nagafly right now, 6 villagers ahead. Maria, 3 villagers ahead, respectively.
However, Vortex has some things to pad him. And now, with that type of overstep, he might be somewhat encouraged to play a little bit deeper towards that castle timing.
I don't think so. I think he's just gonna keep massing more and more military units at this point in time. Lucifron, he's got a good amount of wood in the bank right now. Might need to drop a market. There we go. Market immediately gets dropped now. He's going to be able to rebalance out his economy a bit, as he is struggling for gold.
I think a wooden fortress would actually have made a lot of sense here, right? Like, keep your economy safe. You're the one who keeps getting dove. Let's see those dives. One coming in here. Enough Donzo to scare him, though. The Javelin's actually able to snipe out some of the knights.
That's a lot of them at this point in time. 18. A lot of base damage on those units. Look at how quickly it take down the archers. Good micro there. 2 groups of javelins focusing individual archers out.
That military lead is disappearing for him, and behind this, Nugify is trying to go 2TC.
That is
Bold.
very bold.
At this point, Vortex, you know, if there's one more failed dive by Nugify Maria, he'll pull the trigger. Right, we're at that stage now. You can see it by the numbers. They're not going to be deceived any longer. Another free poke.
Donzo number looking good as well. I mean, it's so frustrating, right? Like, you got a good amount of more and better units as Maria and Nugify. Because of that Kremlin, you just can't ever really pull the trigger for a dive.
A landmark that's been looking over underwhelming, right? About 90% of the time these days we see Golden Gate, but Lucifron has found that game where it allows them to go for gold. Lucifron, ironically, is going to be the first one to go to Castle Age, not his brother who we expected to boom. High Trade House now being built up.
And still, he's got an almost even number of knights here.
They're coming in for it again.
Good.
Face the Donzos. Let's pull them back quickly, though. Game of cat and mouse here. But the Javelins really are the MVPs. They've got the capability to snipe down these knights the longer you linger. Dives in now. Villagers pulled back by Lucifer at the perfect moment there. The Javelins chase onto the archers. Spearmen have to dive in. You can even see some more militia getting pulled again. Instead, now it's going to be a shift. A turnaround here. Nugify tries to go to the south side onto the Javelins. The Donzos out of position here. Are retreating to re-engage. Knight count going down, and Nugify. That's it. They've lost their control. The stranglehold no longer in place. Lucifron about to complete the age up, and now has the knight momentum.
Maria behind this could also be looking for an age up soon, but Lucifron, I mean, he's got the knight lead now. Actually, that was a slight shift over.
Well
I
played.
think Lucifron pulled the villagers away in time.
It looks like he may have lost 2, I think.
I don't even think he lost 1. He's even in villager count to his brother there.
Oh, Vortex though, hello. Not enough units to actually harass this. Not often you see Malians on berries, but stay at the game. Just getting him closer to that tech timing. Maria now ready to pull the trigger themselves. So age up complete. Lucifron will be looking to prioritize that veterancy, and that's going to give him an overwhelming edge here now that Nugify has lost the knight advantage.
Oh, charge comes in from both sides.
Veterancy in 15 seconds though. This is a little bit early for Lucifron, but he does at least have the numbers. So while not the most favorable exchanges, should at least be able to win the fight.
That's right for Lani Corral now also coming in. And Nugify, now that second TC, it just feels like it completely crushed his momentum there with the night production.
I mean, it looks like he's going free TC. Even that, we just forgot about Villager, who's still gathering on the stone. I'm hoping this is not free TC, because that would be the quickest way for this game to end. That's way too greedy now. Especially with double age up from the Spaniards, leading into likely mass sofa here with the mass knights.
I don't even think you need mass sofa, just flood in more and more of these infantry ball units. Now you're going to have a lot more economy to work with as well.
Javelins are going for the poke in.
No.
Maria?
That's a lot of dead units now.
I mean, he really hates passive gold. What else can I say? He killed a pit mine. He felt confident about killing another source in the gold. Instead, now finds himself in an awkward position here. He's trying to rush out for relics, but the map may strangle them quickly. Boy's Fortitude now on the way for Lucifron. He's going to continue to just pump into knights.
Yeah, just this continuous night mass coming out, and the second you stop your military, the javelins, they're just going to catch up. And look at that!
Micro's on the 4.
Lit there.
Donzo's also just as lethal at this stage, with the veterancy complete. Nugafy may not have a leg to stand on for the defense here. You can hide behind the TCs, but it's not like you've got Impage. It's not like there's giant armless bolts being fired out of these. They're shuffling around. They want to get between the two of them. Look at that gold. Gold that's gone, right? Yeah, and the way they've split. So we have got a ramp play. I wonder when these guys are going to make their move on the backside. So break on the wall is going to distract Vortex temporarily. It's only a small group, though.
Veterancy Archer upgrade has come through, but doesn't feel like it's going to be that great still against the Javelins, which are also upgraded.
The village is now also being sacrificed. That's now the Archon getting idled out. That's Maria's income. He only has 5 food gatherers elsewhere. Make it none. No food income. And none in reserve. Flash comes in.
Going on now.
Ambitious against the Donzos. Knights take their turn for it. Veterancy for the Spearman is not in for Maria.
And now these normal Royal Knights, they can also just get countered by any of these units. Still focus is coming in.
The Donzo just win against everything here, right? They beat the normal spears, they can beat the French Knights. Follow up from the Roost Knights afterwards. Do take a heavy beating. Nugafy looks like he may have just got enough Knights to break through here. It's going to force a retreat back. Decent amount of Spearmen left over from Rhea, but still no veterancy.
Looking at the military mass, though, that's remaining after that one, 27 to 55, and Vortex's economy is just looking so strong right now. Yeah.
He does need to sort his wood. I think he's now recalibrating it, setting up farms. So shifting the villagers over, he just needs to get the food pump going. But they've broken him here. Nugafy lacks even an iota of a standing army of knights. Only 8 left over. Maria, less said the better. When 80% of your military force is religious, you better pray to God for some divine intervention. GG gets called. Game 2 to the Spaniards on course, on a crash course for 3-0, unless something changes quickly for NA.
Yeah, we're quickly approaching that match point situation again here. Vortex and Lucifer are known for their quick and very, very aggressive games. This one, arguably, Maria and Nugafy, they were the first ones to really put on the aggression, but Lucifer and Vortex able to hold and then just go for one decisive push out.
Got to respect their approach to a certain degree, right? So far in this series, what we've seen from Maria and Nugafy is out aggroing the Spaniards. Not easily done, but what we're also seeing is cracks in the armor, maybe getting a little bit excited, maybe not just having the right type of units. I mean, in this game, imagine if we had 1 or 2 rams, deleting those houses, deleting the buildings, shoving that back. Probably a very different affair that we're dealing with here. But so far, you know, I think Maria and Nugafy, I don't want to say don't be aggressive, but also temper your aggression. Like, you know, yes, attackers can have an advantage, but when you don't know how to yield that advantage, when you should yield it, it leads to results like this.
Yeah, indeed. Resource gathered. You can just tell Vortex after reaching Castle Age, even a little bit before, just a big outlier there with the cattle economy coming in.
Well, I mean, it is well played, right? A lot of players in that situation would have rushed the age up a little bit sooner, Malians, and would have ultimately been punished. But, you know, even though he was getting so close to the cattle boom, he understood the relevance, right? Like, you know, having those cattle was still an advantage. It was still an economy advantage for him to have over time, right? So just leaned into that, played the age, understanding that if your opponent's blowing archers, javelins just keep a lot of value here. And gave him the necessary Donzo defense where, you know, if Lucifer had to switch spears, the game would have been over. And yeah, they felt like the impatience got to them here.
Yeah, it's also just such a tough composition to play against, right? Like, once the javelin numbers really get up there, you're suddenly able to also just start one-shotting, or at least two-shotting the knights, and that one volley there, absolutely vile from the javelin throws. 5 archers go down with the single volley.
I felt like I was watching one of those grand strategy games where the Roman soldiers throw the pilums at the start of the fight, and the first line just goes down entirely, right? It's well played by them. And yeah, this fight here, I mean, it looked good for a moment, but it's just the aftermath. The javelins, with vast quantity, just being the advantage, right? Like, he even targeted down the archers, because, you know, when you get these small numbers, range units can still be the biggest impact. And considering these are just knights wearing plastic shields, they're not going to last long, even against javelins of a veterancy variety. So, nothing but perfection. We've had one reverse sweep today. Could we end the day with a second? It's what Banter Boys require. It's what we demand of them. And if that journey is to begin, it has to begin on Cliffside, Crackety.
We're seeing English and H3, the classic composition when it comes to team games, next to French and English, coming in for Kazakhstan.
Which they wanted as well.
And the Banter Boys, Japan and the Byzantines. Byzantines looking really, really strong so far in this tournament. So maybe there's a chance for them to come back in this one.
Yeah, but you've chosen a teammate option that doesn't really play feudal for you to be a greedy cataboy. So we're gonna have
Maybe
to
it's
see
not Catas.
It has to be something different.
It does. But we're going to see just exactly what they've got planned here in this one, as we're going to jump into a potential match point here. The last decider set for the playoffs. Banter Boys versus Kazakhstan.
And after this, we will know who will clash in the quarterfinals, which team will be matched up against which. Of course, you can't get a rematch against the person who you were in the same group with, likely already having lost to. So that's at least a benefit for the Spanish bros. I'm not sure if they want to go straight into a rematch against the Chinese lads that put them in this awkward position. But let's see if they can make it a swift 3-0 to send a message here. Maria, Nugify, a very intriguing composition. Japanese and Byzantines, we mentioned the lobby, probably not going to be your cataphract rush, because for that to work, you need someone to protect you. And if you get into a team game with me as a Japanese player and say, don't worry, I'll play Feudal Age, I'm probably just going to leave the lobby.
Yeah, something along those lines. What's the early plan here? So we do have the house out on the berries. Doesn't look like we're getting any early... no, never mind. Early upgrade already came in.
Love it. Wow,
then already... Yeah, I mean, in this situation where you're playing up against two potentially very aggressive civilizations in team games, I would already move out to berries now, because
agreed,
you might get like pushed onto, and then you're really, really going to want to have food under your TC in form of sheep. There we go. Move out happens.
Yeah, nice. The other nice thing about doing it very early on is it means your scout can stay out for longer before it returns. Ergo, you get more sheep, right? So you can even try an aggressive line towards your opponent's base. The worrisome part about this is if Vortex and Luciferon do go aggressive, your gold, your berries, your backup berries, all same location. You need to go at least double outpost to protect that, because of course the Lombos. I would love to see Luciferon go mine work here, because that gives you an easy time to crack the egg, right? Double outpost won't survive long enough.
Winery now coming in for Nugify. Does at least have the berries somewhat on the backside, so it's good here to have the berries and the gold on opposite sides. Means that you should be able to like be mostly uninterrupted with your game plan. Whichever one that's going to end up being. Abbey of Kings coming out for Vortex and the Archon Chapel. That's a good spot.
Yeah.
But once again,
delicious.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh.
The house is a little bit annoying, but that's kind of a little bit of a habit with the Spaniards. They always try to see just how many buildings they can fit around the Archon Chapel. Doesn't matter if it's a farm or not.
I mean, it's also something that pains me with Japan. Like, players will start to switch on to it, but, you know, it's because most of the time, Japan's done by 15 minutes, right? One way or the other. But we often see these farmhouses built right next to the TC, and you're like, that's going to get deleted later, right? Whereas there's been some players that always walk one tile out. Me and Micah, for example, always tries to walk one tile out and build the farmhouses in anticipation of the eventual need.
That's a situation when you need to have your farms around the TC, then you gotta have a little bit of base planning in mind there.
I mean, as Japan, it's definitely a need, even if, you know, you're being pressured, right? Like, I remember the early days of Japan, you know, the ones I'm talking about, where people, like Louis actually still does it to this day, I believe, where he just builds his farmhouses and his farms away from the TC. Like, drastically far. He's drawing a line across the map with them.
It's always an issue when you're suddenly ending up getting pushed, and you're in an awkward position when you're getting housed in.
Yep.
But if you're able to pull it off, then it's a great efficiency booster.
So Abbey of Kings, and I wonder, I don't think we're going to see 2 TC here, right? 7 on the wood.
No village is moving out to stone yet. And look at that, Lucifron also just 3 villagers going out to stone, so this is most likely just going to be for an emplacement.
I mean, he's gathering way too much gold for anything else, right?
Yeah. Villagers not quite sure where they want to drop off there.
I mean, my brain was like, is he doing that on purpose, maybe?
Could be.
For to go. No, okay. Oh,
Nope. No,
okay.
that won't.
Okay, they should all have been on gold. We have our answer.
Outpost now
up.
going up. But against English, you need one on both sides. Then again, it's not a council hall. Is there an archer range coming up for Vortex behind this?
I would be surprised.
There is not.
No, he's just
But a
adding
lot of
his
villagers
farms.
on wood.
Yeah, but I think it's just for farms. Can we check his sheep count? Did Vortex just sling them over to Lucifron? Which would be really cool here, actually.
He still has a couple.
So check Lucifron, because I've got a feeling Vortex gave him sheep.
Yeah, that's a good amount.
Yeah,
There's a
50.
good amount.
I think he gave a few over. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, it gives you a very strong fast castle timing into a surge. You could even contemplate something like Burgrave here with that many sheep. Probably just going to be the safe Regnets. And Limitane, man, it just doesn't feel good to have to add these in. I mean, yes, Lucifron could be rushing knights, but I feel like it could just as easily be a men-at-arms spam.
Most certainly be, but Knight is coming in now. So having a couple of them definitely helpful.
Always awkward because now you feel like you want to rush the timing as well, right? Instead, what you've got is a situation where you have to play the age to allow Japanese to rush that age up.
It's interesting as well that Lucifron went for double scout here early on. Didn't even notice that.
On HRE, it was kind of semi-popular for a while, right? It fell off in popularity, only a few players still doing it. But, you know, I think the thing I like about double scout is if you do get a good sheep haul, that's when Burgrave is viable, right?
Turns now getting connected, and Nugify. I'm not sure what exactly his plan is. He's not really aging up anytime soon. He's not really moving out with his units, and we're about to see an age up now from Lucifron coming in.
Moment of truth. Do they look to out aggro? No, they looked to outgreed. Regnit's coming through, but in fairness, I mean, as you said, you don't know what Nugify is doing because realistically, you expect him to be out of his base soon. Instead, he's sitting there, which means Lucifron could always already just make a fast move towards like the center of the map to pick up that central relic with the initial prelate.
And Vortex also greeding out a little bit behind that, going for that full farm cluster already. His food economy is going to be very, very solid. Behind that, we're now also seeing military units coming out. So longbows and spearmen is going to mean that there are units out on the field that help his brother get the relics in.
Mm-hmm. Kind of need to, right? And the cool thing about doing this against the Byzantines who are playing long feudal, you'll beat them. Because your longbow mass will be bigger. And also on top of that, you have old school campfire, right? I.e. the king is going to provide healing for those longbows.
Yeah, not just that, just also having a better archer type unit against Lomitne than normal archers makes a big difference. Like usually it's just archers against longbowmen and Lomitne. Having longbows against longbows and Lomitne makes a big difference there as well.
Yeah. They need to press in here. We have at least got the fortifications coming in, and I'm wondering if Vortex will commit to a blacksmith. It might just feel a little bit too late already, considering knights should be on the way now from rear. That is ambitious. I mean, I like the idea from Lucifron at an earlier point in the game, but the moment you see the spears, you feel bad about this play. So, first prelate is going to be wasting his life.
Yeah, definitely going to go down here. Behind that, knights are also getting prepped. Vortex at the front side. Pushing onto the berries here. It's going to burn down the farmhouse.
Best choice here. Just trying to slow down the opportune moment for Maria to start getting his Mount Samurai out.
Potentially getting a house here definitely isn't going to feel good.
It does get the scout, but the campfire's down, right? So vision is great in this area for longbows. I really love this obnoxious campfire against a Civ that doesn't build range units. Oh no, how will you ever get rid of this very low HP structure? Oh, I'm just gonna wait for my Byzantine teammate to run across the entire map and deal with it for me, thanks.
Osprey coming in. Mounted Samurai aren't quite enough yet.
No, you need to be careful with the king when you've got like just 1 or 2 Mounted Samurai, because he can just absorb.
And Vortex just focusing down the longbows here, knows that it's going to be much harder for his opponent to try and remass them.
Lucy, we should have one relic home already. I think there was one on the north side that he grabbed.
Yeah, one definitely should have come in at this point in
No.
time. It's in the
Okay,
yeah, it's in the
there we go.
outpost.
Yeah.
There we go.
Second one is going to be snuck all the way around, so that should easily make it back. And it looks like we've got a shuffle north side. Can't really handle the Mountain Samurai. The other awkward part now, right now, for Lucifron is the Knights. They won't be able to match up against Mountain Samurai.
Yeah, definitely not. But Midnight are going to be a good meat shield here. Unfortunately, though, longbows aren't quite in range here in order to help support.
If you can bring the Knights back in, I mean, the other interesting thing is Mountain Samurai will beat Knights straight up, right? But the heal. That's what could be really cool here, is like, you know, the classic one where an English player pulls his cavalry back to base to heal. Lucifron could do that in his brother's base.
He can, yeah. Being able to make use of that great heal.
Especially when the fight is here so close to it. It doesn't really feel like that much of a gap to shuffle across to. So Relic in the center that was contested originally is now being pulled back, and Nugafire is face palming. Like, wait, how did I get dragged all the way away from what Lucifron needs?
Oh, doesn't have enough mounted samurai here. This could be dangerous. Getting pinched.
Yeah, it does at least get the early vision there. That could have been a lot worse. Early
Go for the
low.
charge. Oh, yeah, I can't go for that. Maybe you could have committed for it, but then it's always dangerous when, like, when you charge with multiple units. It might be that only one of the charges is ending up is going to connect, and then you're going to lose some idle time there.
Yeah, and it's also like you'll probably have to then stand for a melee, which means the charge comes in behind you. That's going to be at least one, maybe two Mountain Samurai going down. Doesn't feel great.
Samurai number at least does keep increasing, up to 7 now. There are more knights out, and the relic count is starting to go up. 4 relics now in for Lucifron.
One pretty good. I do wonder if a mine would have been worth it for the armor on these bad boys, right? Like, Lucifron would have been able to actually just dent a lot of the damage you get on Mountain Samurai, but Arkan just too tasty to resist. We wouldn't have as competitive a tech timing otherwise.
I feel like ever since the change happened, where now Prelate can inspire more villagers,
It's worth it.
it's a lot easier to pull off.
Yeah. Because, like, if you think about the fast castle build, like, yeah, you have to build maybe 2 prelates max before you have access to additional prelates. So you're not really missing out much. I think then the only pain point is in the hyper late game, population efficiency. But you get such a big advantage for it with the all pikes. Longbows getting a big advantage in this fight. Nugafai is prepping for a tech up, but he's been pushed back to his base, and Vortex is in a position to throttle him a little for this.
I think Nagafai could take a fight there, though, against the English army. I think he's got enough units, enough Midnight to be a meat shield here for him.
Especially with Maria nearby. Like, bring a few Mountain Samurai in.
Villagers.
And Seek Shell, not the best of ideas here. The Spearmen are burning through fast.
Oh, come on, Nagafai, that's a fight that you can take.
He has to take it. It's going to be 3 more villagers lost.
And he doesn't have
Tries to
enough
move away.
upgrades to, like, enough gold in order to get all his upgrades in as well.
They go back to gathering gold after that. Longbows. Look at this. The Mountain Samurai like, wait not turn, boys. Wait not turn. Can you maybe snipe those spears instead of the LB trade? Dive now comes in. King
Knights as well.
is going to stay alive, so he'll have to heal after this. And now look at the knight count here. Lucifron go for the dive. A counter dive coming into the English base, though. Vortex getting hit in the eco. They can do some irreparable damage now. Now that they see the tech up, now that they see this raid, this is Lucifron's time to go.
It is, it is. More Midnight in queue might help out a little bit, but it's a little bit rough at the same time. On Samurai not moving.
And there's just there's no spears here against Lucifron, right? There's 1 Limitana left over. The Mountain Samurai now have to commit in. The spears have reached them as well, so they can't defend this. Nugafai, this is going to be 10 plus villagers going down. An immediate GG. They do not feel like they can do enough trade damage. A 3-0 for the Spaniards to close out the 2nd week of the main event here in Winter Team Championship 2.
And the GG gets called, so now that only leaves us now with our players. Now we know every single team that is going to be able to march on to our final weekend.
Yeah, I mean, and clean from the Spanish Bros, right? Like, that game in particular, I mean, a lot of players in that situation might have panicked, backed off, and went, oh, we need to protect our eco. Can we really go all in? But a perfect read, right? Like, Nugafai, he was bluffing that entire time. Even if he played a little bit of a longer feud, I think it would have been a hard hold for him. And Maria, you'd think a handful amount of samurai would be able to make it worthwhile, but the aftermath just chef's kiss to them. I mean, at that stage as well, Lucifron has like what, 3, maybe 4 relics, possibly more. You're just too far behind. So credit to them where credit is due. They put up a decent fight. I mean, we saw some attempts to out aggro the Spaniards, which is never easy. But KQP, this answers the doubters in a way that needed to happen, right? Like, you know, Louis, MT, and CSO very talented, but I don't think anyone would have expected the Spanish boys to get 3-0'd like they did.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. The games as well, very intense, definitely not one-sided there, and incredible action going on there. It's going to be interesting to see how far these two teams are going to make it. Maybe they might actually face off again against each other.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see.
Well, I believe we've got the brackets ready to go, and if I'm not mistaken, the Spanish boys might be able to dodge a rematch against the Chinese stack all the way into the grand finals, because they have found themselves on the opposite side. A tough opening opponent here is the Chimps, of course, BC and Marine Lord. They'll be going up against Lucifron and Vortex, and then you've got 3 Deader that are going to be matching up against Volta Esports. That is, of course, the Anatan, B, Cat Crew, 3 Deader are going up against Volta, which is, of course, Mahodo, Dragavan, and Ramen. Canada, the Canadians, that also recruited an American. That's right. Blade gave up his citizenship to join Puppy Paw and Wham there. They'll be going up against the royal couple in the north, which is Dumu, Giljadi, and Voldemar. And then finally, we've got the Elephant Fun Boys, who always have a curveball, right? Krakody, it's not just about Louis, MT, and CSO. We've seen Scarlet also turn up for that team. And they'll, of course, be going up against Oiling Boyle, Baltoon, and Sassy. We've yet to see Bella make an appearance, though.
It's sort of like Whammon for the Chimps, I want to say, in that regard. Chances are we probably won't see. Like, some teams, they definitely have like their set teammates that are going to play every single game and aren't planning on having their substitute play at all.
Like KQP, right?
Yeah.
KQP have I think it's their brother as their third, right?
All right, yeah. He doesn't even play AU4, does he?
No, I'm pretty sure. I remember that, right? Rio is their brother.
Might be.
I think so. I'll have to confirm that. But like, yeah, he's just saying, I'm like, I don't remember this name. So it's been a hot second. So yeah,
I don't recall signing up for this.
Like you've been volunteered. But yeah, I mean, an incredible weekend again. I mean, we had some incredible games here, right, Krakody? We're a little bit worried about how long the day was going to be, especially that first set. Whew. But it was worth it. An incredible reverse sweep. Really unexpected outcome of how that one began. The rest of the series might seem one-sided in some ways. I think we had some standout games, though. We mentioned in particular that Pigeons Valley game, for me, will be like probably a top 5 game of the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Some really, really intense games coming in all around. And, you know, at the end of the day, is it truly all about the quality of the set, or is it all about the quality of these individual games?
Yeah, I'll just take at least if I get one good game this set, I'm happy. That's my rule. I mean, you know me, I like 5 games if I can see him. And we at least got to see some Pigeons Valley. Apparently, Baltoon is going to first ban Pigeons Valley from now on, so it gets no more play. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So all I'm going to say there is, if you shirk away and say that you're going to ban it, 1, you've already given an edge over to your opponent. 2, you do seem like a coward. Scared of a map named after a bird that's considered a rat of the sky. That's embarrassing. Take it forward. Accomplish on it. Dominate on Pigeons Valley. That's my advice. Every single game from now on. Pigeons Valley everywhere. Okay, I'm going to stop though. We're at a close point in the show, folks. It's been an absolute pleasure and always a pleasure to get on the mic with you, Krakody, mate. But we have only got one more week left. That's right. Next weekend, we will be plowing through it all. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and then, of course, the grand finals to crown the champions of Winter Team Championship number 2. And people already asking the question, is it the return to form for the Chimps? Are they going to dominate like they did last time? Of course, a little bit different here with 2v2 format instead of 3v3 format. Or maybe Dumu, who was shunned by them now that it's a 2v2 format, can take it away from them in a surprising fashion that quarterfinal. So many stories to be woven here, and only one more week to go. Make sure you join us Saturday and Sunday when we resolve this $22,500 tournament to see who are the kings of the 2v2 era.
Tune in. See you then.